Chapter 2536. When Du Wei told Duan Ling Tian about the aliens who brought the Nirvana change to Earth, Duan Ling Tian also felt there was something wrong with those aliens. He was certain they wanted something from Earth. Otherwise, why would they restrict the development of space navigation technology on Earth? It was obvious that they were afraid of humans leaving Earth. The aliens who brought the Nirvana change to Earth a few decades ago. Long Zhenghua could not help but frown when Duan Ling Tian mentioned the aliens. He also felt that there was something wrong with the aliens, but he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. All he knew was that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. After a short discussion between Duan Ling Tian and Long Zhenghua, Duan Ling Tian found out that both of them were worried and fearful of the aliens. Naturally, Long Zhenghua was wary of the aliens' strength. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was worried that the aliens would bring danger to Earth. Earth was his home, and he would not allow anything to happen to Earth. Instructor Long, did the aliens leave behind any clues about their identities when they came to Earth? Duan Ling Tian asked. They did mention it. Long Zhenghua nodded. They said that the stellar system they came from is similar to our solar system. It's located in the Milky Way. They also said that they came from planet Lissa, and they're from the Barker family, the most powerful family on planet Lissa. Planet Lissa? The Barker family? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he turned to Long Zhenghua and the others and said, Instructor Long, everyone, please come with me to look for the aliens and deal with the potential threat to Earth. I'll also impart some cultivation techniques to you along the way. Long Zhenghua and the others' eyes lit up when they heard that Duan Ling Tian was going to bring them to deal with the potential threat to Earth. Long Zhengua's breathing quickened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's last sentence. As for the 10 people behind Long Zhenghua, all of them looked at Long Zhenghua enviously. We'll wait for someone here first. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said to Long Zhenghua and the others. Wait for someone? Long Zhenghua and the others were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Since Duan Ling Tian had brought them here to wait for someone, it meant that person could also come here. It was obvious that someone who was capable of coming here alone was not an ordinary person. Crack! Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and crushed a communication jade token to send a message to Tang Xiao. Then, he looked at Long Zhenghua and extended his divine sense to scan Long Zhenghua's body. In the end, he confirmed what cultivation method he was going to impart to Long Zhenghua. In Duan Ling Tian's memory, there were many cultivation methods of the rebirth martial emperor from the Saint Province Realm's Cloud Continent. He could easily find 7 or 8 cultivation methods that were suitable for Long Zhenghua. Boundless Heavenly Heaven Boundless Technique. Duan Ling Tian was Ling Tian. Long Ling Tian's was memorized the cultivation technique Long Tian was as a was. This, Long Zhenghua couldn't help but be overjoyed when he read through the new information in his mind. Although he had only cultivated a shallow breathing technique in the past, he was still overjoyed. However, this did not affect him from being able to see how profound the cultivation method represented by the words that appeared in his memory was. The Boundless Heavenly Heaven Boundless Technique. Just from the name, I can tell it's an amazing cultivation technique. Long Zhenghua was so excited that he could not regain his senses for a long time. The 10 people standing behind Long Zhenghua noticed Long Zhenghua's loss of composure, but they did not know the reason behind it. Otherwise, their eyes would have turned red from envy. I thought you've forgotten about me. A resentful voice sounded from behind Long Zhenghua. A moment later, a slightly resentful voice rang out, causing Long Zhenghua and the others to look left and right in shock. However, they did not see anyone in the surroundings. Swoosh! While they were looking around, a young woman dressed in black appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. In Long Zhenghua and the others' eyes, it was as though the black-clad woman had appeared out of thin air. Who's she? Is she another powerhouse comparable to a god like Senior Ling Tian? The people standing behind Long Zhenghua were shocked. How beautiful! At the same time, everyone was captivated by the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian. It was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Moreover, the aura she exuded was so elegant that it was difficult for them to disrespect her. The newcomer was none other than Tang Xiao. I need your help with something. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. He cut to the chase and said, "I'm looking for a planet in the Milky Way called Planet Lissa. Can you take a look at the star map in your hand and see if it's marked?" Duan Ling Tian would be able to find Planet Lissa if he spent some time looking for it. However, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to waste his time. Unless Tang Xiao Xiao did not mark Planet Lissa on the star map in her hand. If that was the case, he and Tang Xiao Xiao would have to look for it themselves. "You're really rude." Tang Xiao Xiao glared at Duan Ling Tian before she raised her hand and took out the star chart she had obtained from her ancestor. Then, she began to study the stars and galaxies in the Milky Way and the planets in the stars and galaxies in the stars and galaxies. "I found it. Planet Lissa." About 3 minutes later, Tang Xiao Xiao pointed at a mark on the star map in her hand and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Lead the way." "Lead the way, we'll go there." Duan Ling Tian said. Tang Xiao Xiao seemed to be used to Duan Ling Tian's rudeness. She did not waste any time and led the way. Duan Ling Tian, Long Zhenghua, and the others followed behind her. Planet Lissa was located in a star system in the Milky Way called the Taylor Galaxy. It was one of the 3 life-preserving planets in this star system. Moreover, it was the largest life-preserving planet among the 3 life-preserving planets. In the Milky Way galaxy, Planet Lissa in the Taylor Galaxy was also a very famous planet. Because the technological civilization on Planet Lissa, in the entire Milky Way, could be ranked as the first echelon. The most powerful family on Planet Lissa, the Barker family, was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. The 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way represented the 10 most powerful forces in the Milky Way. All of them had the most advanced technology in the Milky Way. However, today's Planet Lissa was not peaceful. Someone had come to provoke the most powerful family on Planet Lissa, the Barker family. "People of the Barker family, listen up. I'll give you an hour to deploy your most advanced battleships and weapons. If I'm still alive after an hour, there's no need for the Barker family to exist anymore." A voice that was not amplified by any means was clearly heard on Planet Lissa. Everyone on Planet Lissa, no matter what they were doing, heard the voice loud and clear. Planet Lissa was in an uproar. Heavens! Can someone tell me? Whose voice is that? It's like the voice just rang in my ears. Who the hell is that? How can he be so powerful? How dare he provoke the Barker family? Who the hell is he? Does this guy have a death wish or does he really have the strength? Similar comments could be heard all over Planet Lissa. At the same time on the internet of Planet Lissa, an extremely clear video appeared in the eyes of all the netizens on Planet Lissa. The background of the video was the headquarters of the Barker family. It was a huge castle that occupied a large area. And now, in the sky not far away from the castle, there was a figure standing in the air. As the camera zoomed in, it could be seen. It was a young man wearing a strange purple robe. The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared coldly at the huge castle that housed most of the important members of the Barker family. Heavens! Who the hell is he? He's able to hover in the air without a flying device. Maybe he's using a stealth flying device. Impossible! Didn't you see that the video was posted by Heaven's Eye Media? In front of the special camera of Heavenly Eye Media, no matter what kind of invisible flying tool it is, it can't be invisible in the photos or videos it takes. It's really Heaven's Eye Media's video. On Planet Lissa's internet, the netizens were dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? Being able to stand in the air without any means of flight had already overturned the education they had received since they were born. Cultivator. It's a cultivator. Right at this moment, someone repeatedly typed the word cultivator on the internet, with a series of exclamation marks mixed together with the word cultivator. Cultivator. While the netizens on Planet Lissa were still in a state of confusion, the Barker family's headquarters, which was the huge castle that occupied a large area, was not calm at all. In a spacious meeting room, the Barker family's higher-ups, who had returned from all over Planet Lissa, were gathered together. Can anyone tell me, why would a cultivator come looking for trouble with the Barker family? This cultivator is no ordinary cultivator. He managed to escape the detection of the Barker family's most advanced radar. If he was an ordinary cultivator, he would have been detected by our radar and killed by our defensive weapons. Who is he? Why is he here? Chapter 25-37. Duanling Tian hovered in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared coldly at the gigantic castle in front of him. This was the headquarters of one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way, the Barker family. If he wanted to, he could destroy this castle with a wave of his hand. However, he did not do so. Ever since he found out that the Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way and had the most advanced technology in the Milky Way, he had an idea. And this idea would bring about earth-shattering changes to his home planet, Earth. Even his motherland on Earth, Hua, was expected to enter the first echelon of the many forces in the Milky Way in the near future. It was because of this that he did not want to destroy the Barker family. "They're here." Tang Xiaozhao's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. She had brought Long Zhenghua and the others to Duanling Tian's side. Just like Duanling Tian, she hovered in the air without the use of any flying tools. Naturally, Long Zhenghua and the others were led by Tang Xiaoxiao as they flew in the air. If Tang Xiaoxiao withdrew her power, they would lose their footing. Unless they fell into a deep river or deep sea, they would either die or be crippled. Almost at the same time that Tang Xiaoxiao and the others appeared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Within the castle, several flying tools rose into the air and flew towards Duanling Tian and the others. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was filled with flying tools. The people in these flying tools were the leaders of the Barker family. The leader of the group was none other than the patriarch of the Barker family. He stood on top of a flying tool that looked like a speedboat. His face was full of smiles. When he was still some distance away from Duanling Tian, the flying tool beneath his feet came to a halt. It was as if he did not dare to cross the line. "Sir, I am the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin. I don't think the Barker family has done anything to offend you." The patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin, spoke to Duanling Tian through the loudspeaker of his communicator. The fact that the purple-clad young man could evade the Barker family's radar meant that he was no ordinary cultivator. If possible, he and his clansmen didn't want the Barker family to provoke a powerful cultivator. It would be best if they could kill a powerful cultivator. If they couldn't and the cultivator decided to seek revenge in the future, the Barker family would not be able to fend them off no matter how powerful they were. "The head of the Barker family, is it?" Duanling Tian glanced at Lei Lin and said, "A few decades ago, a group of people from the Barker family went to a star system called the Solar System. They went to the only planet in the Solar System, Earth. Right now, go and call out the leader of that group." When Duanling Tian finished speaking, there was no room for doubt in his tone. It was as though he was giving an order. "How can you speak to our patriarch like that? Damn it! The patriarch is being courteous to you because he's giving you face. Don't be so shameless." Seeing the purple-clad cultivator speak to their patriarch in such a commanding tone, many of the Barker family's higher-ups were enraged. They glared at Duanling Tian, their eyes blazing with fury. "Shut up!" Just as the Barker family's higher-ups were reprimanding Duanling Tian suddenly spoke. His voice was like a clap of thunder, drowning out the voices of the Barker family's higher-ups. "I'm talking to your patriarch. Why are you interrupting? Show some respect." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the Barker family's higher-ups reacted. Duanling Tian didn't do anything, but every single one of the Barker family's higher-ups who had reprimanded Duanling Tian earlier had their left arm severed at the shoulder. Judging by the cut, it was made by a sharp blade. Arg! Arg! The Barker family's higher-ups let out heart-wrenching screams in unison. Frantically, they reached out with their right hand and pressed their severed left arm against the wound. Then, they each took out a bottle of glowing blue medicine and drank it. A few moments later, their left shoulder stopped bleeding and their left arm was reattached. It looked unscathed. Duanling Tian wasn't surprised by this. Tang Xiaoxiao had told him that some of the more advanced civilizations had developed genetic medicine that could heal external injuries. Even if one's arm or leg was severed, they could be reattached as long as they consumed the corresponding genetic medicine within a short period of time. However, just because Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao weren't surprised didn't mean that Long Zhenghua and the others weren't. Isn't this genetic medicine a little too powerful?" Even with the best healing gene potion that we have developed on Earth, such an injury would take at least half a month to heal, right? But these guys, they healed in the blink of an eye. Long Zhenghua and the other Barker family members exchanged a look. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Long Zhenghua and the rest of the Barker family members were still amazed by the efficacy of the genetic medicine. On the other hand, the Barker family leaders, including the Barker family leader, and the netizens of Lissa who were watching the live stream were all in a state of shock. How did he do it? Isn't his speed a little too fast? In the blink of an eye, the Barker family members lost their left arms. That speed. It's faster than the speed of light. The Barker family members weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even the netizens on planet Lissa were shocked. While they were still in shock, they quickly spread the news throughout planet Lissa. Soon, everyone on planet Lissa knew that the Barker family had provoked a powerful being who called himself a cultivator. At this time, on the internet of planet Lissa, some knowledgeable people had begun to explain the meaning of the word cultivator. The netizens on planet Lissa were finally able to unravel the mystery of the cultivator. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate their bodies, allowing them to possess unparalleled strength. In the end, they can even possess the strength of gods. It is said that there are other galaxies outside of our Milky Way. Among those galaxies, there are galaxies ruled by cultivators. I once heard from an interstellar merchant that some cultivators can even defeat the legendary disaster-level battleship on their own. When the netizens on planet Lissa heard the news, they were shocked. A disaster-level battleship? That's the product of an SS-grade technological civilization. Our Milky Way is only an A-grade technological civilization. There's no way we can develop a disaster-level battleship. So, a cultivator who can defeat a disaster-level battleship on his own can even destroy all the technological civilizations in our Milky Way. Oh my God! This is too scary. As the netizens on planet Lissa continued to discuss the news, their mood was clouded by a layer of haze. This cultivator. Could he be the kind of cultivator who can defeat a disaster-level battleship on his own? A netizen on planet Lissa's netizens posted a post on one of the netizens' forums. As soon as the post was posted, it was pushed to the top of the list. OP, are you hallucinating? The disaster-level battleship is a mythical existence. A cultivator who can defeat a disaster-level battleship is also a mythical existence. It's impossible for such a person to exist in our Milky Way. That's right. OP is an idiot. Identification complete. +1, +1. This post inexplicably became popular, and it was pushed to the hot topic of the forum, attracting many netizens of planet Lissa to watch and watch. Meanwhile, the netizens on planet Lissa were in an uproar. The members of the Barker family surveillance department were studying a video in a frenzy. They slowed down the video, and slowed it down again and again. It was a video of the Barker family members' left arms being chopped off. The members of the Barker family tried to slow down the video to find traces of the Duan Lingtian's attack. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Patriarch, we tried our best to slow down the video, but we still can't see how the cultivator did it. We didn't even see how he chopped off Elder Bree's left arm. Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, received a message from the head of the surveillance department. Immediately, his expression changed. At this time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Investigate. Hurry up and investigate. Who the hell is it? A few decades ago, he brought people to the solar system. He went to the planet called Earth in the solar system. Once you find out who he is, I want him to come out and see me. Lei Lin bellowed through a megaphone at the Barker family's higher-ups. The members of the Barker family shuddered. Uncle. At this moment at the back of the crowd, a young man in a silver suit drove a flying tool to Lei Lin's side. He lowered his head and said timidly, "Back then, I was the one who brought people to the solar system to that Earth." It's him. Long Zhenghua, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, pointed at the young man. A few decades ago, he was the one who brought people to Earth. He brought a few hundred years of advanced civilization to Earth. It was also him and the people around him that limited the development of Earth's technological civilization in space navigation. Chapter 2538. Long Zhenghua could still remember. Back then, when this young man in a silver suit had arrived on Earth, he had been in high spirits. Every leader of a major country on Earth revolved around him. Now, this once high-spirited alien leader was as docile as a cat in front of the patriarch of the Barker family. In fact, when he mentioned that he was the one who had gone to Earth, his tone was full of anxiety. "Reynold, what did you do on that planet?" Lei Lin looked at his nephew and asked in a low voice. This nephew of his was the child left behind by his only younger brother. That was because his younger brother and his wife had died in order to save him. Thus, he treated this nephew of his as his own son. Reynold wanted to say something, but he hesitated. At the same time, he glanced at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance with fear. He could tell that this young man was here. This purple-clad young man had probably come looking for him because of that planet. However, he would never have dreamed that this would happen. That backward planet was actually related to a cultivator with extraordinary strength. "Speak." Lei Lin saw his nephew's hesitation, and he glared at him and shouted coldly. "I saw that the planet was backward, so I brought them a technological civilization that was a few hundred years more advanced than their current one. I had good intentions." Reynold lowered his head as he spoke, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "What you had good intentions?" However, as soon as Lei Luo finished speaking, a sneer was heard. The sneer came from Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his hand gently. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk after that, Reylo, who was next to Lei Lin, immediately left the flying tool under his feet and shot toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Before anyone could react, Duan Lingtian had already grabbed Reynold by the neck. Duan Lingtian lifted Reynold into the air. Since Duan Lingtian had removed the power that was holding Reynold, Reynold was now dangling in Duan Lingtian's hand. His face was as red as blood, and he could not breathe. It was obvious that he would suffocate to death soon. "Sir, don't cross the line." Lei Lin's expression changed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "Cross the line?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at Lei Lin's words. "I was going to have some fun with the Barker family, but I've changed my mind. Perhaps I shouldn't have wasted so much time on the Barker family from the start." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the energy in his body transformed into waves of invisible energy that swept out and shrouded the back of the gigantic castle in front of him. The back of the castle was where the Barker family's armory was located. The Barker family owned 37 of the most powerful warships equipped with the most advanced weaponry. They were usually docked there, protecting the Barker family like guardians. Bang, 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 bang. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the huge castle in front shook as though it had experienced a violent earthquake. Immediately after, a series of thunderous booms came from the back of the castle from afar. "What's going on?" "An earthquake." Every member of the Barker family, including the Barker family patriarch, turned to look in the direction of the commotion. With just one look, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Good heavens! What did they just see? Under the watchful eyes of the Barker family's higher-ups, a cloud of dust rose from the back of the huge castle. A moment later, 37 mountain-like behemoths rose into the air from the dust-filled ground. It didn't take long for the behemoths to reveal themselves. They were warships, each emblazoned with the insignia of the Barker family. Those are transcendent-level warships. Heavens! They really are transcendent-level warships. There are 37 of them. I've heard that the Barker family owns 37 transcendent-level warships. I can't believe it's true. These are the foundation of the Barker family's survival. Is the Barker family going to use all of their transcendent-level warships to kill that cultivator? On Planet Liss's internet, a group of netizens who saw the 37 transcendent-level warships through the live stream were stunned. One transcendent-level warship was already scary enough. Now that 37 transcendent-level warships had been deployed, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, saw the 37 extraordinary class warships and turned to the high-ranking members of the Barker family behind him. He bellowed, "Damn it! Who gave you the permission to use the transcendent-level warships?" Leyland knew that once the transcendent-level warships were deployed, it would mean that they would have to fight to the death with that cultivator. It would be fine if they could kill the cultivator. But if they couldn't, the Barker family would be the ones to suffer when the cultivator recovered. "Patriarch, without your permission, no one can use the transcendent-level warships." "Yes, Patriarch. Without your permission, no one can use the family's transcendent-level warships." The Barker family's higher-ups felt wronged by Leyland's glare. They were also dumbfounded by the situation in front of them. They didn't know what was going on. Leyland, the head of the Barker family, snapped out of his daze upon hearing the words of the Barker family. That's right. The transcendent-level warships were the Barker family's most powerful weapon. Without his permission, they would not be deployed. Could it be? All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Leyland's mind. As if he had thought of something, he immediately turned around and looked at the purple-clothed youth who was holding his nephew in the distance with an expression of shock and disbelief. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. That was, the great commotion before their eyes was all caused by this purple-clothed young man. The strange movements of the 37 transcendent-level warships must have something to do with this young man. This seemed to confirm Leyland's suspicions. So these are the transcendent-level warships that the Barker family relies on to survive? They don't seem like much. They're much worse than the disaster-level warships I saw in the Cost Galaxy. Duan Ling Tian commanded the 37 transcendent-level warships to speed up again. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around him and Tang Xiaoxiao, circling around them. The weapons of the 37 transcendent-level warships were pointed at the Barker family. In an instant, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Barker family members' expressions changed. If they couldn't figure out what was going on by now, they would have lived their lives in vain. All 37 of the Barker family's warships were under the control of the cultivator before them. What's going on? These transcendent-level warships don't seem to belong to the Barker family. It looks more like this cultivator is controlling them. Look at how he controls them. It's like he's playing with toys. Who the hell is he? At the same time, the internet on planet Lissa was filled with awe. Of course, Tang Xiaoxiao continued Duan Lingtian's words. She smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, "These transcendent-level warships are 2 grades lower than the disaster-level warships. I've recorded everything you did in the Cost Galaxy using the mirror image talisman. Now, let's show them." Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand and took out a Dao talisman before she crushed it. A moment later, a huge mirror image that was constantly changing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was also shown to everyone on planet Lissa through a live broadcast. The mirror image formed by the mirror image talisman was similar to a projection. It showed the scene of Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao being surrounded by 18 disaster-level warships from the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. Are those disaster-level warships? Heavens! Those are the legendary disaster-level warships. It's exactly the same as the legends. I once obtained a portrait of a disaster-level warship from an interstellar merchant. The 18 disaster-level warships in the projection are indeed disaster-level warships. They're 2 grades higher than transcendent-level warships. These 2. They're surrounded by 18 disaster-level warships, but they're still alive? Isn't it obvious? If they're dead, why would they be here on planet Lissa? Everyone on planet Lissa was shocked by the projection that appeared before them. However, they were even more shocked by what happened after that. Whoosh! A purple light flashed, and the purple-clad young man in the projection disappeared. In the next moment, one of the disaster-level warships was destroyed. A moment later, they saw the purple-clad young man in the projection. As the 17 disaster-level battleships opened fire at the same time, the purple-robed young man emerged from the barrage unscathed. Silence fell on planet Lissa at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, one of the disaster-level warships was destroyed. Under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level warships, the purple-clad young man was unscathed. Heavens! Is he still human? How terrifying! How terrifying. No wonder he was able to toy with the 37 transcendent-level warships of the Barker family. With the power he displayed in the projection, even a disaster-level warship is no different from a toy in front of him. Duan Lingtian's peerless strength was displayed before everyone on planet Lissa. Chapter 2539. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a soft thud, the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin, collapsed on the flying tool at his feet. He stared blankly at the godlike purple figure in the projection. His heart seemed to have stopped beating for a moment. The faces of the Barker family's higher-ups were drained of all color. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. Heavens! How did the Barker family provoke such a powerful being? Now, are you still going to say that you helped Earth out of kindness? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Reynolds, who was lifted up by his neck as he asked coldly. Reynolds was already stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian controlling the 37 extraordinary-level battleships as if they were toys. At that time, he had already realized something. The cultivator in front of him was not someone the Barker family could deal with. Now, after witnessing everything that was displayed in the mirror image that looked like a projection, the cultivator in front of him could easily destroy the legendary, disaster-level battleship, which was 2 levels higher than the transcendent-level battleship. Moreover, he was unscathed under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships. He's not human. He's not human. He's a demon. He's a demon. Reynolds roared in his heart. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No, it's not that. Under Duan Lingtian's cold gaze, Reynolds finally revealed the truth. I want to nurture that planet and make it a colonial planet for the Barker family. I want it to be a slave for the Barker family to do whatever we want. Duan Lingtian shook his head. As soon as Reynolds said this, Duan Lingtian had an expression that said as expected. Long Zhenghua and the others' faces changed. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, they could imagine that Earth would not have been able to escape the calamity in the near future. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the Barker family's higher-ups heard Reynolds' words, they were so angry that they almost fainted. They could understand Reynolds' actions. After all, they often went out to look for underdeveloped planets, nurture them, and enslave them. However, the planets they chose did not have any background. Now they could see it too. The backward planet that Reynolds found, although its technology was backward, had powerful cultivators. In other words, this time, Reynolds had kicked an iron plate. Sir, Reynolds' actions are purely personal. They have nothing to do with the Barker family. Please do not drag the Barker family into this. An elder from the Barker family voiced his opinion. Yes, Your Excellency. We didn't know what Reynolds did. Sir, Reynolds is at your mercy. But I hope you can spare the Barker family. More and more of the Barker family's higher-ups spoke up, choosing to sacrifice the rook to save the king. What say you, patriarch of the Barker family? Duan Lingtian ignored the high-ranking officials of the Barker family and looked at Lei Lin with a faint smile on his face. Sir. Lei Lin stood up, but his legs were still trembling. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh. Although Reynolds acted on his own accord, he was also helping the Barker family colonize planets. Duan Lingtian shook his head. On behalf of the Barker family, I, Lei Lin, am willing to bear this responsibility. Lei Lin declared. Patriarch. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They wanted nothing more than to sever all ties with Reynolds, but their patriarch was still trying to tie Reynolds to their family? Patriarch, I know Reynolds' parents saved your life, and both of them died trying to save you. But today's matter concerns the survival of the family. Please reconsider. Yes, Patriarch. You can't risk the family's survival because of your personal grudge. Many of the elders of the Barker family glared at Lei Lin, trying to pressure him to change his mind. Uncle. Reynolds did not expect that when the upper echelons of the family were about to give up on him, his uncle would still protect him. For a moment, he was so touched that he could not help but tremble. My lord, what happened on Earth was my own doing. It has nothing to do with the Barker family. Reynolds gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, You can kill me or torture me as you wish. You two, uncle and nephew, are quite affectionate. Duan Ling Tian took a deep look at Lei Lin and Reynolds before he released Reynolds from his grip. Then, he casually sent Reynolds to the flying tool that Lei Lin was on. The members of the Barker family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what this cultivator was up to. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and brought Tang Xiao Xiao, Long Zhenghua, and the others with him as they flew toward the gigantic castle. At the same time, under Duan Ling Tian's control, the 37 transcendent-level warships returned to the armory behind the castle. Of course, the armory was now in ruins. Now, my friend and I would like to visit the Barker family. Patriarch Lei Lin, you wouldn't mind, would you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, when they arrived at the top of the castle. Ha! Lei Lin was taken aback at first, but quickly regained his composure. He realized that there was still room for negotiation. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. It is the Barker family's honor to have you as a guest, my lord. Soon, the lively scene in the live broadcast disappeared. The Barker family elders escorted Duan Ling Tian and the others into the huge castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. What's going on? It seems like that cultivator intentionally showed mercy. Isn't it obvious? With his strength, it would be easy for him to destroy the Barker family. He must be planning to let the Barker family go. At this time, everyone on planet Lissa could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had been worried that the cultivator would destroy the Barker family. After all, the Barker family had deep roots on Liza. Their businesses were spread all over the planet. If the cultivator decided to make a move on the Barker family, they would be implicated as well. Under these circumstances, they hoped that the cultivator and the Barker family could resolve the matter peacefully. Elsewhere, Duan Ling Tian, Tang Xiao Xiao, Long Zhenghua, and the others were escorted by Patriarch Lei Lin into the castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. They entered the Barker family's largest meeting room. As expected, Duan Ling Tian was ushered in at the head of the table. Originally, I was going to take away all your transcendent-level warships and all your researchers. I was going to leave you to fend for yourselves. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point after the Barker family elders had taken their seats. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the faces of the Barker family elders to turn pale. If Duan Ling Tian's words were true, the Barker family would soon be swallowed up by the other 9 families of the Milky Way. Without transcendent-level warships and researchers, the Barker family would be a toothless tiger. But I've changed my mind. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the Barker family elders to heave a sigh of relief. I won't be asking for your opinion on what I'm going to say next. It doesn't matter if you agree or not. It won't affect the outcome. Duan Ling Tian said domineeringly under the watchful eyes of the others. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the Barker family elders to grimace. At this time, did they still have a choice? As long as the cultivator before them did not destroy the Barker family, they would have no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the terms no matter how harsh they were. Next, I will place a seal on the bodies of the Barker family elders. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and sword rays shot out of his hand and pierced into the bodies of the high-ranking members of the Barker family. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They felt as if their lives were no longer in their own hands. I will pass the seal to this man. His name is Long Zhenghua. He is the head of the Special Case Department on Earth. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Zhenghua. With the seal I've placed on him, he can kill all of you with a single thought within 100 years. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the expressions of the Barker family's high-ranking officials changed drastically. Don't even think about using your technology to investigate the seal I've placed on you. Not only will you fail to do so, you might even trigger the seal. Once the seal is triggered, all of you will be dead. Duan Ling Tian said again, cutting off any chance of escape for the Barker family's high-ranking officials. My lord, what do you want the Barker family to do within 100 years? As the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin knew that Duan Ling Tian had a reason for doing this. He wanted the Barker family to do something for him. As for the seal, Duan Ling Tian must be worried that the Barker family would not be obedient enough. Within 100 years, I want you to bring Earth's technology to a level where it can rival the Barker family's technology. I want the Hua family to be the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way in 100 years. I want the Barker family to be on par with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Ways. Chapter 2540. Hiss, 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 hiss. The moment Duanling Tian finished speaking, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals couldn't help but inhale sharply. They would never have thought that Duanling Tian had put in a lot of effort to get China out of the solar system and into the Milky Way. 100 years later, it became the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Although this is a little difficult, the Barker family will do our best. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, Barker's expression turned solemn. He knew how difficult the task Duanling Tian was talking about was, but he had no other choice. The Barker family had no other choice. Unless he had a death wish, and unless every member of the Barker family had a death wish. That's good. Duanling Tian nodded. Then he looked at Long Zhenghua and said, Instructor Long, you and your men will stay here and discuss the details with them. When the time comes, they'll send you back to Earth. With the speed of the extraordinary level warship that they have, it will only take them a few days to send you all back to Earth. Duanling Tian's words caused the corners of the Barker family members' mouths to twitch uncontrollably. That was an extraordinary level battleship. Now, judging from the words of this cultivator, he actually wanted to use the extraordinary level battleship as a means of transportation? Ling Tian, thank you for everything you've done for China. Long Zhenghua abruptly rose to his feet, straightened his back, and saluted Duanling Tian with a solemn expression. Long Zhenghua's 10 generals also saluted Duanling Tian. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, there was only worship in their eyes. When Duanling Tian sailed through space with his physical body and took them away from Earth, they were already shocked by Duanling Tian's means. However, it was only later that they realized that was only the tip of the iceberg of Duanling Tian's strength. The transcendent level battleship was the strongest weapon in the Barker clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Milky Way. However, before Duanling Tian, the transcendent level battleship was like a child's toy. The Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. In other words, with Duanling Tian's current strength, even if he wanted to dominate the Milky Way, it would be a very simple matter. Instructor Long, I'm Chinese too. Duanling Tian smiled at Long Zhenghua before he beckoned to Tang Xiaoxiao and left with Tang Xiaoxiao. They left the Barker family and planet Lissa. With your strength, you could easily force the 10 great families of the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua nation. Why did you only ask the Barker family to help Earth's Hua nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way in 100 years? After leaving planet Lissa, Tang Xiaoxiao asked the question in her heart. In her opinion, with Duanling Tian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for Earth's Hua nation to dominate the Milky Way. It's not difficult for Earth's Hua nation to dominate the Milky Way, but what about after that? Duanling Tian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's question. Humans are greedy creatures. If Earth's Hua nation were to dominate the Milky Way, it would definitely try to expand its influence to other galaxies. After all, the resources in the Milky Way aren't that great. If I could force the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua nation, would I be able to force all the galaxies in the Yanhuang realm to submit to it? Even if I could, I don't have the time to do it. Duanling Tian continued. So what I'm doing now is undoubtedly the best choice. This way, not only will Earth's Hua nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way, but it will also put some pressure on Earth. After all, there are still the 10 great families in the Milky Way that are not inferior to Earth's Hua nation. Under such circumstances, don't you think it's the best choice for Earth's Hua nation to build a solid foundation and slowly develop? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. You really put a lot of thought into this. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh when she heard Duanling Tian's words. However, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and asked, Won't Instructor Long be unhappy with what you're doing? After all, he can tell you're strong enough to dominate the Milky Way and help Earth's Hua nation dominate the Milky Way. After all, as you said earlier, humans are greedy creatures. Tang Xiaoxiao said. He won't. Duanling Tian shook his head. I know Instructor Long very well. He's a person who's content with what he has. Furthermore, I believe that he can also see the reason behind my actions. You mean, he can tell you're doing this for his own good? Tang Xiaoxiao was surprised. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao left, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals were led to a luxurious guest room by the patriarch of the Barker family. However, Long Zhenghua and his generals did not rest immediately. The 10 great battle generals under his command were all gathered in the guest room he was staying in. Leader, with Blood Wolf Ling Tian's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to help Hua Nation conquer the Milky Way. Why didn't he do that? One of the generals asked. While Long Zhenggua's 10 generals were still in awe of Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength, one of them could not help but look at Long Zhenghua with a puzzled expression on his face. The other 9 generals turned to look at Long Zhenghua. Humph. Long Zhenghua snorted. There's a saying in the Hua Nation that goes, contentment is bliss. That brat Ling Tian has done so much for the Hua Nation, and he's done us a huge favor. There's no reason for us to ask him to do more than that. Understood. The 10 generals nodded in agreement. Besides, he's doing this for the long term. Long Zhenggua's next words were similar to what Duan Lingtian had said to Tang Xiaoxiao. What kind of seal did you place on the Barker family's leaders? Tang Xiaoxiao asked Duan Lingtian after they left planet Lissa's solar system. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian had done to the high-ranking officials of the Barker family. It's not a restrictive seal. It's just a little trick I used to toy with them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In truth, he did not know anything about restrictive seals. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Aren't you afraid that they'll find out and ignore you? Once they find out, they definitely won't do as you say and help Earth and China to improve their technology. Do you think they'll find out? Are they willing to take the risk? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. His tone was filled with confidence. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless when she heard this. If she was in the Barker family's shoes, it would be impossible for her to find out. Moreover, she would not ignore Duan Lingtian since it was too risky. Where are we going now? Tang Xiaoxiao asked again. I plan to return to Earth for a few days before returning to the Saint Province realm. After I'm done with the matters in the Saint Province realm if I have time, I want to return to Yan Huang realm and visit the Yellow the Arch mansion. Duan Lingtian said. He did not forget about the invitation from Shen Yuanji, a 9 bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch mansion. He also did not forget that his good friend Su Li would go to the Yellow the Arch mansion after leaving the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. If possible, he wanted to see Su Li again before he ascended. Now, all of his friends and family had been taken away, so he especially cherished Su Li who was still in the mundane realm. Since I don't know where to go, I'll go with you to the Saint Province realm to have a look. Tang Xiaoxiao said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were halfway through their journey to the solar system where Earth was located when a voice suddenly rang out. Rip. A clear ripping sound rang from the void in front of them, causing Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao to come to a halt. As they came to a halt, they saw another spatial crack appear out of nowhere in the space where they were heading. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, it opened like a door. You're Duan Lingtian? A moment later, when the spatial crack opened like a door, a cold voice sounded from within. Then, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at each other in shock. A skinny figure slowly stepped out of the spatial crack and appeared in front of them. It was a thin middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of man who would be hard to find in a crowd. However, his eyes that shone with a green light sent chills down Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's spine. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the thin middle-aged man's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard the thin middle-aged man calling out his name. At this moment, he realized the thin middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the thin middle-aged man's appearance was beyond his comprehension. When Duan Lingtian heard the skinny middle-aged man's voice earlier, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the skinny middle-aged man. he discovered there was no pseudo-realm in this area. For this reason, the thin middle-aged man must have come from a place that was not a pseudo-realm. Even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to do this, right? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Since you're going to die soon, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Young Master Qing Yan sent me to kill you. Chapter 2541. Young Master Qing Yan. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard the skinny middle-aged man's words. In the depths of his eyes, boundless flames of fury were burning fiercely. Yun Qing Yan. Upon hearing the skinny middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian knew Yun Qing Yan had sent the skinny middle-aged man to kill him. He knew Yun Qing Yan would not let him go so easily. But he didn't expect that. He did not expect Yun Qing Yan would be so heartless as to send someone to kill him. Since he dares to send someone to kill me, it means he's not afraid of Kerr finding out I'm dead. After all, Kerr has my soul pearl. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Yun Qing Yan was not afraid. Yun Qing Yan must have used his family and friends to threaten Kerr again. Yun Qing Yan. When Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his gaze turned even colder as he looked at the skinny middle-aged man. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have killed the skinny middle-aged man many times over. So you're one of Yun Qing Yan's men. Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the skinny middle-aged man. As soon as he sneered, he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength. Then, he took out his celestial sword and cast the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword. Swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword rays formed a sword formation that hovered above Duan Lingtian's head. The offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was ready to be unleashed. Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely comprehended the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. His strength was much stronger than before. He was confident he could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just one strike. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was different from ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. Once one comprehended it to its peak, its power would far surpass ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. However, his strength was nothing compared to the expert Yun Qing Yan had sent to kill him. Xiao Xiao, quickly leave this place. This person's strength is not inferior to the great overarching golden celestials, who left behind all kinds of treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian asked Tang Xiao Xiao to leave through telepathy. He was ready to fight to the death. Even though he knew he was no match for the expert sent by Yun Qing Yan, he did not intend to resign himself to his fate. Because that was not his style. However, he did not want to implicate Tang Xiao Xiao. Tang Xiao Xiao was innocent. Shua! Tang Xiao Xiao's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. When the thin middle-aged man in front of her walked out of the spatial rift in space, she had already realized that the other party was not simple. She had extended her divine consciousness and discovered that there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings. If the thin middle-aged man came from a pseudo-realm, he might not be as strong as her and Duan Lingtian. However, since there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings, it meant the thin middle-aged man did not come from a pseudo-realm. He must have come from somewhere else. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger in the Devata realms were capable of such a feat. Ordinary golden celestials were not capable of such a feat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiao Xiao's expression changed drastically when she confirmed this. Duan Lingtian, how did you offend such a powerful person? Tang Xiao Xiao's voice trembled slightly when she sent the voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Fear could be heard in her voice. She could not help but feel apprehensive. After all, the thin middle-aged man was a great overarching golden celestial or stronger in the Devata realms. Why were there so many people after the treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? It was because the treasure vaults were left behind by great overarching golden celestials. And now, an expert of that level had appeared before her. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be fearful? Don't worry about that. You should leave now. Duan Lingtian did not expect Tang Xiao Xiao would still be in the mood to talk to him through voice transmission at this moment. He hastily sent another voice transmission to her. It's too late. Extend your divine consciousness and have a look. The surrounding space has been shrouded by his energy. It's impossible for me to leave now. Tang Xiao smiled bitterly. Swoosh. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He glared at the thin middle-aged man who was looking at him disdainfully and said in a deep voice, Yun Qingyan only sent you to kill me. This has nothing to do with my friend. Let her go. You can't even save yourself, and yet, you want your friend to leave? You're really protective of the fairer sex. The thin middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. However, if you want her to leave, I won't let her leave. Now that I won't let her leave, what can you do to me? The disdain in the thin middle-aged man's eyes deepened as soon as he finished speaking. You! Duan Lingtian was so enraged that his eyes turned red. The sword formation above his head began to stir restlessly as though it would fly out and attack the skinny middle-aged man at any time. Your technique is similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, the skinny middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, I was wondering why young Master Qin Yan asked me to attack a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. It seems like it's because of you. However, compared to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, you're still far from being a match for him. Even Feng Qingyang couldn't last more than 100 moves against me. In the end, he had no choice but to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, those who enter the Azura Hell, even heavenly emperors, have no chance of surviving. The thin middle-aged man said. Swoosh. Upon hearing the thin middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. He did not expect the thin middle-aged man would be so powerful. He did not expect the thin middle-aged man to be the person Yun Qingyan had sent to kill Feng Qingyang. The reason Yun Qingyan wanted to get rid of Feng Qingyang was because he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy. He could be considered Feng Qingyang's successor. Yun Qingyan had sent someone to kill Feng Qingyang because of his relationship with Feng Qingyang. No chance of surviving. The skinny middle-aged man's words continued to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's ears. He had indirectly caused Senior Feng Qingyang's death. A heavenly emperor? Tang Xiao's expression changed drastically when she heard the thin middle-aged man's words. She was shocked. She looked at the thin middle-aged man in disbelief. You're saying a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm can't last more than 100 moves against you? Moreover, you forced him to enter a deadliest place in the Azura Hell where even a heavenly emperor can't survive? Tang Xiao's voice trembled as she spoke. Naturally, she knew what a heavenly emperor meant. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, heavenly emperors were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. They were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. There were only 81 heavenly emperors in the 81 Devata realms. However, based on the thin middle-aged man's words, he was even stronger than a heavenly emperor. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be shocked? Humph! The thin middle-aged man scoffed. Among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there are only a handful who can last more than 100 moves against me. However, Feng Qingyang managed to last more than 100 moves against me. In terms of strength, he's at least in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Tang Xiao's body trembled when she heard the thin middle-aged man's words. She was stunned as though she had been petrified. Boy, I really don't see anything special about you. I didn't expect you to win the heart of the most beautiful woman in the divine offering land. The skinny middle-aged man shifted his gaze from Tang Xiao to Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. It seems like you're going to attack me. How about this? I'll stand here. If your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave your corpse intact. The thin middle-aged man's voice was filled with disdain and contempt when he spoke. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Roar! Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for this moment, could no longer hold back when he heard the thin middle-aged man's provocation. A sword formation appeared above his head. Swoosh! 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 When the mighty sword formation whizzed out, It was followed by a string of densely packed sword formations. There were a total of 12 sword formations. Including the sword formation that appeared first, there were a total of 13 sword formations. It was obvious Duanling Tian had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength and cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. He had also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had comprehended to the highest level. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the first sword formation merged with the 12 sword formations behind it, the sword light also grew more and more intense. It was so powerful that it seemed like it could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, wherever the sword formation passed, terrifying cracks in the void tore open in space as if they were free, cutting across the vast sky. From afar, it looked like gigantic pythons swaying their huge bodies. It seems like I've underestimated you. It's surprising that an eminent celestial from the mundane realm can wield strength comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm. But, with this little bit of power, it's impossible for him to get within 10 meters of my body. The thin middle-aged man merely smiled disdainfully when faced with Duanling Tian's powerful attack. Chapter 2542. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duanling Tian unleashed all his strength and techniques. The sword formation whistled out, leaving a terrifying crack in the void as it charged toward the skinny middle-aged man. It seemed as though he was going to kill the skinny middle-aged man. However, when the sword formation was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it strangely came to a halt. In the void 10 meters away from the thin middle-aged man, there seemed to be a force guarding there, like a quagmire. As soon as Duanling Tian's sword formation came close, it sank into the force and could not move at all. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this moment, Duanling Tian's sword formation seemed to have lost its momentum. When it was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it was still moving at an extremely fast speed. However, when it was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it suddenly came to a halt. In just a blink of an eye, the sword formation disappeared like a firework. Only the celestial sword was left hovering in the air 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man. At this moment, the light on the sword had disappeared. From the beginning until the end, the skinny middle-aged man stood motionless in his spot. His expression did not change at all. Even his robe did not flutter in the slightest. This, Tang Xiao withdrew her shocked gaze from Duanling Tian. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Earlier, when Duanling Tian had unleashed his full strength, the commotion was so great that even she could not help but look at it. At the same time, he also saw she could tell that Duanling Tian's attack had far surpassed the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It was just as the skinny middle-aged man had said. Duanling Tian's attack was comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. However, even if Duanling Tian's attack was comparable to a golden celestial, he could not hurt the skinny middle-aged man at all. After all, based on the skinny middle-aged man's words, Duanling Tian was not weak at all. He was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Like an ant, the thin middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian and spoke indifferently. The contempt and disdain in his eyes deepened. Pah! In the next moment, with just a thought from the thin middle-aged man, Duanling Tian's immortal sword that was suspended 10 meters away from him was strangely broken in two again. What a pity! At the same time, the thin middle-aged man glanced at Duanling Tian indifferently. According to what I said earlier, if your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Now, I can only turn you into ashes. When the thin middle-aged man finished speaking, he took a step forward unhurriedly. It was this seemingly unhurried step that smashed into Duanling Tian's chest like a giant hammer, causing Duanling Tian to feel his chest tighten. Subsequently, a suffocating feeling spread throughout Duanling Tian's body in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duanling Tian could smell the scent of death. Kerr, little Fei Duanling Tian smiled bitterly as two beautiful figures appeared in his mind. Then, another beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Tian Wu. A moment later, the figures of his parents, his children, and his group of friends and family flashed through his mind one after another. At the same time, his heart was filled with resentment. Although he had expected this outcome when he made his move, he was still unwilling to accept it. However, when he was faced with such an outcome, he was unwilling to die at the hands of Yun Qingyan's men. He was unwilling to die here. He was unwilling to die at the hands of Yun Qingyan's men. Duanling Tian. Tang Xiao cried out when she saw the thin middle-aged man was about to attack Duanling Tian. Although she wanted to help Duanling Tian, she was powerless to do so. After all, she was not even as strong as Duanling Tian. Even Duanling Tian was powerless in front of the thin middle-aged man, let alone Tang Xiao. If there's an afterlife, remember that not every woman is someone you can touch. The thin middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian with disdain. His face was expressionless. In the next moment, the thin middle-aged man's aura changed abruptly. An invisible gust of wind swept out toward Duanling Tian. The thin middle-aged man did not even need to lift a finger to kill someone as insignificant as Duanling Tian. With just a thought, he could kill Duanling Tian. With just a thought, the thin middle-aged man sent out an invisible energy that resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, aiming to kill Duanling Tian. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao not notice the thin middle-aged man's energy, but they did not even have time to react. This was because it was too fast. A cruel smile appeared on the thin middle-aged man's face when he saw the invisible energy that extended from his body was about to engulf Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. In his opinion, the thin middle-aged man was an ordinary person. If his energy enveloped a mere eminent celestial from the mundane realm, he would be annihilated in just a blink of an eye. However, at this critical moment when the thin middle-aged man's energy was about to land on Duanling Tian, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, the thin middle-aged man's cruel smile froze. Rip! The sound of something tearing rang in the air. The space in front of Duanling Tian suddenly cracked open. It was a spatial tear. The spatial tear appeared in a timely manner. As soon as it appeared, it swallowed the thin middle-aged man's energy that was about to attack Duanling Tian. Who's there? The thin middle-aged man's expression changed as he stared coldly at the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as though someone was hiding behind the spatial tear. At this moment, Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao's attention was caught by the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of them. It's me. Suddenly, a lazy and indifferent voice came out from the space crack. As soon as the voice rang in the air, a figure limped out of the spatial tear. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and he would occasionally take a sip from it. Based on his figure, it was obvious he was an adult man. Due to his messy hair and the fact that he had his head lowered, one could not see his face clearly. It was impossible to tell if he was young, middle-aged, or old. However, based on his rough voice, one could tell he was a middle-aged man. He was clearly a middle-aged man. Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao were stunned when they saw the man in tattered clothes who looked like a beggar walking out of the spatial tear. Since the man had appeared in such a manner, it meant he was at least a great overarching golden celestial in the Devata realm. When the thin middle-aged man saw the beggar-like man, his eyes were filled with bewilderment, following which, his gaze landed on the other party's waist, where he saw a faintly discernible identity token. The word cruel was carved on the token. Swoosh! When the skinny middle-aged man saw the word Jap engraved on the identity token hanging on the young man's waist, his expression changed completely. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the beggar-like man. Yun Yi from the Yun clan greets Lord Xiajia. Currently, the thin middle-aged man no longer had the arrogance he had when he faced Duanling Tian. Instead, he had an extremely humble appearance. He was like a completely different person compared to before. Yun Yi. The man called Xiajie raised his head slightly and looked at the skinny middle-aged man indifferently. The spatial tear between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realm is about to close. Why are you, a member of the Yun clan, here instead of returning to the Divine Offering Land? Lord Xiajie. Yun Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Xiajie's question. He immediately looked at Duanling Tian and said, I'm here on young Master Qingyan's orders to kill this man. I'm sure Lord Yun Yi has heard that a mortal from the mundane world has defiled Miss Ning Shue's reincarnation, Yun Yi said. Slap. However, At practically the instant Yunye's words left his mouth, a clear and crisp sound of a slap was heard. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao saw a slap on Yunye's face. Shockingly, a clear palm print had appeared on Yunye's face. Lord Xiaojie. Yunye's expression changed drastically. Yunye's expression changed. When he looked at Xiaojie again, besides rage, there was also heartfelt fear in his eyes. How dare a servant of the Yun clan like you speak about the matters of the eldest miss of the Xia clan? Xiaojie, who didn't care about his appearance and looked very sloppy, seemed to have completely changed at this moment. This aura gave people a feeling of awe-inspiring without being angry. Believe it or not, the Yun clan won't pursue this matter even if I kill you right now. Yunye's expression changed again when he heard Xiaojie's words. The anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear and dread. Scram! Yunye seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw when he heard Xiaojie's words. With a wave of his hand, he tore a spatial tear in space. Then, he flew into the spatial tear and disappeared. The spatial tear quickly closed after Yunye entered the spatial tear. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he had not obeyed young Master Qing Yan's order to kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, this was not the case. Compared to his young Master Qing Yan's order, his own life was more important. As they watched the insufferably arrogant Yunye flee like a stray dog in the blink of an eye. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Tang Xiao, they felt like they were dreaming. If Yunye was not exaggerating, he was even stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. You're Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he saw Yunye leaving. At this moment, the sloppy Xiaojie turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His sharp gaze shot out from under his messy hair, as if he could see through everything. Chapter 2543. Yes. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had nowhere to hide under Xiaojie's gaze. However, he did not dare to ignore Xiaojie's question. Based on the conversation between Yun Qingyan's subordinate and the middle-aged man in front of him, Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. He was certain the middle-aged man was from the Xia clan, the clan of his wife, Ker, in her past life. Duan Lingtian did not think it was a coincidence that the middle-aged man was here. 99 heavenly veins? At this moment, Xiaojie, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, cried out in surprise as though he had discovered a new continent. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao were taken aback by Xiaojie's words. Tang Xiao looked at Xiaojie in confusion. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, looked at Xiaojie in surprise. He did not expect Xiaojie to be able to tell that he had 99 heavenly veins. According to Hua Lao, the three-legged golden crow, the saint veins in the Saint Province realm were called heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Moreover, heavenly veins had a greater impact on celestials than those in the mundane realms. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the impact of heavenly veins on celestials in the Devata realms. However, in the mundane realms, the benefits of having 99 heavenly veins were not as obvious as the benefits of having 99 heavenly veins. Perhaps, as Hua Lao had said, it was because the strength in the mundane realms was too weak. At the same time, Xiaojie seemed to realize he had lost his composure. He calmed himself down before he said, "You're a good-looking man, but you're too weak. It's a sin that you and Xueqi became Dao partners after she was reincarnated. You even had a daughter with her." Xueqi? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaojie's words. He looked at Xiaojie with a burning gaze as he asked, "Senior, is Ker doing well?" Based on Xiaojie's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian was referring to his wife, Ker. Ker. Xiaojie was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His niece had told him that her name in this life was Ker. Her cultivation partner in the mundane realm had also called her that. She's under house arrest now. Do you think she'll recover? Xiaojie snapped as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. House arrest. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Yun Qingyan put Ker under house arrest? Yun Qingyan? Xiaojie snorted and said disdainfully, "That brat is from the Yun family. He doesn't have the guts to put the little princess of the Xia family under house arrest. The one who put Xueqi under house arrest is her father, your old-fashioned father-in-law." When he reached the end of his sentence, He looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian knew Ker's father was the father of Ker's previous life, Xiaoning Xue. However, now that Ker had regained her memories, it meant she was Xiaoning Xue, and Xiaoning Xue was her. Alright, I don't have much time, so I'll make it short. Xia Jie did not beat around the bush as he said. I'm here because Xueqi asked me to. I didn't expect to run into Yun Qingyan who sent his men to kill you. You're lucky. If I came any later, you'd be dead by now. Xueqi asked me to tell you that your family and friends are safe. They've escaped Yun Qingyan's control and have gone to the Xia family. However, although they've escaped Yun Qingyan's control and gone to the Xia family, my elder brother Xueqi's father has no intention of letting them go. He intends to use your family and friends to threaten Xueqi and force her to marry Yun Qingyan. Xia Jie said. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Xia Jie's words. He said angrily, how can there be such a bastard of a father? That's his biological daughter. Moreover, his daughter already has a husband and a daughter in this life. How can he force her to marry someone else? Damn it! Damn it! Duan Ling Tian became hysterical when he spoke. It was as though he had lost his mind. From the beginning until the end, Xia Jie watched silently as Duan Ling Tian threw a tantrum. However, his gaze that was hidden under his messy hair was a little strange. Duan Ling Tian, you. When Tang Xiao saw the peculiar expression on Xia Jie's face and recalled that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have insulted Xia Jie's elder brother, she felt slightly anxious. She was afraid Xia Jie would vent his anger on Duan Ling Tian. Haha. Well said. Well said. Tang Xiao was about to persuade Duan Ling Tian when Xia Jie's hearty laughter interrupted her. That fellow is a bastard. A damn bastard. I've been wanting to scold him for a long time. Bastard. At this moment, Xia Jie was venting the emotions that he had suppressed for many years. He had long held a grudge against his elder brother. However, it was his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family. Not only was Tang Xiao shocked by Xia Jie's sudden outburst, but even Duan Ling Tian was shocked as well. Both of them stared at Xia Jie in a daze. After a while, Xia Jie seemed to realize he had lost his composure, so he calmed down. Not bad, not bad. Boy, you're not bad at all. At the same time, Xia Jie looked at Duan Ling Tian with a satisfied expression on his face. Your father-in-law doesn't acknowledge you as his son-in-law, but your third uncle acknowledges you as his niece-in-law. Compared to Yun Qingyan, I like you more. Third uncle? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Xueqi's third uncle, Xia Jie. I'm also the third master of the Xia family. Xia Jie introduced himself. You can just call me third uncle like Xueqi. Yes, third uncle. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that his loss of composure earlier, where he scolded his father-in-law whom he had never met, would be acknowledged by his third uncle. This was a good start for him. At the very least, not everyone in Ker's family was against him. He had his own supporters as well. Although I like you more and hope you can be with Xueqi, to be honest, there's nothing I can do to help you. My eldest brother is used to having the final say. If you want to gain his approval, you'll have to rely on yourself. When Xia Jie saw the hint of joy in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he threw a bucket of cold water on him. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms is about to close, so I'll have a long story to tell you. After calculating the time, Xia Jie looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, currently, Ker is under house arrest by her father. Her father has also taken her spatial ring. Perhaps, that's why Yun Qingyan dares to send someone to kill you. After all, since the spatial ring has been taken away, it means she won't know if your soul pearl has shattered or not. Otherwise, Yun Qingyan wouldn't have dared to risk her life. After all, with Xueqi's temper, if she finds out you're dead, she won't live alone. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Previously, he had wondered why Yun Qingyan dared to send someone to kill him. Was he not worried Ker would do something crazy if she found out he was dead? As it turned out, the spatial ring where his soul pearl was kept had been taken away by Ker's father. It was obvious that Yun Qingyan knew about this, which was why he had sent people to kill him. Although my bastard brother plans to use your family and friends to threaten Xueqi into marrying Yun Qingyan, something big has happened in the Divine Offering Land recently, so he won't be able to deal with it for the time being. In 3 days, the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed. It'll be closed for about 1,000 years. During this time, there will be many things happening in the Divine Offering Land, so Xueqi will be safe. However, after 1,000 years, when the matter in the Divine Offering Land is settled, I'm afraid my bastard brother will bring up the matter again. At that time, if you don't have the strength to win his approval, I'm afraid Xueqi will have no choice but to marry Yun Qingyan if she can't withstand the pressure from him. Xia paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Third uncle. You mean I only have 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. Naturally, he knew what Xia meant. That's right. You only have 1,000 years. Xia nodded. If you still can't gain his approval after 1,000 years, I'm afraid Xueqi won't be fated to be with you. 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian had only lived for a few decades in this life and had not even lived for 100 years, he still felt a great pressure. After all, he knew he might not be able to gain Ker's father's approval, even if he was as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Third uncle, what's the Divine Offering Land? Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. Yun Qingyan had casually sent a servant from the Yun clan to force Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This meant the people in the Divine Offering Land were generally very powerful. The Divine Offering Land is separated from the mundane realms and Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Xia seemed to have expected Duan Lingtian to ask this question, so he was not surprised. He quickly explained, "You'll learn about this when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm. As for other information about the Divine Offering Land, it'll only be a burden to you even if I tell you about it. Therefore, I won't say much about it." Xia paused for a moment before explaining to Duan Lingtian. "Naturally, you'll be able to learn about it when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm." Chapter 2544. Xueqi has asked me to come and see you, and I've told you everything I need to tell you. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will close in 3 days, so I have to return as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'll have to wait for 1,000 years before I can return. Xia said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope to see you in the Divine Offering Land when the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms opens again after 1,000 years. At that time, I hope you'll be strong enough to gain Xueqi's father's approval. After Xia finished speaking, he casually raised his hand and tore a tear in space before he prepared to leave. Third uncle. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something important when he saw Xia leaving in a hurry. Is it true that heavenly emperors will definitely die if they enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian did not forget what Yun Yi had told him. Senior Feng Qingyang, who had left behind the inheritance for him, was forced into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. The Azura Hell? Xia's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've entered that place once, but I only dared to move around the periphery. I didn't dare to go too deep. Based on how dangerous the Azura Hell is, I'm afraid there are only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who managed to come out alive. Xia said. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately when he heard Xia's words. At the same time, he realized Yun Yi was not exaggerating. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Similarly, there were 81 heavenly emperors. Based on Xia's words, only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms managed to come out alive after entering the Azura Hell. Based on Yun Yi's words, Feng Qingyang was only ranked in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was far from the top 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At this moment, the last trace of hope in the depths of his heart was shattered. After his hopes were dashed, a strong sense of self-blame rose from the depths of his heart. unable to calm down for a long time. I'm in a hurry to return to the world of divine remains. I don't have much time left, so I can't help you much. At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Initially, bringing you back to the divine offering land would be more beneficial to you. However, if you're discovered by my elder brother or that boy from the Yun family, you'll definitely die. For this reason, I can't let you take the risk. Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Then, he raised his hand and 2 items appeared in his hand before he passed them to Duan Lingtian. That's all I can help you with. When you ascend to a Devata realm, don't be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool. Try to temper your 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. It'll only be beneficial to you. Boy, I look forward to seeing you again in the divine offering land. I hope you won't disappoint me in Xueqi. After Xia Jie passed the 2 items to Duan Lingtian, he left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Immediately after, the spatial crack that he had just torn open also gradually closed up. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses after the tear in space closed. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 items Xia Jie had left for him. The 2 items were a sword and a dark green jade token that was shrouded in a mysterious light. At the same time, the snake-like cracks in space gradually closed, returning the entire space to its original tranquility. Phew! Tang Xiao, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had accompanied Duan Lingtian to the gates of hell. She had almost been killed by Yun Yi. Wait for me! Duan Lingtian did not look at the 2 items in his hand. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists before he let out a roar that shook space. It was as though he was trying to vent the frustration in his chest. Tang Xiao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. When Tang Xiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Can you tell me more about you and your wife?" At this moment, Tang Xiao found out Duan Lingtian had a wife and a child. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. When Duan Lingtian told Tang Xiao about his relationship with his wife, Tang Xiao could not help but sigh before she comforted him. She comforted him and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely reunite with your wife. Didn't Senior Xia Jie say that? You still have 1,000 years to live. It hasn't even been 100 years since you started cultivating in this lifetime. I believe that if you were given another 1,000 years, you would definitely have the strength to gain the approval of your father-in-law." Tang Xiao comforted him. Although Tang Xiao comforted Tang Xiao, she did not think the same way. Naturally, it was not that she did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law in 1,000 years. However, she did not think it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he was still very strong. However, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, his strength was only comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Although Xia Jie did not say how strong Duan Lingtian would have to be to gain the approval of his father-in-law, Tang Xiao was certain Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law. However, in her opinion, Duan Lingtian would have to be stronger than a group of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. After all, the person from before was also a servant of the Yun family from the world of divine remains. He was even stronger than most of the heavenly emperors. Even with Duan Lingtian's current foundation, it would still be difficult for him to become stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms in 1,000 years. Yes. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xiao was trying to comfort him, he still nodded solemnly. There was no turning back for him at this moment. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether he would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law, he would have to make a trip to the divine offering land. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not allow his wife to marry another man. In the next few days, Tang Xiao stayed by Duan Lingtian's side and accompanied Duan Lingtian back to Earth. They spent a few days on Earth. Duan Lingtian had not returned to Earth for several decades. The changes on Earth were so great that he did not even dare to imagine it. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood due to the appearance of Yun Yi and Xia Jie in the divine offering land a few days ago. For this reason, after spending a few days on Earth, Duan Lingtian decided to leave with Tang Xiao Xiao. They planned to leave Yan Huang realm and return to the Saint Province realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Divine Offering Land. After Yun Yi fled in a sorry state from Xiajia, he immediately returned to the Divine Offering Land and the Yun family. Young Master. When Yun Yi saw Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, he only had time to greet Yun Qingyan before he was interrupted by Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan smiled and said, Yun Yi, since you're back, I'm sure Duan Lingtian is dead. You've done a good job. Yun Qingyan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Yun Yi. From the beginning until the end, he did not think Yun Yi would fail. Although Yun Yi was not as strong as him, he was comparable to the strongest heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. With such strength, it would be easy for Yun Yi to kill a brat from the mundane realms. Young Master, I failed. Yun Yi bowed before Yun Qingyan and said hesitantly, Young Master, I failed. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the area fell silent in an instant. Yun Yi looked at Yun Qingyan, who had a frozen smile on his face. He was so nervous that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. What happened? Yun Qingyan finally spoke. His voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, the calmer Yun Yi was, the more nervous he became. He knew his young master would only react in such a manner when he was extremely angry. Lord Xiajie intervened. Yun Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Yun Qingyan's question. He quickly recounted everything that had happened. At that time, I was about to kill Duan Lingtian, but Lord Xiajie appeared at the critical moment and protected Duan Lingtian. Young Master, I'm sorry for being useless. As he finished speaking, Yun Yi lowered his head like a child that had made a mistake. Since Uncle Xiajie appeared to protect that brat, you can't be blamed for this. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, why would he appear in the mundane realm and protect that brat? Did he know I would send someone to kill that brat? I remember. Only the two of us know about this. Yun Qingyan looked at Yun Yi as he spoke. The way he looked at Yun Yi was not because he doubted him. Yun Yi had been with the Yun family for many years and could be considered an elder of the Yun family. Moreover, even if Yun Yi wanted to betray him, he would not betray him for a brat from the mundane realm. He merely thought it was a coincidence. Young Master, is it possible that Miss Ning Xue asked Xiajie to protect Duan Lingtian? Yun Yi glanced at Yun Qingyan cautiously before he voiced his guess. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes when he heard Yun Ye's words. Even if Xiajie wanted to protect Duan Lingtian, he would only be able to do so until the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closes. Chapter 2545. In the Xia family of the Divine Offering Land. In a heavily guarded courtyard, the flowers were lush and the air was fresh. One could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. It was like the ethereal sound of a valley. It was very pleasant to the ears. In a quiet room at the back of the courtyard, a white figure was sitting cross-legged on an ice bed that was emitting dense cold air. This was a woman. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and possessed a devastatingly beautiful face that caused everything in her surroundings to seem to be overshadowed by her. She sat there quietly as though she had become one with the ice bed beneath her. Her body was constantly emitting dense cold air. It was as if she was not a living person, but an ice sculpture. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that she was a beautiful woman. At that instant, this peerless beauty in a snow-white dress had her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted together. Her perfect and flawless cheeks twitched slightly as if she was enduring some sort of pain. At the same time, the aura that extended from her body was constantly changing and becoming stronger. Xueqi. Only when a vigorous voice sounded from outside did the white-clothed lady, who was sitting cross-legged on the ice bed, relax her pair of willowy eyebrows. At the same time, she opened her tightly shut eyes. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The woman who had opened her eyes was even more radiant than when she had closed her eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the white-clad woman disappeared from the ice bed. She opened the door of the quiet room with a bang and went to the backyard outside the quiet room. In the backyard, A sloppy middle-aged man stood there. The middle-aged man had his messy hair draped behind his back, revealing a square face. He had big eyes and eyebrows, and as he stood there, he exuded a dignified aura. Third uncle. The fairy-like woman in white didn't care about the middle-aged man's unkempt appearance at all. She immediately flew forward and held the middle-aged man's arm. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you seen Brother Tian?" As soon as the woman said this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and waves of excitement appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You little girl. Third uncle rushed over to you as soon as he returned. You didn't even ask if third uncle was tired. Instead, you asked me if I saw that brat. It seems that third uncle's position in your heart is far inferior to that brat. Sigh, girls are extroverted. Girls are extroverted." The unkempt middle-aged man was none other than Xueqi, the third master of the Xia clan from the Divine Offering Land. After all, Xueqi had just returned to the Divine Offering Land from the Devata realms. He managed to return before the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closed. "Third uncle, you're teasing Xueqi again." The woman's beautiful cheeks blushed shyly as she said with some embarrassment, All right. Third uncle won't tease you anymore." Xueqi shook his head. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said, "I saw that brat. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yun Qingyan's men." "What?" The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Xueqi's words. Her eyes that were originally calm were instantly filled with rage. "Yun Qingyan. How dare he send men to kill Brother Tian?" The woman was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. She was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xianing Shui. "That brat must have heard that your father had imprisoned you and took your spatial ring." Xueqi paused for a moment before he said, "That brat must have heard about your father taking away your spatial ring." Xueqi paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I suspect that your father intentionally let him know that your spatial ring was taken away so that he could use Yun Qingyan to get rid of that brat." Xueqi could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. He knew very well how much his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, disliked that brat from the mundane realm. Back then, when his elder brother found out that his niece had reincarnated and found a husband and gave birth to a daughter, he was furious. He had almost left the Divine Offering Land and went to the mundane realm to hunt that brat down. "Father," Ke's eyes were filled with rage, but she did not know how to vent her anger. After all, that person was her father. Apart from being Ke, she was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xianing Shui. "Third uncle, is Brother Tian all right?" Ke asked worriedly. "Don't worry, he's fine." Xueqi shook his head. "Apart from that, I've also told him that the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed for 1,000 years. In the next 1,000 years, your father will have many things to do, so he won't be able to arrange your marriage with Yun Qingyan. However, when the matter of the Divine Offering Land is over, your father will definitely bring up the matter again and force you to submit to him. I've already told that brat about all this. He's a person with a strong will. Perhaps a miracle will happen in 1,000 years." When Xueqi reached the end of his sentence, he found it hard to believe his own words. Previously, when they were in the mundane realm, he had told Duan Lingtian to strive to obtain the approval of his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, after 1,000 years. However, he did not think it was possible. "A miracle?" Ke smiled bitterly when she heard Xueqi's words. "Third uncle, although Brother Tian's innate talent and fortuitous encounters are good, it's impossible for him to obtain the approval of father in just 1,000 years. Xueqi, you must trust him." "I'm sure he wants you to trust him as well," Xueqi said. "I trust you. Of course I believe in him. But this time, I won't let him bear this burden alone." Ke looked at Xueqi and said, "Third uncle, since the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms has been closed, it's impossible for people from the Divine Offering Land to go to the Devata realms or the mundane realms through the Devata realms. Once the spatial tunnel is closed, father won't keep me under house arrest anymore. At that time, I want to go to the realm battlefield." A hint of determination flashed in Ker's eyes when she finished speaking. Swoosh. However, as soon as Ku'er's voice fell, Xiaojie's expression changed, and he shook his head. He shook his head and said, "No. You can't go to the realm battlefield. Put aside the fact that you haven't recovered to the level you were in your past life. Even if you've recovered, it's still very dangerous for you to go to the realm battlefield." "I don't agree. I don't agree," Xiaojie said resolutely. "Third uncle, if you don't agree, no one will help me," Ker smiled bitterly and said. "Third uncle, I really don't want Brother Tian to bear this burden alone. He's done enough for me in the past. Now that I have a chance to change my fate, I'll give it a try no matter what. If I don't try this time, I'll regret it in 1,000 years." Ku'er looked at Xiaojie with an unshakable gaze. "You little girl." This was the first time Xiaojie had seen his niece so serious. She was so serious that he did not know how to continue insisting on his decision. In the end he sighed and said, "You should think about it again. That's the realm battlefield we're talking about. No one will show mercy to you there." The spatial tunnel from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms was closed because the realm battlefield in the Divine Offering Land was about to open. The Divine Offering Land was a realm that was separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Apart from the Divine Offering Land, there were other realms created by supreme powerhouses. Every 10,000 years, the planes created by these supreme masters would meet in pairs. At that time, the realm battlefield would open. Both realms would send people out to fight it out in the realm battlefield. Once the realm battlefield opened, it would last for 1,000 years. Whether it was the people from the Divine Offering Land or other realms, if they wanted to raise their strength quickly, they would have to enter the realm battlefield. In the realm battlefield, they would be able to raise their strength in a short time through combat and various opportunities. Naturally, there were risks associated with great rewards. There were people dying in the realm battlefield almost every second. "Third uncle, there's no need to think about it. I've thought about it. If I want to regain my strength or even surpass my strength in 1,000 years, the only way is to enter the realm battlefield," Ker said as she shook her head. "Although I believe in Brother Tian, I hope to be able to fight alongside him in 1,000 years. Ku'er's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In fact, although she said so, she didn't really think so in her heart. After all, if Brother Tian was strong enough to gain her father's approval after 1,000 years, she had to be strong. For this reason, she had to become stronger so that she could change her fate after 1,000 years. In her past life, she was willing to end her own life in order to break up the marriage. However, she did not expect her father would not approve of her even if she ended her life in her past life. Her father still insisted on marrying her to Yun Qing Yen. She had too many things to worry about in this life. For this reason, she could not end her own life like she did in her past life. She wanted to enter the realm battlefield and fight for her future. Even if she died in the realm battlefield, she would have no regrets. At the very least, she tried her best. "Brother Tian, this time, Ker won't let you be alone. No matter how difficult this journey is, Ker will go with you. We'll live and die together." Chapter 2546. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what was going on in the Divine Offering Land. He also didn't know that Ku'er was preparing to enter the extremely dangerous planar battlefield, all for the sake of obtaining the strength to change both their fates after 1,000 years. If he knew about this, he would be so worried that he would want to grow a pair of wings and fly to the Divine Offering Land to stop Ker. A month later, Duanling Tian brought Tang Xiao Xiao back to the Coast Galaxy. Although Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao Xiao had traveled at full speed from the Coast Galaxy to the Milky Way, it had taken them 3 months to reach the Milky Way. However, it only took him a month to bring Tang Xiao Xiao back to the Coast Galaxy. This time, the reason why he took so much less time was because he had comprehended the 13 Green Lotus Swords to the extreme and completely grasped the 13 Green Lotus Swords. That was why his speed had increased so much. After all, Duanling Tian, who had mastered the 13 Green Lotus Swords, was as strong as a golden celestial in the Devata realms. "I wonder if the people in this galaxy have forgotten about us?" Tang Xiao muttered to herself as they made their way to the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy. Back then, she and Duanling Tian were attacked by 18 disaster-level battleships from the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. The scene had been broadcasted to the entire Cost Galaxy. At that time, she had already used her divine sense to investigate this clearly. At that time, there were not many people in the Cost Galaxy who did not know about Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao. That's the two cultivators from a few months ago? Heavens! Why are they here again? Why are they here again? What are they trying to do? When Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao appeared near the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel, many people recognized them. They could not help but panic. It was as though they were ferocious beasts. It seems like they haven't forgotten about us. Tang Xiao smiled. One of the people from the Cost Galaxy who was standing nearby heard Tang Xiao's words, and his mouth twitched. This female cultivator seemed to be surprised that the people of the Cost Galaxy had not forgotten about them. What a joke! Even if a few years had passed, the people of the Cost Galaxy would never forget these two cultivators, let alone a few months. After all, the young man among the two cultivators had destroyed a disaster-level battleship with a single strike. Moreover, he had walked out of the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships unscathed. This was the first time in the history of the Cost Galaxy that such a terrifying cultivator had appeared. The incident that happened a few months ago had already been recorded in the Cost Galaxy's historical records. The title of the record was as follows: A Godlike Man. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they saw Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao disappear into the interstellar transportation formation, the people from the Cost Galaxy heaved a sigh of relief. So they were just passing by. I was scared to death just now. However, I really didn't expect that we would be able to see them with our own eyes. Compared to what we saw in the projection, what we saw just now was much more vivid, and their auras were much stronger. That's right. I didn't even dare to breathe when I saw them earlier. Due to the arrival of Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao, the entire Cost Galaxy was in an uproar. It was only after they confirmed that Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao were just passing by that the Cost Galaxy calmed down. Based on this, one could see how powerful Duanling Tian was in the Cost Galaxy. Duanling Tian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything since it was nothing to be proud of. After all, it was only a galaxy ruled by an SS-grade technological civilization. An SSS-grade technological civilization that stood at the pinnacle of technological civilization in Yanhuang realm, had an apocalypse-level battleship. This type of galaxy represented the strongest technological civilization in Yanhuang realm. The galaxies ruled by technological civilizations were categorized into SSS grade, SS grade, S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade. The Milky Way was a galaxy ruled by an A-grade technological civilization since the most advanced technological civilization in the Milky Way was only an A-grade technological civilization. It was 2 grades lower than the Cost Galaxy. However, Duanling Tian's strength had increased again. Even when Duanling Tian had just arrived in the Cost Galaxy, he did not feel pressured at all when he faced a galaxy ruled by an SSS-grade technological civilization. This was because even the apocalypse-level battleships that such galaxies relied on to survive would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. After all, his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. Duanling Tian, on our way back to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we'll have to pass by the 1,000 Opportunities galaxy where the Tang sect is located. I want to visit the old ancestor and return the star chart to him. Tang Xiao told Duanling Tian as they passed through the interstellar transportation formations. All right. Duanling Tian nodded. Since it's on the way, I'll follow you back to the Tang sect. It did not take long for Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao to return to the 1,000 Opportunities galaxy that was ruled by the Tang sect. The interstellar teleportation array was located on the mother planet of the 1,000 Opportunities galaxy, planet Xutang. Tang Xiao was in a good mood when she first returned. However, when Tang Xiao returned to the Tang sect and saw Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, she learned something from him. Her expression changed drastically. The old ancestor is dead? When Tang Xiao learned from Tang Chong that Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, had died, she was on the verge of breaking down. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, making her look extremely pitiful. What happened? Duanling Tian asked when he saw the anger and unwillingness in Tang Chong's eyes when he mentioned this matter to Tang Xiao. It's the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He made a move. Tang Chong smiled wryly. He said we broke the engagement and made fun of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. For this reason, he killed Elder Yi to punish us for breaking the engagement. I didn't expect the old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would personally make a move. Tang Chong was furious and resentful when he finished speaking. However, no matter how angry he was or how unwilling he was, it was of no use. After all, the old ancestor was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Tang Chong finished speaking, before Duanling Tian could react, he saw Tang Xiao crying. Tang Xiao's eyes were red from crying, and she looked very pitiful. She turned to look at him with a cold gleam in her eyes. Naturally, her gaze was not directed at Duanling Tian. It was directed at the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duanling Tian, help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, my life is yours. Tang Xiao said through gritted teeth. She seemed to have lost her mind as she glared at Duanling Tian. To Tang Xiao, Tang Zhongyi was not only her ancestor, but he was also the one who had taken care of her as she grew up. He treated her like his own granddaughter. As for her, she also considered Tang Zhongyi as her biological grandfather. Now that she knew that Tang Zhongyi had been killed because of her, her heart was filled with regret. At the same time, she also hated the person who killed Tang Zhongyi to the bone. She wanted to tear the person into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, she knew with her strength, she would only be seeking death if she went to the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Therefore, she could only place all her hopes on Duanling Tian. In order to avenge her family's ancestor, she was even willing to bet her own life. Lead the way. Duanling Tian did not say anything to comfort Tang Xiao when he sensed her anger. He knew words would not be as effective as action at this moment. Thank you. As expected, Tang Xiao's body trembled when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, she nodded at Duanling Tian and thanked him. Then, under Tang Chong's shocked gaze, he took the lead and led the way to the interstellar transportation formation again. Duanling Tian followed Tang Xiao through the interstellar transportation formation and left the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy that was ruled by the Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy, the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate was located on the mother planet of the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. It was also where Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao were staying. Whoosh, whoosh. Duanling Tian followed Tang Xiao to the estate of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? As soon as Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately reacted and flew out in an attempt to intercept them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tang Xiao raised her hand, and rays of light shot out and killed the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head when he saw Tang Xiao's ruthlessness. However, Duanling Tian could understand why Tang Xiao was so angry. Previously, when he went to the Milky Way with Tang Xiao from the Coast Galaxy, Tang Xiao had told him a lot about her and her ancestor, Tang Zhongyi. Therefore, he knew about the relationship between Tang Xiao and her ancestor. Chapter 2547. Someone's trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Who's there? How dare they? It didn't take long for Tang Xiao to cause a stir in Skywave Prefecture because of her actions. Not long after Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, they were surrounded by a group of people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. More and more people arrived. Initially, there were only a few dozen people, but soon, there were several hundred people. Moreover, these people's cultivation bases were quite high. Duanling Tian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the Heavenly Wave Mansion's cultivation base was at least at the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Among these people, the weakest cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, There were many bodiless celestials with high cultivation bases among these people. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture blocked Tang Xiao Zhao's path. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The black-clad woman was only an eminent celestial, but her strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's she? She's only an eminent celestial, and yet, she possesses such strength. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be a nobody. I feel like she looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. The group of people from Skywave Prefecture fixed their eyes on Tang Xiao Xiao and began to talk among themselves. The dagger in her hand. It seems to be a celestial supreme treasure. A bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion exclaimed as he stared at the dagger in Tang Xiao Zhao's hand. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the dagger in Tang Xiao Zhao's hand. It's indeed a celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, more and more bodiless celestials confirmed that the dagger in Tang Xiao Zhao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the dagger away from Tang Xiao Xiao. While most of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were still focused on the celestial supreme treasure in Tang Xiao Zhao's hand. I remember now. A young disciple of the Skywave Prefecture relaxed his brows and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She's Tang Xiao Xiao. She's Tang Xiao Xiao. I've seen her once. She's Tang Xiao Xiao. He's the #1 figure among the younger generation of the Tang sect. As soon as the young man spoke, many people who found the black-clothed woman familiar were able to confirm her identity. She was Tang Xiao Xiao, the #1 disciple of the Tang sect. Why did Tang Xiao Xiao barge into our Skywave Prefecture? Many disciples of Skywave Prefecture who were not well informed were puzzled. As far as they knew, Tang Xiao Xiao was their young mansion master's fiancé. I'm afraid you don't know that the Tang sect has already cancelled the engagement between Tang Xiao Xiao and our young mansion master. Upon hearing the discussion among the disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion, some of the more well-informed disciples chimed in. That's right, we're in the same boat. For this reason, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion personally killed Tang Xueqi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, to punish the Tang sect. Are you serious? Why is the matter so serious? I didn't hear anything about such a big thing. The disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion who were not well informed were shocked. Why did Tang Xiao Xiao come to our Skywave Mansion? Is she here to avenge our old ancestor? Many people who knew the relationship between Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Xueqi, the supreme elder of Tang sect who was killed by the Heavenly Wave Mansion's old ancestor, looked at Tang Xiao Xiao as though they were looking at an idiot. Tang Xiao Xiao. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang in the air. Swoosh. Soon after, a young man wearing embroidered clothes with unsteady footsteps appeared in a timely manner. As soon as the young man in embroidered clothes appeared, the people in the vicinity immediately opened up a path for him. At the same time, many people bowed respectfully at him. Young Mansion Master. Young Mansion Master. Based on the way the people addressed the young man, it was obvious who he was. He was the young mansion master of Skywave Mansion, Yang Yuting. He was also Tang Xiao Zhao's fiancé. What? Tang Xiao Xiao, are you regretting coming to our Skywave Mansion today? You don't want to break the engagement anymore? Yang Yuting looked at Tang Xiao Xiao condescendingly as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was furious when he learned the Tang sect was going to break the engagement. However, when he learned the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Xueqi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, who was also Tang Xiao Zhao's old ancestor, he had vented his anger. At that time, he knew it was impossible for him to be with Tang Xiao Xiao. He knew Tang Xiao Zhao's character very well. Since the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Xueqi, she would rather die than marry him. For this reason, he was only teasing Tang Xiao Xiao when he said those words. After all, he could see it. Tang Xiao Xiao had killed many of the patrolling disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion to stir up trouble. It was obvious she knew her old ancestor was killed by the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiao Zhao's eyes turned even redder when she saw Yang Yuting. At the same time, She ignored the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was fighting her and flew toward Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting's expression changed when he saw Tang Xiao charging toward him. His strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was no match for Tang Xiao, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure and was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, he sighed in relief when he saw a few figures appearing in front of him. The people standing in front of Yang Yuting were the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After they appeared in front of Yang Yuting, they glared at Tang Xiao fiercely. Tang Xiao, surrender. With your strength, you're destined to die for trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Kneel down and beg the young mansion master for mercy. Perhaps he'll give you a quick death. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Tang Xiao as though they were looking at a dead person. Tang Xiao, you bitch. Are you regretting it now? Who told you to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? It's your blessing that I, Yang Yuting, have taken a liking to you. Not only do you not cherish it, but you even want to break the engagement. You're revolting. Yang Yuting said arrogantly as he stood behind the group of 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Yang Yuting, if you're still a man, step forward and fight me to the death. Tang Xiao said coldly as she glared at Yang Yuting. Humph. However, Tang Xiao was met with a disdainful snort from Yang Yuting. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill him with my own hands. Upon hearing Yang Yuting's words, Tang Xiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and pleaded, help me. HM? When Tang Xiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion finally realized what was going on. Tang Xiao was not alone when she trespassed in the Sky Wave Mansion. She had a companion with her. However, due to Tang Xiao's strength and the celestial supreme treasure in her hand, they did not notice the purple-clad young man who had trespassed in the Sky Wave Mansion. Get lost if you don't want to die. Duan Lingtian said coldly as he pointed his finger at the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who were looking at him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A sword ray whizzed out from the tip of his finger. Then, it transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it shot toward the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion who were blocking Tang Xiao's path. The sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword lights whistled through the air, emitting a fierce aura that sent chills down the spines of the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestial spines. One by one, they launched an attack. Boom, 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 boom. However, the attacks of the group of people were unable to withstand a single blow from the ferocious sword rays and were easily defeated. Barf, boff. The 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were injured by the sword formation. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood as they hurriedly retreated. After all, if they did not retreat, they would be killed by the sword formation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the shocked gazes of the disciples from Skywave Mansion, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily repelled the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion and opened a path for Tang Xiao. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiao's eyes were cold as she charged toward Yang Yuting. Her face was expressionless when she saw Duan Lingtian opening a path for Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Faced with the ferocious Tang Xiao and Duan Lingtian, he did not have the heart to fight back at all. For this reason, he was at a disadvantage in just a blink of an eye. Dang! After a while, Tang Xiao saw an opportunity. The dagger in her hand was like a poisonous snake as it viciously bit toward Yang Yuting's neck. If this attack hit, Yang Yuting would definitely die. Stop! Stop! At this critical moment, 2 urgent roars came from afar at the same time. 2 powerful forces appeared in the sky as they attempted to stop Tang Xiao from killing Yang Yuting. These 2 forces came from 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion. They were about to succeed in stopping Tang Xiao from killing Yang Yuting. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 25:48. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duanling Tian caused the dimmed sword formation that he had used to pave the way for Tang Xiao to light up again. They were like bright stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. The thousands of sword lights in the sword formation swallowed and emitted ear-piercing sword whistles. As soon as the sword formation lit up again, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Tang Xiao and Yang Yuding. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as Duanling Tian's sword formation easily destroyed the two forces that were trying to stop Tang Xiao from killing Yang Yuting. Although the two forces were powerful and came from two seven tribulation bodiless celestials, Duanling Tian's attack did not last long. However, in front of Duanling Tian's sword formation, it could only perish together with the sword formation. Both of them disappeared in the air, leaving behind waves of energy that swept out in all directions. Rip, rip, rip. At the same time, terrifying spatial cracks appeared in space. They were like huge pythons that swung their huge bodies. It was extremely vivid and terrifying. With Duanling Tian's current strength, he should be able to easily defeat the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials. However, since Duanling Tian did not use his celestial supreme treasure or cast the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, his strength was only comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary seven tribulation bodiless celestial. It was just enough to withstand the attacks of two seven tribulation bodiless celestials. Stop! How dare you! The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials who had rushed over did not even have the time to see who had blocked their attacks. They glared at Tang Xiao and shouted at her. Slash! However, Tang Xiao ignored their cries and stabbed the dagger in her hand into Yang Yuting's throat. Yang Yuting, who had lost all will to fight, was instantly killed. After killing Yang Yuting, she didn't seem to be satisfied yet. She activated her power and destroyed Yang Yuting's body, leaving nothing behind. Although Yang Yuting was not the one who had killed her ancestor, she was the one who had killed him. In her opinion, if Yang Yuting did not insist on marrying her, none of this would have happened. Yang Yuting was the culprit who indirectly caused the death of her ancestor. It could even be said that she was the culprit. Gasp, 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 gasp. When the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion saw Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, being killed, they could not help but gasp in unison. The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials who had just arrived was especially shocked. It was not hard to imagine that when the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture found out that the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture had died in front of them, he would not let them off so easily. How dare you kill our young mansion master? You're seeking death. Die! The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion were so focused on redeeming themselves that they completely ignored Duanling Tian who had stopped them earlier. They charged toward Tang Xiao as their energy surged. Tang Xiao must die. Most of the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion thought to themselves. Although Tang Xiao's companion had stopped the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion, they could tell he was only a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. That person's strength was only at the level of a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. He should also be a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. How could a seven tribulation bodiless celestial stop the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion? Tang Xiao remained calm when she saw the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials charging at her. It was as though she was not afraid at all. I'd like to see who's courting death. Duanling Tian said coldly when he saw the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion flying toward Tang Xiao. Their attacks were like huge hammers that were about to land on her. Swish! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, more than 10 afterimages appeared on the sword formation beneath his feet before they gathered together and brought him to Tang Xiao's side at the fastest speed possible. Duanling Tian's speed was so fast that the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials did not even have time to react. It was only when they saw a flash of light in front of them that their expressions changed drastically. Swish! 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 The 2-7 Tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions changed drastically when the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Not only did it defeat the 2-7 Tribulation bodiless celestials, but it also killed them in just a blink of an eye. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The 2-7 Tribulation bodiless celestials were killed instantly. How's this possible? The 5 Tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 Tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to react. When they saw the person beside Tang Xiao killing the 2-7 Tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye, they broke out in cold sweat. These people were the ones who had blocked Yang Yuting's path earlier. It was Duan Lingtian who had forced them to retreat. They could only imagine if the purple-clad young man next to Tang Xiao hadn't shown them any mercy, they would have been killed by his sword. Who's he? Is he Tang Xiao's helper? No wonder Tang Xiao dares to come to the Heavenly Wave Mansion alone. She's fearless. She knows there's a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but she still dares to come here. Does this mean the purple-clad young man beside her is a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial? After a few moments, the other people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses as well. Apart from fear, they looked at Duan Lingtian in fear. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. The 5 Tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion felt chills running down their spines when they heard their discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were looking at Duan Lingtian with dread in their eyes. After a while, an earth-shattering roar rang from the depths of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. Accompanying this furious roar was the sound of a swift wind whistling. Whoosh! A moment later, another person appeared in everyone's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build and a square face. He had a dignified air about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Seeing the newcomer, the group of people from Skywave Prefecture bowed to him respectfully. The Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Based on the way the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion addressed the newcomer, he was certain of the newcomer's identity. It was Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Tang Xiao, how dare you kill my son? Yang Qingjian ignored the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who bowed respectfully at him. He looked at Tang Xiao fiercely as soon as he appeared. Obviously, before he came, he already knew who killed his son, Yang Yuting, before he came here. This was normal. Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, possessed his son, Yang Yuting's soul pearl. Naturally, he would know about Yang Yuting's death immediately. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene of Yang Yuting's death through a special Dao talisman. Because of that, he already knew it was Tang Xiao who killed his son before he came here. So what if I did? Facing the question of Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture, Tang Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "When that old guy from Heavenly Wave Prefecture killed my ancestor, you should have expected such a thing." You? Yang Qingjian was furious when he heard her words. However, he did not do anything in the end. As the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he was not stupid. Since Tang Xiao dared to enter the Heavenly Wave Mansion and act so arrogantly in front of him, she must have something to rely on. Naturally, it was the purple-clad young man next to her. This purple-clad young man is most likely a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Now, not only did the surrounding people of Skywave Prefecture think so, but even Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Skywave Prefecture, also thought so. If the purple-clad young man was not a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial, how could Tang Xiao be so confident? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were the other 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials and an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the base of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. When they arrived, they learned what had happened from a group of people from Skywave Prefecture. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Sir! At this moment, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at Duanling Tian and asked sincerely, "May I know what benefits the Tang sect has promised you for helping them?" "I, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, am willing to promise you that no matter what benefits the Tang sect promised you, the Heavenly Wave Mansion will pay you double. I only hope that you won't interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and the Tang sect." It was obvious Yang Qingjian thought Duanling Tian was an external help from the Tang sect. At this moment, everyone, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, thought Duanling Tian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, if they used their divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian, it would only take them a short time to discover Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial. Chapter 2549. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was the pinnacle of the mundane realm. In the eyes of the mundane realm, nine-tribulation bodiless celestials were invincible. They were like gods. Nine-tribulation bodiless celestials were not to be humiliated. This was the law of the mundane realm. No one dared to probe a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial with their divine consciousness since they would offend them. Even two nine-tribulation bodiless celestials would not probe each other with their divine consciousness unless it was necessary. For this reason, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the others from the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not dare to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness since they were afraid of angering Duanling Tian. "Do you think that the Tang sect promised me something in return for my help, and that's why I came here with Tang Xiao Xiao?" Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Yang Qingjian's words. "Is that not the case?" Yang Qingjian had an ominous feeling when he saw Duanling Tian's reaction. However, he could not figure it out. It had been many years since Tang sect had a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they did not promise Duanling Tian something, why would Duanling Tian come with them and interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and Tang sect? "Ask your nine-tribulation bodiless celestial to come out." Duanling Tian did not answer Yang Qingjian's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Yang Qingjian to summon the old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture. Gasp! Yang Qingjian inhaled sharply when he saw Duanling Tian's fearless attitude. He had a feeling Duanling Tian was up to no good. He quickly crushed a communication jade token to inform the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Yang Qingjian crushed the communication jade token, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to the northeast of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. At this very moment, he could faintly sense a powerful aura rising from there. Moreover, it was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Although I don't know the nine-tribulation bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of them. Just as Duanling Tian looked towards the northeast, an old but vigorous voice sounded from that direction. "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" Whoosh! Almost at the same time as the old yet vigorous voice sounded, an old and elderly figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Ancestor. The group of bodiless celestials led by Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, bowed to the newcomer. Ancestor? Those from the Skywave Prefecture who had only heard of the old man but had never seen him before also came to their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man was the guardian of Heavenly Wave Mansion, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. The nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He nodded at the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion before he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian. The old man and Duanling Tian stood facing each other. All of a sudden, all the people from Skywave Prefecture held their breaths. After all, both of them were nine-tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. "There's no need for a dead man to know my name." The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duanling Tian would reveal his background when the old ancestor of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial asked him about it. The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion were shocked when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Even if Duanling Tian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no need for him to be so arrogant. After all, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is also a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Dead man? Me. The old man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he sneered and said, "Sir, I know all the powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm. Even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yen Huang realm, the Gong Sun clan, doesn't dare to say he's capable of killing me. However, based on your words, it seems like you're confident you can kill me." The sneer on the old man's face deepened. How naive! Does he really think the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is a pushover? We're both 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Does he really think he's invincible? Soon after, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was arrogant. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an arrogant and conceited person. Humph! Faced with the old man's sneer and the mockery from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath. He merely snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, he made his move as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Another series of rapid and ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. The energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed before it broke out of his body and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that condensed into a sword formation. Moreover, it brought out more than 10 afterimages as it charged toward the old man. This time, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. Apart from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the technique granted to him by the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords were the profundity of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Its power is only comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. The 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, smirked disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian's sword formation had yet to merge with the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. However, the sneer on his face froze in just a blink of an eye. This was because Duan Lingtian's sword formation had merged with the dozen or so afterimages behind it, causing an even more terrifying energy to erupt. Before the power even got close to him, he already felt like he was suffocating. How's this possible? The disdain in the eyes of the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was replaced by fear and panic. At the same time, he took out a 7-foot-long spear and thrust it forward with a swoosh. A celestial supreme treasure? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, he did not care much about it. Submission of all soldiers. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a mysterious aura from the sword formation that was charging toward the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion and snatched the Celestial Supreme Treasure from the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. What's going on? The 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was shocked when he was injured and his Celestial Supreme Treasure was snatched away. He did not expect this. His Celestial Supreme Treasure would be snatched away so easily. Who on earth was this purple-clad young man? What kind of skill did he use? Bang, 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 bang. A 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial was, after all, a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. He quickly recovered from the shock of losing his Celestial Supreme Treasure. He opened his hands and a 7-foot-long spear formed by his strength appeared. It continued to pierce the void and meet the sword formation. Chi, 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 chi. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's sword formation or the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, they left terrifying cracks in the void when they moved. It was as though the cracks in the void were serpents. However, compared to the void cracks created by the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, the void cracks created by Duan Lingtian's sword formation were narrower and more ferocious. In fact, they were twice as long as the void cracks created by the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sword formation had met the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. Without any pause, Duan Lingtian's sword formation defeated the attack of the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion with just one strike. The sword formation enveloped the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion and drowned him like a flood. No! Before he died, the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion could only let out a mournful cry. Boom! 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 At the same time, the aftershock of the battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion began to wreak havoc in the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion had been turned upside down. In just a blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion had been turned into ruins. Not only that, some of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were injured and sent flying. Even some of the stronger cultivators were retreating far away as if they were avoiding the god of pestilence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the aftershock of the battle dissipated, only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Everyone present finally saw the situation in front of them. Not far away, a purple figure stood there. He was like a god. Invincible. However, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura was gone. Old ancestor. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, cried out in grief. Surprisingly, he was holding a shattered soul orb in his hand. Old ancestor. He's dead. Another 8 Tribulation individual celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture also cried out in grief. At the same time, he informed the others of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. Chapter 2550. The old ancestor is dead? This isn't a dream, right? No, it's not a dream. It's real. It's real. Heavens! The old ancestor was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, but he was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye? When the group of people from Skywave Prefecture came back to their senses, they were also shocked out of their wits. They felt like they were in a dream. The old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. A 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial was one of the strongest beings in the mundane realm. However, in just a blink of an eye, their old ancestor, a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, had died. Is he even human? How could a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial kill our old ancestor so easily? Is he really a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? More and more people from Heavenly Wave Mansion shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock. Naturally, most of them were filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was inconceivable to them. If their Supreme Elder, an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, did not say anything, they would not have believed that their old ancestor, a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, had died just like that. In fact, before this, in their eyes, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was like a god to them. The ancestor of Heavenly Wave Prefecture was a godlike existence, the guardian of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. They had never thought that someone could kill the ancestor of their Skywave Prefecture. Whoosh! The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, knelt in the direction of the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang's sect was located. Old ancestor, did you see that? The old man who killed you is dead. You should be able to rest in peace now. Tang Xiao muttered to herself. Unknowingly, her beautiful cheeks were once again stained with tears. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Duan Lingtian sighed and consoled her. All right. Tang Xiao nodded and stood up. Let's go. After standing up, Tang Xiao greeted Duan Lingtian and planned to leave with Duan Lingtian. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He couldn't help glancing at the people from Skywave Prefecture. As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, all of them turned pale when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This purple-clad young man could even kill a 9 Tribulation scattered celestial ancestor of the Skywave Prefecture. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as cutting chives? Even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the Supreme Elder, an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They had already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Killing a 9 Tribulation loose immortal was like killing a chicken. It would be as easy as stepping on a group of ants for him to kill them. Since the culprit is dead, we'll let them go as long as they don't stop us from leaving, Tang Xiaoxiao said. She was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. Now that she saw the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looking at Duan Lingtian in a panic, she was even less interested in attacking them. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Tang Xiaoxiao's decision. However, even if Duan Lingtian did not plan to eliminate the root of the problem, he did not want to bring disaster to the Tang sect because of his actions today. After all, Tang sect only had 1 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial while Skywave Prefecture had 2 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Even if it was difficult for Skywave Prefecture to annihilate Tang sect, they would still bring trouble to Tang sect. If the Heavenly Wave Mansion dares to harbor ill intentions toward the Tang sect again, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely return to the Heavenly Wave Mansion and annihilate all of you. Duan Lingtian threatened Yang Qingjian as he looked at Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. Although Yang Qingjian felt humiliated by Duan Lingtian's threat, he gritted his teeth and nodded obediently. The situation was not in his favor. The purple-clad young man was able to kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How could he destroy Skywave Prefecture? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he did not intend to cause trouble for Skywave Prefecture. If that was the case, why would he not agree to it? As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, they did not dare to make a sound. In fact, they sighed in relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, nodding obediently, he turned to look at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, "Let's go." Then, both of them left the Skywave Prefecture's estate. It was not until Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's silhouettes disappeared that the people from Skywave Prefecture finally caught their breaths. Mansion Master, who's that person? He managed to snatch our ancestor's celestial supreme treasure, and killed our ancestor in just a blink of an eye. The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture, an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, looked at Yang Qingjian warily. Naturally, the Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture was wary of Duan Lingtian. I don't know. Yang Qingjian shook his head. His eyes were red as he said in a deep voice, according to him, his name is Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm before. As the ancestor said, even the strongest 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in Yanhuang realm, the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, the Gongsun clan, might not be able to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill him. As he spoke, Yang Qingjian's voice began to tremble slightly. The strength of the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, terrified him. He did not even dare to think about revenge. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture muttered under his breath. Upon hearing Yang Qingjian's words, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, an 8th Tribulation individual celestial, muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at the people present and asked, "Have any of you heard of this name? Has anyone heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm?" The people from Skywave Prefecture shook their heads immediately. After all, the people from Skywave Prefecture who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone had yet to return. Otherwise, they would have connected the Duan Lingtian who had just killed their Supreme Elder with the Duan Lingtian who was famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, both Duan Lingtian were sword cultivators, and their techniques were the same. Now, all of you must swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. At the same time, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, swept his gaze across the group of people from Heavenly Wave Mansion and said in a deep voice, "The lightning penalty oath states that whoever dares to spread word of what happened today will be killed by the lightning penalty oath." Yang Qingjian's tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He did this because he didn't want the news of the ancestor's death to spread out. After all, The Skywave Prefecture's current status was due to their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If news of this spread, it would not affect the Skywave Prefecture in the short term. However, in the long run, they would fall to the level of a first-rate force like the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect could barely be considered to be in the first echelon in Yanhuang realm, it was at the bottom of the first echelon of all the forces in the first echelon. Boom, 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 boom. On this day, the inner mansion of Skywave Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement because of the continuous thunder roaring from the horizon. It lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually died down. However, no matter how Yang Qingjian thought about it, he would never have guessed that before he asked everyone present to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what had happened today. Several people had already secretly spread the news through communication jade slips. It could be said that there were still a lot of fish that had escaped the net, who were not present at the scene. By the time Yang Qingjian received the news, half a month had already passed. It was already too late. The old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by a purple-clad young man in front of a group of people, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. The purple-clad young man called himself Duan Ling Tian. It's said that Duan Ling Tian is a helper hired by the Tang sect. He's with Tang Xiao Xiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tang sect. Perhaps, he's even stronger than the person from the Gong Sun family. The person from the Gong Sun clan is widely acknowledged as the strongest 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, even he might not be able to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in just a blink of an eye. It's said that Duan Ling Tian has a very strange technique. The sword formation he casts can even snatch celestial supreme treasures from other people. I've heard about it as well. It's because of this technique that he was able to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture. The rumor of Duan Ling Tian killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy before it spread to the other galaxies as well. When the news reached the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang sect was located, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, was shocked. That Duan Ling Tian actually killed that old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Even Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect who had seen many storms in his life, could not help but blurt out in shock. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. Xiao Xiao, you've made an amazing friend. Chapter 2551. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that half a month after he left the Heavenly Wave Mansion's Heavenly Wave Galaxy, his name had spread to the galaxies around the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In fact, the news was still spreading and spreading out. And all of this was because what he had done was too shocking. In the history of Yanhuang realm, there were many 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who died before they ascended to the Devata realms. However, most of them were killed by the heavenly tribulation lightning while they were undergoing their heavenly tribulation. Very few 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by others. Even if there were, the ones who killed them were celestials who had returned to the mundane realms from the Devata realms. Such cases were rare in the history of Yanhuang realm. This was because celestials could not return to the mundane realms. Those who could return to the mundane realms were unwilling to do so because they did not want to be tainted by the mundane karma of the mundane realms. For this reason, it was rare for a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to be killed in the mundane realms. For this reason, news of Duan Ling Tian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth. It was out of control. Simply because everyone felt that this was a rare thing. A shocking and inconceivable thing. Duan Ling Tian? Sword formation? Snatching someone's celestial supreme treasure? Some people from Yanhuang realm who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone found out about the young man who had killed the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion familiar. When they inquired further and found out that the young man was wearing purple clothes, had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome, they confirmed it. Duan Ling Tian was the one who had killed an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure outside the treasure vault of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's him. I can't believe it's him. He actually came to Yen Huang realm? Are you sure it's not the woman next to him? Did he kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial himself? I think he did it himself. Oh my god. I thought only the woman next to him could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it seems like even he can easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It said that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was killed by him. I heard that too. It is said that he snatched the celestial supreme treasure of the heavenly wave prefecture's 9 tribulation scattered celestial and killed him. Even if he's only an eminent celestial and his strength is only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, those 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who can't use their celestial supreme treasures are no match for him. After confirming that the person who killed the old ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion was Duanling Tian from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the people who had just come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not help but feel shocked. Meanwhile, more and more people in Yen Huang realm learned about Duanling Tian's background. Duanling Tian was not from Yen Huang realm. Instead, he came from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. Moreover, Duanling Tian was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone a celestial. He was only an eminent celestial. Moreover, the woman next to Duanling Tian was suspected to be his wife. Her strength was comparable to a celestial, and she could easily kill 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures. When the news about Duanling Tian spread in Yen Huang realm, the cultivators in Yen Huang realm were shocked. Heavens! How can there be such a monster in this world? A person from a small mundane realm is capable of displaying such terrifying strength with just the cultivation base of an eminent celestial. In the history of Yen Huang realm, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying eminent celestial before, right? I can't believe he's only an eminent celestial. Have you heard? There's a woman next to him. She easily killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He's only an eminent celestial, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. It seems like it has something to do with the woman beside him. I remember the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duanling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's only an eminent celestial. If Duanling Tian uses his soul attack, he should be able to kill Duanling Tian. Similar discussions continued to spread in various galaxies in Yen Huang realm. It did not take long for the news to spread to the galaxy ruled by the Celestial Masters sect. Duanling Tian killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion? Xueqi, one of Duanling Tian's friends in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was shocked when he heard about this. Xueqi, it's your fortune to know him. The person who brought the news to Xueqi was Xueqi, the right guardian of the Celestial Master sect. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Xueqi. Although he had witnessed Duanling Tian killing Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of Dharma in the Celestial Master sect, he had thought Duanling Tian's strength was only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that Duanling Tian had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion in just a blink of an eye. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion is not as strong as the old ancestor of the Celestial Master sect, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? Xueqi thought to himself as he shuddered in fear. It is indeed my good fortune. Upon hearing Xueqi's words, Xueqi nodded his head in agreement. He felt that he was extremely lucky to be able to befriend someone like Duanling Tian. He believed, now that Duanling Tian's reputation had spread, even the great ancestor of the Celestial Master sect would pay special attention to Xueqi. And all of this was because he was a friend of the Duanling Tian, and someone that the Duanling Tian had promised to protect. When he was separated from Duanling Tian, the Duanling Tian had expressed his stance in front of the right protector. Not long after, reality proved that Xueqi was right. Not only did Duanling Tian attract the attention of the old ancestor of the Celestial Master sect, but the Celestial Master sect even gave him all the divine abilities and celestial methods in the Devata realms. Naturally, this was all in the future. However, it's just as they said. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He's a bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks as he pleases. As long as he uses soul attacks, Duan Ling Tian, who's only an eminent celestial, won't be able to withstand it, right? Shi Zhong muttered to himself. Perhaps, he doesn't know Duan Ling Tian is an eminent celestial? Zhang Yi speculated. Zhang Yi was right. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, had also received news about Duan Ling Tian. What? He's only an eminent celestial? When Yang Qingjian found out Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, he was so angry that he nearly fainted. If he knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. After all, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, he would have killed Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. Who would have thought Duan Ling Tian is only an eminent celestial at that time? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion said with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, let alone Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion felt wronged. When the news spread throughout Skywave Prefecture, everyone in the prefecture felt aggrieved. Duan Ling Tian is only an eminent celestial? The old ancestor died unjustly. He died unjustly. The Heavenly Wave Mansion was filled with mourning. Previously, they had thought Duan Ling Tian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a mysterious technique that allowed him to snatch celestial supreme treasures away from the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although they were angry and helpless, they could only accept it. After all, Duan Ling Tian was indeed stronger than the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, now that they knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were unwilling to accept this. None of them were willing to accept this. While the Heavenly Wave Mansion was in an uproar, everyone felt wronged. Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone with Tang Xiao Xiao. Through the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, they had returned to his hometown, the Saint Province Realm. After returning to the Saint Province Realm, Duan Ling Tian first inquired about the current situation in the Saint Province Realm. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out the devil clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time for the devil clans to return to the land of exile. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were cold as he hovered in the air above Sin City in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he made a timely announcement to the city of Sin, as well as all the humans and demons around the city of Sin. I, Duan Ling Tian, will battle the strongest devil clans in a month's time 1,000 miles north of Sin City. Chapter 2552. Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread to the city of Sin and into the ears of the humans and demons around the city of Sin. It was like thunder in their ears. After a brief moment of silence, the humans who heard Duan Ling Tian's voice broke out in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian is going to make a move. He's finally going to make a move. There's no difference between him making a move and his wife making a move. After Duan Ling Tian's wife killed the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to make a move to expel the devils from the land of exile. I didn't expect them to finally make a move. The patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't manage to expel the devils. There must be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Of course. I've heard from some devils that there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. What kind of era are we in? Not only are there monsters like Duan Ling Tian and his wife, but there are also 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons and devils. Duan Ling Tian wants to fight the strongest devil in the devil clans? In my opinion, he's helping his wife arrange this battle. That's most likely the case. I have a friend who's a member of the dragons. He said Duanling Tian isn't strong enough to defeat the patriarch of the dragons. It's only because of his wife that the patriarch of the dragons died. When the humans heard Duanling Tian's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. The battle between Duanling Tian and the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil Clans was between his wife and the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil Clans. And the reason why they thought so was naturally because of the strength that Duanling Tian's wife displayed when she killed the dragon's patriarch, which gave them a preconceived notion. What they didn't know was that Duanling Tian's wife had already left the Saint Province realm. She wouldn't be back for at least 1,000 years. Oh my god! It's that Duanling Tian. When the demons heard Duanling Tian's voice, their expressions changed. They had all heard of the strength of Duanling Tian's wife. They knew that she could instantly kill the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial Dragons clan leader. The strongest expert of the Devil Clan was only a 9th Tribulation Scattered Immortal like the leader of the dragons. Duanling Tian's wife. Is she finally going to make a move? I've always been worried about the arrival of this day. But has this day finally arrived? When news of Duanling Tian's wife killing the leader of the dragons clan leader spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the Devil Clans did not believe it. However, after some verification, they had no choice but to believe it. At that time, all the Devil Clans knew that there was a 9th Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the Saint Province realm, there was someone who was stronger than a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Moreover, she was the wife of a famous person in the Saint Province realm, Duanling Tian. She had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan who was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial with ease. If Duanling Tian's wife attacks us, how are we going to defend ourselves? Even the strongest devil in the Devil Clans wouldn't be a match for Duanling Tian's wife, right? At that time, the Devil Clans fell into a state of panic. There were even some cowardly demons who returned to their hometown, the Banished Realm, which was also known as the Land of Exile by the people in the Sanctuary Realm. Of course, most of the devil race still had hopes of getting lucky and stayed behind. Compared to the Land of Exile, the Saint Province realm was like heaven to them. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy abundant, but it was also rich in cultivation resources. They were reluctant to leave. Most importantly, the strongest devil clans in the Saint Province realm did not say anything. For this reason, the Devil Clans could only stay in the Saint Province realm in fear. At this point, they had completely forgotten about Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian's wife. However, today, Duanling Tian had suddenly appeared and announced that he would challenge the strongest powerhouse in the Devil Clans to a duel in a month's time. This made them feel a sense of crisis. They felt the strongest devil in the Saint Province realm was going to die. After all, Duanling Tian's wife was someone who could kill the patriarch of the dragons in just a second. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Half a month later, in the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures, whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, nothing would remain intact. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, all of you are here for the battle between Duanling Tian and Master Wu Ji, right? One of the middle-aged men dressed in green asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he was trying to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes, that's right. That's the reason we're here. The other 6 people nodded in agreement when they heard the middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Immediately after, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, The cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and powder that filled the sky. Then, it fell down and fell into the ice water that had appeared in the gap on the glacier. The ice shards continued to fall into the icy water, splashing everywhere. "All of you, why are you looking for me?" An indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, but no one knew where it had come from. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. "Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji!" After the 7 people's bodies trembled, they recovered at the first moment. They respectfully bowed to the old man who seemed to appear out of thin air not far away. If someone from the devil clans who knew the 7 of them were here, they would be shocked to see the 7 of them. This was because the 7 of them were considered overlords in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duanling Tian? He's going to challenge me in 2 weeks? After learning about Duanling Tian's challenge from the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerables from the devil clans, the expression on the old man's face darkened immediately. Did he say that it was him or his wife who wanted to challenge me? The old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 7 people in front of him. In his opinion, Master Wu Ji was not an exception. Duanling Tian challenging him to a battle and Duanling Tian's wife challenging him to a battle were 2 completely different concepts. He had investigated the incident that happened in the Dragon Clan. With Duanling Tian's strength, the most he could do was fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw. However, Duanling Tian's wife had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan with just a wave of her hand. If his opponent was Duanling Tian, he was confident he could fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw since his strength was not inferior to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, if his opponent was Duanling Tian's wife, he was not confident he could survive. After all, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan who was as strong as him had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He said he wants to challenge you, Master Wu Ji. However, he didn't say he won't let his wife interfere. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said. The other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials nodded in agreement. "What do all of you think about this?" the old man asked as he looked at the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although he was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans and the strongest person in the devil clans, he usually did not meddle in the affairs of the devil clans. He only focused on his closed-door cultivation as he waited for the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He would only make a move when the devil clans required his help. In his opinion, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm. "We can't say for sure. It's all up to you, Master Wu Ji. After all, if Duanling Tian's wife is here and wants to attack you, Master Limitless, you'll be in a very dangerous situation." An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said. "That's right." Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial agreed. "If you accept the challenge, your life will be in danger. I don't know what all of you think, but I don't want you to take the risk." Chapter 2553. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under the anticipation of all the humans and saint beasts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the day that Duanling Tian had announced a month ago finally arrived. Early in the morning, a group of humans and devils gathered 1,000 miles north of Sin City in the central province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Generally speaking, wherever a large number of humans and demons gathered, a bloody battle would break out. However, on this day, the humans and demons seemed to have come to an agreement beforehand. They stood on opposite sides of each other in peace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the sound of wind whistling, more humans and demons arrived. Moreover, after these humans and demons arrived, they all entered their own camps. The human camp and the devil clans stood on opposite sides of each other. It was as though they were facing off against each other. Time continued to pass by. When it was almost noon, the number of people had dwindled. At this moment, the number of humans and devils present had reached a terrifying number. From afar, it was as though the number of people was endless. Why isn't he here yet? What's the rush? Duan Tian only said he's going to fight the strongest devil clans today, but he didn't say when he's going to come. It's only been half a day. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Are you worried that Duan Tian won't come? Don't forget that he's the one who initiated the battle today. I heard that Duan Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he can't defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, it's still impossible for the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to defeat him. That's right. With Duan Tian's strength, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would at most come to a draw with Duan Tian. In the human camp, a group of people whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. The topic of their discussion was naturally one of the main characters today, Duan Tian. He was also a powerhouse among the humans. The news of Duan Tian coming to a draw with the clan leader of the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had long spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, these humans knew Duan Tian's strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. Humph. So what if Duan Tian and that 9th tribulation loose immortal of the devil clan are evenly matched? Don't forget that his wife is someone who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very quickly, someone snorted and said. His words immediately resonated strongly with the group of humans. That's right. Duan Tian's wife was someone who could kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal in a second. As long as she takes action today, the strongest expert of the devil clan, even if he is a 9th tribulation loose immortal, will definitely die. I'm just worried that the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan won't dare to show up. After all, he must have heard of Duan Tian's wife's strength. If that's the case, not only will the devil clan be humiliated today, but they'll also be facing a calamity. After all, Duan Tian has said a month ago that if the strongest expert of the devil clan doesn't show up, he'll annihilate all the devils. How domineering! How domineering! The group of humans present on the scene could not help but feel proud when they talked about this. After all, Duan Tian was a powerhouse among the humans. He was the pride of the humans. At the same time, he was also the hope of the humans to defeat the devil clans and drive them back to the land of exile. However, I really didn't expect that Duan Tian, who gradually rose to fame in the Zoroastrianism, would have such accomplishments today. That's right. At that time, I thought it was already shocking for someone who came from the lower province to the upper province to make such a name for himself. But now, it seems like we've all underestimated him. Who would have thought that a young man from the lower province would have such incredible accomplishments when he's not even 100 years old? No matter what, it's our fortune to have him. Indeed. At the same time, many people could not help but exclaim when they recalled Duan Tian's past. After all, it could be said that they had witnessed Duan Tian's growth step by step until today. This time, as long as Duan Tian manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, his name will go down in history and he'll become a legend like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. No! If he manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, he'll become a legend even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, not only is his strength on par with Feng Qingyang, but he has also made great contributions to the human race. That's right. His contributions to the human race are incomparable to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Tian and his wife driving the devil clans back to the land of exile. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the human race, the devil clans were deathly silent. All the devils had gloomy expressions on their faces. Do you think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans will really come? A devil with a minotaur head and a human body asked the people around him. It's hard to say. If I were him, I don't think I'd come. After all, he might be able to deal with Duan Tian, but Duan Lingtian's wife can easily kill him. It's normal for him not to come since he knows he's going to die. However, I still hope he'll come. After all, if he doesn't come today, Duan Lingtian will definitely kill us. I hope he'll come as well. There are two reasons why I'm still here and didn't return to the land of exile. Firstly, I hope he'll come. Secondly, I don't think Duan Lingtian will let me go even if I return to the land of exile. That's right. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, if they want to kill us, it doesn't matter if we stay in the Saint Province realm or return to the land of exile. Most of the devils present on the scene did not think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come to the land of exile with Duan Lingtian. However, they could not help but look forward to seeing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the land of exile. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come and protect them. Now, the majority of the devil race were looking forward to the arrival of the strongest expert of the devil race. At the same time, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that the strongest expert of the devil race would not come. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial did not come, their deaths would be certain. However, there were a small number of demons who were very calm. Almost all of these devils belonged to the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace and a friend of Duan Lingtian from the human devil clan, was present as well. Now, his eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. It's a pity Sister Wen Jing isn't coming. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he thought about the woman who was unwilling to come. Naturally, he knew why the woman was unwilling to come. After all, it was unlikely that Duan Lingtian would be alone in his battle with the devil clan's strongest powerhouse. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master. Is he finally going to appear? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was also present. His eyes were filled with anticipation as well. He was eager to see his master, Duan Lingtian. Many people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were also present. He's here. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, which suppressed the hubbub of humans and demons at present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, waves of swift wind whistling sounds were also transmitted from afar. It was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to involuntarily look towards the source of the sound. The sound came from the north. In the north, a total of 8 figures were approaching at an insane speed. Of course, with their speed, only a few powerful bodiless celestials could vaguely catch sight of them. Master Wu Ji is here. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed in surprise. It's Master Wu Ji. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed excitedly. Master Wu Ji. Many devils were confused when they heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. However, after a while, they learned who Wu Ji was from some of the bodiless celestials. Master Wu Ji is the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. He's here. Like I said, we demons are indomitable. How could the strongest demon of our race admit defeat so easily? At the same time, the group of demon race cultivators' eyes lit up with excitement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A total of 8 figures appeared between the human clan and the demon clan like ghosts, appearing before everyone's eyes. These 8 people were led by an old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, at this moment, this ordinary-looking old man had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This old man is the strongest person in the devil clans? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Although the humans present on the scene were confident in Duan Lingtian and his wife, they could not help but gasp when they saw the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at the old man. After all, Duan Lingtian had not arrived yet. If this old man were to suddenly go crazy and attack them, all of them would definitely die without a burial ground. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? I hope this 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Lingtian's challenge. Duan Lingtian, hurry up and come. Chapter 2554. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. Just as all of the humans present were feeling extremely anxious, the devilish beings present all bowed respectfully toward the elderly man who was the leader of the group of 8. This was the first time most of them had seen the old man. Although it was their first time seeing the old man, they could not help but feel a sense of awe when they learned about his identity. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it took him a lot of courage to come here today. After all, not only did he have to face Duan Lingtian, but he also had to face Duan Lingtian's wife who was terrifyingly strong. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. When the group of devil clan members greeted the old man respectfully, it was especially ear-piercing when it reached the ears of the humans present. Moreover, it caused them to become even more anxious. After all, they did not know if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would choose to fight to the death. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. Just as the group of humans were getting more and more anxious, someone among the group of humans yelled. The eyes of the humans lit up immediately as they looked left and right in an attempt to find Duan Lingtian. Over there. I see it. It's Duan Lingtian. Soon after, the humans saw 2 figures. In the west, 2 figures were walking side by side in the air. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He was tall and handsome, and he was no stranger to them. More than 90% of them had seen the purple-clad young man's portrait before. Duan Lingtian. When the group of humans locked their gazes on the purple-clad young man and confirmed his identity, they could not help but reveal a hint of excitement. She's Duan Lingtian's wife? She must be. There's only a woman by his side. Who else could it be if she's not his wife? Soon after, their eyes fell on the beautiful figure standing next to Duan Lingtian. They thought she was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. However, was the woman by Duan Lingtian's side his wife? The answer was naturally no. The person who had killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. On the other hand, Ker was no longer in the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm, or even the Devata realms. Ker was currently in the world of divine offering, and would not be able to leave within the next 1,000 years. I've long heard from the dragons that the Duan Lingtian's wife is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. She is indeed a peerless beauty. I'm afraid only a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of such a beauty. At the very least, that's the case in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Some of them even mistook her for Ker, Duan Lingtian's wife. Although the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was peerless and beautiful, she was not his wife, Ker. Instead, she was Tang Xiao Xiao, a disciple of Tang sect who had returned from Yanhuang realm with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao Xiao walked side by side. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the group of humans and devils. He's the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the leader of the 8 people hovering in the air between the group of humans and devils. He could vaguely guess the leader's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers around him confirming his guess. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao Xiao arrived at the empty space between the group of humans and devils. They stood opposite the 8 people led by the strongest devil from the devil clans. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest devil from the devil clans, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans, had his eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. Now that Duan Lingtian was close to him, he could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the old man's question. A month ago, you said you wanted to challenge me to a duel. I wonder if you're going to fight me or ask your wife to do it. The old man asked bluntly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Xiao Xiao who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he only glanced at Tang Xiao Xiao for a moment before he retracted his gaze. The reason he did this was because he was afraid he would anger Duan Ling Tian's wife if he glanced at her too much, and he would be killed. He knew his own strength. He was not a match for Duan Ling Tian's wife at all. Before he came here, he had already discussed this with the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans. If Duan Ling Tian personally challenged him to a duel, he would accept the challenge and fight with Duan Ling Tian even if it was a draw. However, if Duan Ling Tian's wife challenged him to a duel, he would immediately admit defeat. Apart from that, he would also promise to lead all the devils out of the Saint Province realm to the exiled realm. This way, he would be able to save his life and save the devil clans from a calamity. My wife. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. When the humans and devils heard the old man's words, they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they were curious about how Duan Ling Tian would respond to the old man. The humans, naturally, hoped Duan Ling Tian would ask his wife to fight. The devils, naturally, hoped that Duan Ling Tian would personally make a move. That doesn't seem to be Brother Ling Tian's wife, right? Huang Qi Ling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned when he saw the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian. This was because he had seen Duan Ling Tian's wife before. Duan Ling Tian's wife did not look like this. Although this black-clothed woman had a peerless appearance that wasn't much inferior to Duan Ling Tian's wife, she was extremely beautiful. She was not Duan Ling Tian's wife. What's going on? Huang Qiling was dumbfounded. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the other human devils who had seen Duan Ling Tian's wife, Kerr, were dumbfounded. The black-clad woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian was not his wife who had killed the patriarch of the dragons. After all, they had seen Duan Ling Tian's wife before. Your wife has the strength to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer a secret in the Saint Province realm. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said confidently, if you ask your wife to make a move today, I'll admit defeat. Moreover, I'll take the devils and leave the Saint Province realm with me and return to the realm of exile. If you fight, I'll fight you as well. Even if we end up in a draw, I'll still bring all the members of the devil clans back to the exiled realm. Naturally, I'll only do this for your wife's sake. The old man's words revealed another piece of information. The devil clans can leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm, but it's only for the sake of Duan Ling Tian's wife, not Duan Ling Tian. Ha ha ha. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? The old man frowned. I'm laughing at you. You've never met my wife, and yet, you treat everyone as my wife. Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing and said indifferently, this person next to me is my friend, not my wife. My wife has already left the mundane realm. She won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard this. Kerr. Would they really have to wait for 1,000 years before they could meet again? What? She's not your wife. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he could not help but lose his composure when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Tang Xiao Zhao's cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. As expected, she's not your wife. At this moment, the old man was certain. Previously, the old man had thought Tang Xiao Xiao was Duan Ling Tian's wife who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, so he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to investigate her. However, now that he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness to verify Duan Ling Tian's words. If your wife is really not in the mundane realm and won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian was deliberately deceiving him with his earlier words. Are you so confident that I won't be able to defeat you? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian suddenly smiled brightly. Tang Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, could not help but sneer when she heard the old man's words. She mocked the old man for being too arrogant. What? This black-clad woman isn't Duan Ling Tian's wife. How's that possible? If she's not his wife, then who is she? If she's not his wife, why would he bring her here? The humans present on the scene had been waiting for Duan Lingtian's wife to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. However, Duan Lingtian had said, Duan Lingtian, the devil clans are here. Chapter 2555. Moreover, Duan Lingtian said his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm? Many people's faces turned pale when they recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He must be joking. I think he's joking as well. Even if his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. He shouldn't have said that, right? That's right. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. After a few moments, the expressions of many people calmed down. They thought Duan Lingtian was joking. Joking? Do you think it's necessary for him to make such a joke? I don't think it's necessary for him to make such a joke. Since he has said so, I'm sure he believes Duan Lingtian as well. Many people from the human devil clan had met Duan Lingtian in the Debussy subterranean, so they believed Duan Lingtian was strong enough to defeat him. Did you just say I'm not qualified for you to use your celestial supreme treasure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans asked in a low voice. His expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. What? You're a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but you're so old. Are you deaf? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Good. Very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without using your celestial supreme treasure. The old man was infuriated by Duan Lingtian, and his expression changed rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in when he suddenly shouted out. Bang! His body swayed as he stomped his feet in the air, leaving a huge hole in the void. As soon as the huge pit appeared, it was torn apart again, pulling out a hideous and terrifying void crack. Boom! 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 When the old man rushed out, his entire body seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Everywhere it passed, the void would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would rise and fall continuously. Countless cracks in the void would also be torn open, looking particularly ferocious. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Bang! A moment later, the old man was already not far away from Duan Lingtian. With a shake of his arms, a vast and boundless power seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. His domineering aura caused people to involuntarily feel fear. That's all you got? Just as the old man attacked with all his might like a ferocious beast pouncing towards Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of mockery. Your strength is only comparable to that of the former leader of the dragons. It seems that I have overestimated you. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Shameless boasting. The old man shouted coldly. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. You'll know whether I'm shameless boasting or not soon enough. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as before. However, when he spoke again, he made a move. Whoosh! When he raised his hand, his back was slightly bent into the shape of a bow. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and his arm shot out like a dragon in the direction where the old man was charging towards. In the next moment, whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian's arm shot out like a dragon, dazzling white lights shot out from his open palm. They were all condensed sword lights. These sword rays whistled out from Duan Lingtian's palm. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into thousands of sword rays. In the next moment, these thousands of sword rays turned into tens of thousands of sword rays and formed a mysterious sword formation. Whoosh! 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 After the sword formation was formed, it shot out without any hesitation, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Boom! When the afterimages of the sword formation merged with the sword formation shone brightly as an even more powerful aura surged out from it. How's this possible? At this moment, the old man who was charging towards Duanling Tian could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under normal circumstances, only a golden celestial from the Devata realms would be able to unleash such power. Boom! The old man's expression changed drastically as his body swelled up like a balloon before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, one could vaguely see bits and pieces of golden light twinkling. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Duanling Tian's sword formation easily destroyed the old man's all-out attack that seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. Apart from that, it also destroyed the cloud of blood mist that the old man had turned into. Chapter 2556. Although Duanling Tian did not use his celestial supreme treasure, he was still able to defeat Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's strength was extremely fast. However, with his current strength, even without using his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had mastered, was not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. It was one of the most powerful offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. After using this ability, his attack power would increase by an entire 3 levels compared to before using this ability. Swoosh! 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 Without using his celestial sword, Duanling Tian's sword formation was comparable to the attack of the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms was much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. No matter how weak a golden celestial was, he was still a golden celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial's strength was only comparable to a peak heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. The weakest golden celestial was not comparable to the strongest heavenly celestial. For this reason, apart from Duanling Tian and his opponent, only the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans could clearly see the sword formation that Duanling Tian had cast. As for the others, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. How's this possible? He doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, but he's still so strong? He easily defeated Limitless Master's full-powered attack, and even forced Limitless Master to use the demonic blood escape? Heavens! What kind of monster is Duanling Tian? I thought he had to use a celestial supreme treasure to fight the Patriarch of the Dragons to a draw? Based on his strength, he should be able to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure, right? He's pretending to be weak all this while? The 7/8 tribulation loose celestials of the Devil Clan were shocked because they had vaguely seen Duanling Tian's means. It took them a long time to calm down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Duanling Tian had such strength. With the strength that he has displayed so far, even if he is not as strong as his wife, he is not much weaker, right? This Duanling Tian and his wife. Where did they come from? How could someone from the Debussy subterranean in the sanctuary realm achieve such heaven-defying achievements in less than 100 years? The 7/8 tribulation loose immortals of the Devil Clan felt it was inconceivable. However, no matter how inconceivable it was, the facts were right in front of them. They had to believe it. I take back what I just said. Your strength is still slightly stronger than that of the Dragon's clan leader. At the very least, if the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader was in his place, he would have died from my earlier attack. When the others regained their senses, Duanling Tian suddenly shifted his gaze to the northeast as though he was talking to the air. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the people present on the scene were shocked to see. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in the area Duanling Tian was looking at. After the blood-red light appeared, it began to boil and churn before it turned into a bloody mist. Then, it shrunk at lightning speed and reverted to a human figure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Master Wu Ji? What's Master Wu Ji doing? The people from the Devil clan were stunned when they saw the familiar figure standing in the northeast. At this moment, the person who appeared in the northeast was none other than the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans. He was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans who had survived Duan Ling Tian's attack. However, the current old man seemed to be much weaker than before. At the very least, he seemed to have aged a lot compared to before. Everyone present on the scene could see this. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan seems to be injured. Moreover, it seems like he's severely injured. What on earth happened just now? Didn't he attack Duan Ling Tian? How did he run so far away in just a blink of an eye? That's right. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, remained motionless on the spot from the beginning until the end. Some of the humans with weaker cultivation bases looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had no idea what had happened earlier. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans present on the scene, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although they could not see what had happened as clearly as the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clan, they could still see what had happened earlier. Not only did Duan Ling Tian have the upper hand in the fight with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, but he had almost killed his opponent. At the critical moment, his opponent seemed to have used some technique to escape. The technique Master Wu Ji used earlier seems to be the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape that no one in the Devil clan has managed to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clans regained his senses and began to recall what he had seen earlier. He could not help but cry out in surprise when he recalled what had happened earlier. Heavenly Devil Blood Escape. Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, the other devils present on the scene were shocked as well. It was not a secret that the Devil clan was skilled in the blood escape technique. Even some demonic cultivators knew how to use the blood escape technique. However, there were different grades of blood escape technique. The Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique was the strongest blood escape technique that the devils in the mundane realms could master. As for the blood escape technique that the devils in the Devata realms mastered, it could only be used in the Devata realms. In the mundane realms, there was no blood escape technique that was comparable to the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique. The Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique did not have a huge side effect. It would only drain 10% of the user's strength in an instant. Moreover, there would be side effects in the user's body, making it impossible for the user to recover his strength in a short time. Generally speaking, unless one's life is in danger, very few people would use the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique. Because once I use this blood escape technique, it means that I won't be able to recover my full strength for a period of time. I didn't expect Master Wu Ji to have cultivated the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique. For him to use the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique at this moment means he's in danger. Danger? Do you mean Duan Ling Tian almost killed Master Wu Ji earlier? That's very likely. The group of devils was shocked by the old man's ability to cultivate the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique. At the same time, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man calmly. Interesting. Now, do you still think that I was boasting shamelessly earlier? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian's wife isn't the only one whose strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. If your attack earlier had been boosted by a celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to use the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique. The old man said. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the instant that the elderly man's voice trailed off, the expressions of all of the devilish beings present changed drastically. Based on Wu Ji's words and the fact that Wu Ji had used the Heavenly Devil Blood Escape technique to escape, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. After all, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duan Ling Tian had yet to use his celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian is really good at hiding his strength. As it turns out, he's not any weaker than his wife. I didn't expect I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to actually possess such a formidable strength. At this time, apart from a few demonic humans, the rest of the demonic humans were very disappointed. They only had one thought left in their minds. They hoped Duan Ling Tian would let them go. Based on the current situation, the devil clans had been utterly defeated. There was no way they would be able to turn the situation around. In contrast to the disappointment of the devilish beings, all of the humans present wore excited looks on their faces. Heavens! As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong. Based on what the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said, Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to Duan Ling Tian's wife. That seems to be the case. At the very least, he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian didn't even use his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would be even stronger. To think that I thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. It seems like I've underestimated him. You're not the only one who underestimated him. All of us underestimated him as well. When the humans present on the scene recalled how they had thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant, they felt their faces burning. Reality had given them a slap in the face. This caused them to feel somewhat ashamed. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly demon blood escape you used just now, other than being able to dodge my attack, you can also escape far away and out of my sight. It can even prevent me from finding you. Chapter 2557. Just now, you could have escaped on your own and saved your own life. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man curiously. If I wanted to protect myself, I wouldn't have come here today. The old man was no longer in high spirits. He looked like an old man in his twilight years with a wry smile on his face. After all, before I came, I thought that your wife would come with you. I've confirmed your wife's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. The old man said. So you're doing this for your clansmen? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Yes. The old man did not deny it. At your cultivation base, you're only one step away from passing the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascending to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. Is it worth it for you to do this? Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's not worth it. You said they're my clansmen. The old man said. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. After hearing the old man's words, the group of demon tribesmen was moved, and their faces were filled with excitement. The human devils knew Duan Ling Tian would not lay a finger on them even if he wanted to annihilate the entire devil clan. When they heard the old man's words, they could not help but feel respect for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, I hope you'll spare my clansmen after I die. After I die, the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials will lead my clansmen to leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm. At that time, my clansmen will personally repair the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm to return peace to the Saint Province realm. A hint of pleading could be heard in the old man's voice when he spoke. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. The group of devils was moved by the old man's words. When did I say I'm going to kill you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the old man indifferently. Why you're not going to kill me? The old man trembled slightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. The group of devils looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly, hoping Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he said indifferently, apart from the human devils who want to stay in the Saint Province realm, I'll give you 3 months to bring the rest of them out of the Saint Province realm. Half a month ago, I went to the Phoenix clan and gave each of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure. Don't think you can play any tricks after I ascend. Even after I've ascended, I'll still be able to deal with you. Duan Ling Tian. The old man could not help but feel envious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess any celestial supreme treasures. However, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan possessed celestial supreme treasures. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were envious when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, they were envious of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan. They were both 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. But why were they so lucky? Let's go! Since the matter with the devil clans had been resolved, Duanling Tian did not intend to stay here any longer. He turned to look at Tang Xiao who was standing next to him. Then, he casually tore a tear in space and brought her into it. Everyone could only see his back as he left. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan sighed in relief when he saw Duanling Tian's back. Before Duanling Tian left, he was afraid Duanling Tian would go back on his words and kill him. Master Wu Ji. Although Duanling Tian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms, he's only an ethereal immortal. However, his cultivation base is only at the level of an eminent celestial at most. We can find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and use a soul attack to kill him. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said through voice transmission. Humph. However, when the old man heard the voice transmission from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he scoffed and said, "It's true that he's an eminent celestial, but are you sure his wife is also an eminent celestial? If his wife isn't, the devil clans will be annihilated after he dies. Moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, it's too risky to ambush him with his current strength. If he notices us, he'll be able to kill the bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique." The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial no longer dared to say anything else. "All of you stay in Sin City. I'll look for all of you after I'm done with my business here." Before Duanling Tian left, he said goodbye to 2 familiar faces in the devil clans. They were Huang Qi-ling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Both of them were excited when they heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission. This meant that Duanling Tian was not weak at all. In the end, that godlike man did not forget about them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Duanling Tian brought Tang Xiao through the tear in space, they left the upper province and arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To him, the devil clans had already left. The matter with the devil clans was finally resolved. Even if the celestial ascension force suddenly appeared and pulled him to a Devata realm, he no longer had to worry about the devil clans returning. After all, he had a backup plan. The 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan were his backup plan. After the 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials obtained the celestial supreme treasures from him, their strength was on par with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. As for the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans, he only needed 1 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Phoenix clan to deal with them. Cloud Continent. After bringing Tang Xiao back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duanling Tian did not stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for long. Instead, he immediately headed south. It did not take long before he arrived at Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. To Duanling Tian, Cloud Continent was divided into the foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties. After all, he was from one of the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. His family and friends were there as well. This time, he did not intend to disturb them. He just wanted to hide in the dark and watch them quietly without affecting their lives. At least, he would be able to resolve one of the things that had been bothering him before he left the sanctuary realm. He planned to return to Yanhuang realm and wait for the celestial ascension force to arrive in Yanhuang realm after he was done with his business in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duanling Tian was most likely unaware that he was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province realm. He was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province realm because he was afraid he would miss Ku-er and his family members if he continued to stay in the Saint Province realm. Whenever he thought of them, he would feel a stab of pain in his heart. At the same time, he hated himself for being so useless. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon I'll be able to trigger on Cloud Continent with my current strength. Duanling Tian still remembered that his hometown, Cloud Continent, was an extremely special place, and that was because when one revealed one's strength here, it would draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It could be the silhouette of an ancient mammoth, ancient horn dragon, or, boom! Duanling Tian was excited. With just a thought, The energy in his body surged out along the 99 saint veins like a wild horse. It seemed to have transformed into a vast flame that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a series of noises above his head. He could not help but look up, curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he would be able to trigger. However, when Duan Ling Tian looked up, he was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth energy above his head had gathered like dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to cover the sky, but there was no sign of any heaven and earth phenomenon. Do I have to wait a little longer? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian stood still and waited for a while. However, there was still no sign of any change in the dark clouds in the sky. What are you doing? Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, could not help but ask. She could not help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was doing. After Duan Ling Tian explained it to her, she tried to mobilize her own energy to trigger the heaven and earth energy. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon she triggered was no different from Duan Ling Tian's. Dark clouds billowed, but there was no sign of any elephants or dragons. I think our strength is too high, so the heaven and earth energy in this area won't be able to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon you mentioned. Tang Xiao guessed. That's the only explanation. Duan Ling Tian nodded and gave up. Duan Ling Tian was about to give up and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with Tang Xiao when he suddenly came to a halt. It was as though he had encountered an unexpected situation. What's wrong? Tang Xiao stopped moving and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression on her face. However, Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Tang Xiao's question. Instead, he raised his hand. A jade token that was shining with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. This jade token. Didn't that senior leave you this jade token? Tang Xiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duan Ling Tian by the powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land who called himself Xia Jie. At this moment, whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian let go of his hand, the profound light on the jade token suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it flew toward the south at a rapid speed. It was as though it was leading the way. Chapter 2558. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw the jade token flying toward the south and leaving behind a streak of dark green light. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he brought Tang Xiao along with him. Although the jade slip was not slow, it was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian's speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao had caught up with them. What's going on? Tang Xiao asked Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression on her face. Don't ask me. In response to Tang Xiao's question, Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he followed the jade token that was flying south. I don't know what's going on as well. Earlier, I discovered that it was lying in my spatial ring. When I took it out, it began to vibrate as though it wanted to break free from my restraints. Then I let go of my hand and that's it. Duan Ling Tian looked at the dark green jade slip in front of him when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the dark green jade slip shone brighter and brighter. Even Duan Ling Tian could feel its emotions at this moment. That was the emotion of excitement. Although it was just an inanimate object, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited. I see. At the same time, Tang Xiao's eyes fell on the jade slip again. It seems like it's trying to take you somewhere? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, his heart was filled with confusion. He did not know why the jade slip was acting strangely. Moreover, where was it trying to take him? Swoosh. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and something else appeared in his hand. It was a sword. This sword was different from ordinary swords. Most swords were 3 feet long. This was also the reason why swords were called 3 feet long. However, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was only 1 foot long. It looked like an elongated dagger. At first glance, this sword gave people the feeling that it was a jade product, similar to a jade slip. However, when Duan Ling Tian held the sword in his hand, he could feel that the material used to forge this sword might be jade, but it was definitely not ordinary jade. This sword, at this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes landed on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. She remembered. This sword was left to Duan Lingtian by Xueqi, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Xueqi had left two things for Duan Lingtian. One was a sword, and the other was a jade slip. The jade slip was leading the way while the sword was in Duan Lingtian's hand. Third uncle is a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. The thing he left for me must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 1-foot short sword in his hand. When Xueqi had given him these two things, he had put them away absent-mindedly before he rushed back. After returning, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about these two things. Earlier, the jade slip that was shrouded in a mysterious light had started to vibrate in his spatial ring. This had caught his attention. Otherwise, he would have left them hanging for a while longer. This sword. Duan Lingtian could not see anything special about the sword in his hand. It did not look like a celestial supreme treasure, but it did not look like a weapon from the mundane realms either. Bas, 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 bas. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to mobilize a trace of energy and sent it into the foot-long short sword in his hand, the foot-long short sword began to vibrate at an exaggerated frequency. In the next moment, the changes that happened to the short sword caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. After the short sword trembled violently, its body began to crack inch by inch, giving off a feeling that it was about to shatter. Crack, 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 crack. After a short moment, a series of clear sounds resonated. It was the 1-inch short sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that directly shattered into pieces after cracks that resembled spider webs appeared on the body of the sword. It's destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was this sword really left for him by a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though Xueqi was toying with him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Xueqi was toying with him, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Boy, the sword I left for you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact. Duan Lingtian could tell it was Xueqi's voice. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Xueqi's voice would appear at this moment. Xueqi must have done something to the broken sword in his hand. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? A Devata artifact? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Xueqi's words. The sword that he had accidentally destroyed in just a blink of an eye was a Devata artifact? However, just as Duan Lingtian's mouth was twitching, his eyes widened as though he had seen something shocking. He stared unwaveringly at the 1-foot-long short sword that was in tatters. A faint crimson light suddenly rose from the broken short sword. As soon as the crimson light appeared, it gradually transformed into the shape of a sword and a crimson sword chi. After the red sword gleam appeared, a faint orange light appeared in the broken dagger. After this orange light appeared, it quickly condensed into an orange sword gleam. After the orange sword chi, a yellow sword chi appeared. After the yellow sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a blue sword chi appeared. After the blue sword chi, a purple sword chi appeared. A total of 7 sword rays appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the form of a rainbow. While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. She did not know what was going on at all. Watch out! Tang Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise when she saw the broken pieces of the short sword flying toward Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding the broken pieces of the short sword. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaoxiao's warning was too late. In fact, even if Tang Xiaoxiao had warned Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Lingtian would not have dodged the sudden attack. This was because Xueqi's voice rang in his ears once again. As long as you infuse your energy into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, its illusory body will shatter. At the same time, it will absorb your blood and recognize you as its master. As soon as Xueqi's words left his mouth, the shard cut Duan Lingtian's palm, leaving behind a cut that was neither deep nor shallow. Blood began to seep out of the cut. Ha! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw that the 7 colored sword lights that were originally floating in front of him seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and all of them whizzed out. Whoosh! 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 7 streaks of 7-colored sword light whizzed out, but they swept toward the wound on his palm that was bleeding. Just as Duanling Tian was about to endure the pain, he realized something. When the 7-colored sword rays came into contact with the wound on his palm, they did not cause any harm to him. They only merged with the blood on the wound and into his palm, causing him to feel numb. What's going on? Even Tang Xiao could see what was going on during this process. After the blood that seeped out of the wound on Duanling Tian's palm merged with the 7-colored sword rays, it strangely entered Duanling Tian's wound. Not only that, but Duanling Tian's wound also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scar appeared on Duanling Tian's palm. This scar. Tang Xiao muttered. Both Tang Xiao and Duanling Tian were attracted by the scar on Duanling Tian's palm. If it was just an ordinary scar, they would not have paid attention to it. However, the problem was, this scar was in the shape of a sword. At the same time, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears again. After the 7 orifices exquisite sword has acknowledged you as its master, it will appear with a thought. If you don't need it, it will disappear with a thought. Of course, it won't really disappear. It will just merge with your body. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duanling Tian hurriedly looked into his body. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. According to Third Uncle's message, didn't he say the 7 orifices exquisite sword has merged with my body? Duanling Tian was puzzled. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly felt something extra in his body. Moreover, it was not just a certain part of his body. Instead, it was his entire body, including his blood and bones. There seemed to be something extra in his body. Could it be that the 7 orifices exquisite sword has fused into my body, appearing at random places and fusing into my body? Duanling Tian seemed to have an epiphany, but he was not certain. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the end, Duanling Tian relaxed his body. With just a thought, he looked at the sword-shaped scar on his right palm. He discovered something else. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a constantly changing sword light appeared in his right hand. The changing colors were the 7 colors of the rainbow. The sword light only changed for a moment before it quickly solidified and turned into a completely transparent sword. It was as though it was made of glass from Duanling Tian's previous life. At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang again. This 7 orifices exquisite sword is a relic left behind by an old friend of mine. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Chapter 2559. A top celestial weapon? Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Xia Jie's words. A top-notch immortal artifact referred to a top-notch immortal supreme treasure. He knew this. Previously, he had accidentally obtained the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. According to the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua, it was a supreme celestial supreme treasure. However, it was damaged so it could not unleash its full power. A top celestial supreme treasure was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao had mentioned this before. Not only that, but Duanling Tian had also heard Elder Hua mention the Devata artifact once. He knew the Devata divine weapons were rarer than top celestial supreme treasures. They were usually in the hands of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had souls. As for the details of the Devata artifact, Duanling Tian did not know much about it. Since Elder Hua did not elaborate, he did not ask. After all, he was too far away from a Devata artifact in the past. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a Devata artifact in the near future. According to Third Uncle's words, this Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, has lost its soul. That's why it's only comparable to a top celestial weapon. After all, Xia Jie had met Hua Lao in the past and learned about top celestial weapons and Devata artifacts from Hua Lao. For this reason, although Duanling Tian was surprised that Xia Jie had left a Devata artifact for him, he remained calm and did not lose his composure. After all, he was someone who had obtained a top celestial weapon in the past. Although the top celestial weapon was damaged, it was still a top celestial weapon. Moreover, there was a spirit in it who treated him like a teacher and a friend. However, compared to the celestial sword in my possession, this sword is on a completely different level. In fact, it's even more powerful than the Jasper celestial sword in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duanling Tian held the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword in his hand, he was certain of this after experimenting a few times. For a moment, even though he had come into contact with a top-notch immortal artifact like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the past, he still could not help but feel excited. After all, the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda was only a damaged top-grade immortal artifact, while the Seven Orifices Jewel Sword was a perfect top-grade immortal artifact. To be more precise, it was originally a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than a top-tier celestial weapon. However, due to the loss of its soul, it was only comparable to a top-tier celestial weapon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duanling Tian did not use any technique at all. He merely infused his eminent celestial energy into the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Sword rays shot out from the tip of the sword and tore through space, leaving terrifying rifts in the void. After all, if it was an ordinary celestial sword, Duanling Tian would not be able to tear through space. This sword seems extraordinary. Tang Xiao exclaimed in surprise when she saw the sword in Duanling Tian's hand after Duanling Tian put it away. Of course, it's extraordinary. Duanling Tian was in a good mood after obtaining a divine weapon. When he heard Tang Xiao's words, he smiled faintly and said, "This sword of mine is considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Do you think it's ordinary?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao. However, Tang Xiao was still in a daze when she heard Duanling Tian's question. This was because she was shocked by Duanling Tian's words. Was it considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Was it not a top celestial supreme treasure? Tang Xiao was a member of the Tang sect, and the Tang sect had a long history in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, she knew a lot about top celestial supreme treasures. In the legends of Yanhuang realm, there were many top immortal supreme treasures, but they were all legendary existences. Tang Xiao had never seen or heard of any forces in Yanhuang realm possessing an immortal supreme treasure of such level. However, Duanling Tian had just told her that it was a top celestial supreme treasure. The seemingly transparent 3-feet-long blade in his hand was actually a legendary supreme treasure of immortals? Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Tang Xiao finally regained her senses and asked in shock. "Why would I lie to you?" Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile. With just a thought, the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword in his hand melted into a puddle of water and disappeared into the sword-shaped scar on his palm. It was as though it had never been there. At the same time, Duanling Tian could clearly sense the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword's presence. It was as though it had merged with his body. "I forgot. Senior Xiajie left this sword for you." After calming down, Tang Xiao recalled the origin of the sword in Duanling Tian's hand. Xiajie, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land, had left it for Duanling Tian before he left. In front of Senior Xiajie, even those who came from the Divine Offering Land like Senior Xiajie, who looked down on the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With Senior Xiajie's means, it's not surprising that he left you a top celestial supreme treasure. A hint of envy could be seen in Tang Xiao's eyes when she looked at Duanling Tian. After all, it was a top celestial supreme treasure. Who would not want it? The Divine Offering Land. Duanling Tian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiao's words. The words "world of divine offering" were like a thorn in his heart that was difficult to remove. "I'm sorry." When Tang Xiao saw Duanling Tian had fallen silent and his expression darkened, it was not difficult for her to guess that Duanling Tian must have recalled something unpleasant. Therefore, she could not help but apologize. She had heard about Duanling Tian's past from Duanling Tian. For this reason, she knew Duanling Tian had buried the pain in the depths of his heart. When she mentioned the Divine Offering Land, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Duanling Tian's wound. "It's fine." At this moment, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. His expression softened slightly as he shook his head. There are some things that I can't help but think about even if no one says it. If I blame you, it would be akin to burying my head in the sand. Although Tang Xiaoxiao's emotions had fluctuated greatly earlier, she did not say anything. After all, it was his own fault. Duanling Tian did not blame Tang Xiaoxiao. I believe you'll be strong enough to gain the approval of your wife's father and reunite with her after 1,000 years. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly. Thank you. Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as though she had sensed something. What's wrong? Duanling Tian's expression changed when he saw the change in Tang Xiaoxiao's expression. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the mundane realm before you do. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Your celestial ascension force. Is it coming? I sensed it. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed. I didn't expect the celestial ascension force to come in less than 10 years after I passed the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this time. This is a good thing. Why do you sound like you're going to be tortured? Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face. Duanling Tian, no matter when we meet again, I'll never forget that my life belongs to you. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly as she looked at Duanling Tian solemnly. You don't have to say that again. However, when Duanling Tian heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he immediately denied it. Your life is yours, not mine. As for killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, I was merely helping my friend. I didn't intend to gain anything from it. I, Duanling Tian, always do as I please. So you don't owe me anything. Duanling Tian had a serious expression on his face when he finished speaking. Boom! Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth to say something, a deafening sound that sounded like a bolt from the blue tore through the sky and swept across the land. This is the celestial ascension force? As soon as the thunderous sound rang in the air, Duanling Tian vaguely sensed something. A seemingly invincible force went through him and enveloped Tang Xiaoxiao, making her fly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duanling Tian saw a flash before his eyes. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao was shrouded by the ray of light, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiaoxiao disappeared along with it. She ascended just like that? From the moment the celestial ascension force appeared and brought Tang Xiaoxiao away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so quick that Duanling Tian was unable to react in time. It was not that he was slow, but the celestial ascension force had appeared too quickly. I hope you'll be fine in the Devata realm, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Although Duanling Tian only treated Tang Xiaoxiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for quite some time. He could not help but feel a little sad that Tang Xiaoxiao was leaving so suddenly. All good things must come to an end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to follow the jade token Xueqi left behind. The Crimson Sky Kingdom? Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered something. Chapter 2560. In general, Duanling Tian's hometown in this life was the Saint Province realm. In general, it was the Debussy subterranean, the Cloud Continent, the 10 Great Dynasties, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most of his friends and family on the Cloud Continent were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, he came back mainly because he wanted to see his old friends and family. He wanted to take a look at them from afar without disturbing them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that Xueqi had left for him would bring him back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he could return. Its speed actually slowed down? What surprised Duanling Tian the most was that after the jade token brought him into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed actually slowed down, and it became slower and slower. Could it be that the place it's bringing me to is in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duanling Tian was confused. He remembered that after he triggered the message Xueqi had left on the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, Xueqi had told him about the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and the dark green jade token. According to Xueqi, he had obtained the jade token by chance. This jade slip was something he'd obtained by chance. Moreover, when he'd just obtained this jade slip, there was a message left on the jade slip to remind him. It said, "Don't worry. Only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token." Xueqi had been trying to decipher the secret in the jade token for many years, but to no avail. However, there was one thing Xueqi was certain of. The jade token was not simple. He was not the only one who could not destroy the jade token. Even his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, could not leave a mark on the jade token. I've only met people with 98 heavenly veins in my life, and I've met more than 1 or 2 people with 99 heavenly veins. However, I've never met anyone with 99 heavenly veins. I've never even heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins. This was Xueqi's message. When I first obtained the jade token, I didn't know who left a message on the jade token. It reminded me that only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token. However, I didn't think much of it since I didn't think such a person existed. It was only when I met you that I learned there's someone with 99 heavenly veins in this world. I've never heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the Divine Offering Land, or realms similar to the Divine Offering Land. Take your time to uncover the secret in the jade token. Both my elder brother and I think this jade token is extraordinary. Xueqi's message ended there. Although Xueqi's message was Xia's end world, the jade token did not leave a message. The dark green jade slip leading the way was not an ordinary jade slip. There should be some kind of secret hidden in it, and it was not a small secret. Only someone with 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secrets? Why does it sound so far-fetched? Duanling Tian shook his head and gradually stopped thinking about it. His attention was completely focused on the jade token that was leading the way for him. Where does it want to take me? Duanling Tian followed the jade token all the way forward. The jade token's speed became slower and slower, and he slowed down as well, always following behind the jade token. Fresh Breeze Town is just up ahead. He followed the jade token into Swallow Mountain County, passed by Aurora City, and finally arrived at Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point for him in this life. It stopped. The jade token suddenly stopped when it was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duanling Tian did the same when he saw the jade token had stopped. All of a sudden, swoosh! The jade slip suddenly trembled and fell from the sky as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Duanling Tian followed like a shadow, and he followed the jade token to descend into a desolate mountain range. Although this mountain range was near Fresh Breeze Town, Duanling Tian had never been here before. He had never even heard of anyone coming here before. Duanling Tian naturally knew the reason why no one had come here. When he followed the jade slip and landed on the ground, he saw something else. The terrain around this barren mountain range was steep. With the strength of Fresh Breeze Town's cultivators, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to climb over the steep terrain. As for powerful cultivators, they wouldn't stay in the small Fresh Breeze Town. Just like Duanling Tian in the past. After he had a certain amount of strength, he left Fresh Breeze Town and went to Aurora City. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was an immutable truth. That is, soon after, Duanling Tian followed the jade token and arrived at one of the valleys in the desolate mountain range. At first glance, the valley was completely barren. However, the jade token was hovering above a black rock. Although the black rock's color was darker than the other rocks in the valley, Duanling Tian would not have thought there was anything special about it if it was not for the fact that the jade token was hovering above it. It brought me all the way here just to find this stupid rock? Duanling Tian was speechless. However, even though he was speechless, Duanling Tian still walked up to the black rock and casually picked it up. He wanted to see what was so special about it that made the jade token given to him by Xueqi bring him all the way here. However, just as Duanling Tian picked up the black rock, a voice rang in his ears. When this voice entered his ears, it caused him to be dumbstruck again. After a long while, he had a strange expression on his face. The secret of this rock can only be deciphered by someone with 99 heavenly veins. That was the rough meaning of the voice. Third uncle said that when he obtained the jade token, A voice reminded him that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this jade token. Duan Lingtian looked at the jade token hovering in the air before he looked at the black rock in his hand. Now that I've picked up this rock, a voice reminded me that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this rock. Duan Lingtian looked at the black rock with his left eye and right eye, but he could not see anything special about the black rock in his hand. At the very least, there was a layer of mysterious light surrounding the jade token that hovered in the air. With just a glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary object. What was in the black rock in front of him? Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the black rock in his hand with a look of disdain, he was shocked to find that there was something strange about it. At the same time, a layer of profound light similar to the profound light on the jade slip broke out of the black stone's body. In the blink of an eye, the black rock was also surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though someone had given him a tight slap. Isn't this slap a little too fast? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Didn't they say that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher their secret? I'm a person with 99 heavenly veins. Why can't I decipher their secret? As Duan Lingtian spoke in bewilderment, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the floating jade token. However, at the instant Duan Lingtian grabbed the jade token in his hand, an unexpected event occurred. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. The moment he stretched out his other hand to grab the jade slip, a wave of power gushed out from both the jade slip and the black stone, surging into his left and right hands respectively. It made him feel as though he was being electrocuted. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the energy in the jade token was flowing out. The energy from the black rock in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand were flowing directly into his saint veins. It was as though they wanted to flow through all the saint veins in his body. What happened next confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The two energies quickly flowed through all 99 saint veins in his body. After that, the two completely different energies strangely merged together. They actually merged together? Throughout the entire process, even if Duan Lingtian could control the energy in his body, he could not stop the energies from the black rock and the dark green jade token. Wherever they passed, the energy in Duan Lingtian's body could not interfere at all. Even Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the gap between the energy in his body and the two mysterious energies at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian discovered that the two mysterious energies had merged together, he could not help but feel uneasy. He was afraid that something strange would happen. Then, he realized the merged energy split into two and flowed into his left and right hands, respectively flowing into the jade token and the rock. It's finally gone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this fused power would run amok in his body. Who knew what it would do to him? Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he was stunned to see, whether it was the black rock in his left hand or the dark green jade token in his right hand, they were both glowing brightly and extending a pushing force that pushed his clenched hands apart and spread them out. Then they left his hands and rose into the air. What are they doing? The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black rock and the dark green jade token that had left his hands glowed brightly again, as though they had turned into two blazing suns. Chapter 2561. The black stone and the dark green jade slip suddenly collided. This scene caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. However, when the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided with each other, the scene of Mars colliding with Earth that Duan Lingtian expected did not appear. Not only did they not make any sound when they collided, it was even silent. This is, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided, they seemed to soften and intertwine with each other. In the end, they completely fused together in a very strange way, fusing into one. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned. And just at the moment when Duan Lingtian was stunned, whoosh! The fused black stone and dark green jade slip suddenly burst out with a strong light that was even stronger than the scorching sun at noon. It was so dazzling that Duan Lingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could open his eyes, Duanling Tian felt a majestic and heavy aura hit him in the face, directly and fiercely sending him flying. This aura was also mixed with waves of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. Once it hit Duanling Tian's body, it seemed to imprison Duanling Tian's strength. Now, Duanling Tian wanted to mobilize the strength in his body to resist this aura, but he could not. At the same time that he was sent flying, Duanling Tian only felt a monstrous force hit his chest like a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to tremble, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance, Duanling Tian found that he could barely mobilize the strength in his body and stabilize his body. The moment he stabilized his body and came back to his senses, Duanling Tian subconsciously shouted angrily, thinking that someone was sneaking up on him. However, when he looked carefully, he found that in front of his eyes, there was nothing but a metallic object that had appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him. What about the stone and the jade slip? Duanling Tian wanted to find the stone and the jade slip, but he found that they were nowhere to be found. After the two merged with each other, it was as if they suddenly disappeared. That was until he vaguely sensed that a familiar yet unfamiliar aura was gradually fading away from the metallic object in front of him that had appeared at some point in time. Only then did he realize what was going on. This metal piece is the product of the fusion of the black stone and the dark green jade slip that sent me flying? Because the aura on the metal piece was exactly the same as the aura that blasted him away just now, it was not difficult for him to guess this point. After a while, Duanling Tian found that the aura on the surface of the metal piece was completely converged. What the hell is going on? The jade slip that third uncle gave me. Why did it fuse with that stone? Furthermore, they fused together into something that looks like a piece of metal. When the metal piece's aura was completely converged, and it was surrounded by an even deeper mysterious light, Duanling Tian flew out and tentatively approached it. After finding that it had no intention of attacking him, he carefully reached out and held it in his hand. At this time, Duanling Tian began to seriously look at the metal piece that was wrapped in mysterious light in his hand. This seems to be a broken piece of metal. Only one side of the metal piece in Duanling Tian's hand was flat, and the other three sides were bumpy. It wasn't hard to see that this iron-like thing seemed to have been forcefully broken off from something. It's quite thick. Weighing the broken metal piece in his hand, Duanling Tian could not help but murmur. Also, I don't know where the words on it are from, but they're so obscure. Also, it's not just the words, even the pictures on it are difficult to tell what kind of pictures they are. Holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duanling Tian could clearly sense the ancient aura that was inadvertently emitted from it. This aura seemed to be telling him that it had existed for a very long time. What the hell is this? Looking at the broken metal piece in his hand, Duanling Tian frowned. He looked left and right, but he could not tell what this metal piece was. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. This thing is not simple. What a joke. If this thing was simple, it would not have been able to send him flying and injure him with just its aura. Most importantly, this was not the case. This incomplete piece of metal was the product of the fusion of the mysterious jade token Xueqi from the divine offering land had given him and something else. Although Duanling Tian did not know much about the other item, he could tell it was not an ordinary item. Nonsense! If it was an ordinary item, why would the mysterious jade slip given to him by Xueqi bring him all the way here? Let's see, what the hell is this? With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness with the intention of merging it with the broken metal piece in his hand to investigate it. However, almost as soon as Duanling Tian's divine consciousness touched the broken metal piece, he was shocked to discover something. At this moment, the words and pictures on the broken metal piece seemed to have come to life. Moreover, they were emitting a strange and unfathomable energy. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried to merge his divine consciousness with it, it was completely devoured. From the beginning until the end, although Duanling Tian had continuously extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the broken metal piece, he did not discover anything useful. In fact, it could be said that he did not discover anything at all. This was because as soon as his divine consciousness got close to the broken metal piece, it would be devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. What the hell is this thing? In the end, Duanling Tian had no choice but to stop merging his divine consciousness with the broken metal piece. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the broken metal piece in his hand fearfully. It was as though he was looking at a scourge. Now that he was holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Tian felt as though he was holding a hot potato. The divine consciousness originates from the soul. Since it can devour divine consciousness so easily, I wonder if it can devour soul attacks as easily. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian's soul trembled. He immediately launched a soul attack at the broken metal piece. The scene from before replayed itself. The moment Duan Tian's soul attack came into contact with the broken metal piece, it was devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. It was completely useless. As expected, it can devour soul attacks. Duan Tian's eyes lit up immediately. His gaze when he looked at the broken metal piece had changed completely. There was no longer fear in his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. With this broken metal piece, I won't have to fear the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this mundane realm. Duan Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Although his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial, the broken metal piece could easily devour the broken metal piece. However, since the defective metal piece could easily devour his soul attack, it would not feel any pressure even if it devoured the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. After all, one of the things that formed the broken metal piece was given to him by Xueqi, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Even Xueqi felt that this thing was not simple. Therefore, it would not be difficult for the incomplete piece of iron, which was formed by the fusion of two other things, to devour the soul attack of a 9th tribulation loose immortal who had mastered the soul-gathering embodiment technique. For this reason, Duan Tian looked at the broken metal piece in his hand as though it was a treasure. This broken metal piece definitely has more than just the ability to devour divine consciousness and soul attacks. It must have many other secrets. However, with my current strength, I don't know what other secrets it has. Duan Tian could tell the broken metal piece in his hand was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from that, the appearance of this broken metal piece must have something to do with the 99 saint veins in my body as well. Duan Tian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the dark green jade token in his hand. At that time, the black stone and the dark green jade token had each released a surge of energy that entered his body. After that, the two surges of energy traveled through the 99 saint veins in his body before they merged together. I remember when the two surges of energy traveled through the 98 saint veins in my body, they did not show any signs of merging until they had traveled through the 99 saint veins. It is precisely because they fused together that the black stone and the dark green jade slip fused together to form this incomplete piece of metal. When he thought up to this point, Duan Tian opened his eyes and looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. In other words, this was the broken metal piece. The broken metal piece was formed when the black stone and the dark green jade token merged together through the 99 saint veins in his body. Saint veins were known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Now that I've deciphered the secrets of the dark green jade token and the black stone, right? Duan Tian thought to himself. However, even though we've deciphered the secrets of the jade strip and the stone, we still have to deal with the secrets of the incomplete metal piece. I don't know where this incomplete piece of metal came from. But one thing is for sure, the thing that left this incomplete piece of metal is definitely not ordinary. Duan Tian was certain of this. In any case, I've gained quite a lot this time. With this broken metal piece, even if a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, I won't have to wait helplessly for my death. Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Chapter 2562. With Duan Tian's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial attacked first, even if Duan Tian could kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to block the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial soul attack. This was because one could not use one's own energy to block a soul attack. To a certain extent, the latter could only be considered as a material attack. It was completely different from a soul attack. There would never be any intersection between the two. But now, Duan Tian possessed that mysterious and unfathomable defective metal piece, And it was different. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique tried to attack him, he could still take out the defective metal piece at lightning speed and block the soul attack. He would let the defective metal piece absorb the soul attack. In that case, his opponent's soul attack would not even be able to touch him. Third uncle. Thank you. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and slowly regained his senses. He looked up at the sky and expressed his gratitude to Xueqi, the powerhouse from the divine offering land. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon that Xueqi had left for him. Although it no longer had the might of a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although Xueqi did not give him the defective metal piece directly, it was indirectly given to him by Xueqi. If it was not for the dark green jade token, he would not have been able to find the black stone, let alone merge the two to form the defective metal piece. I wonder how they're doing now. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. When Duanling Tian gradually regained his senses, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered he was near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. He flew up and headed to Fresh Breeze Town as soon as possible. When he saw that the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town was thriving and that the old friends of the Lee family were doing well, the smile on his face became even more radiant. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town, he went to Aurora City, Swallow Mountain County's county city, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Seeing that his old friends were doing well, he didn't want to disturb their peaceful lives and left quietly. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duanling Tian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the 7-Star Sword Sect. The 7-Star Sword Sect was the first sect he'd entered in this lifetime, and he had extremely deep feelings for it. This sect had even been exterminated in the past. But under his hard work, the 7-Star Sword Sect was finally rebuilt, and it developed very well to become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would have thought the inconspicuous purple-clad young man who had entered the 7-Star Sword Sect a few decades ago had become invincible in the entire Saint Province realm after a few decades? Looking back, several decades have already passed. Several decades, the times have changed, the world has changed. As he stood in the sky above the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion before silently leaving. After leaving the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duanling Tian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After visiting a few old friends, he finally left the 10 Great Dynasties district and Cloud Continent and returned to the WCI Subterranean. RIP. With a raise of his hand, Duanling Tian tore a hole in the void and disappeared from the WCI Subterranean in just a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After arriving in the upper province, the first thing he did was to go to Sin City in the central province to meet his old friends. Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Human Devil Clan's Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who had acknowledged him as his master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. When Huang Qiling saw Duanling Tian again, although he knew Duanling Tian would not dislike him just because of his current strength and status, he could not help but feel a little restrained. This was a subconscious feeling. After all, Duanling Tian was no longer the same person he used to be. Currently, no one would refute Duanling Tian's claim that he was the strongest person in the Saint Province realm. Thank you. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he looked at Huang Qiling and asked, "How are you? Have you been well all these years?" Good. Huang Qiling was moved when he saw Duanling Tian still cared about him. That's good. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Yuan Haochen who was standing next to Huang Qiling and greeted him with a faint smile on his face. Palace Master Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Master, you can just call me Little Chen. I don't dare to be called Palace Lord in front of you. I don't dare to be called that. Yuan Haochen was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees when he heard Duanling Tian calling him Yuan Haochen. Where's Huang Wenjing? She didn't come? Duanling Tian asked in surprise as he looked behind Yuan Haochen and Huang Qiling, Sister Wenjing. She's in closed-door cultivation recently, Huang Qiling said. Duanling Tian nodded. Naturally, he could not tell Duanling Tian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she did not want to see Duanling Tian with his wife. Duanling Tian, Huang Qiling, and Yu and Haochen caught up with each other for a while before he left Sin City. He gave each of them a keepsake so they could ask for help from the Phoenix clan. Then, he left Sin City and prepared to leave the Saint Province realm. The last time he went to the Phoenix clan, he gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. The entire Phoenix clan also regarded him as a benefactor who had given them a new lease on life. Moreover, they gave him many feathers that were very precious to the members of the Phoenix clan as tokens. The Phoenix clan promised in the future, if anyone brings a feather to the Phoenix clan will treat them like Duanling Tian and will help them without any hesitation. Earlier, Duanling Tian had given Huang Qiling and Yuan Haochen 2 feathers that were extremely precious to the members of the Phoenix clan. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Duanling Tian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he left the Saint Province realm and came to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again. Duanling Tian found someone from Yanhuang realm and asked him to show him the way back to Yanhuang realm. Brother Xian Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and returned to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, right? With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian took out the violet gold order token that Xian Yuanji had given him and asked it to show him the way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. The Yellow the Arch Mansion was a very low-key force in Yanhuang realm. Most people would not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was even if they had heard of it. I've become a celebrity in Yanhuang realm? On his way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Duanling Tian heard many rumors about him. These rumors revolved around how he had killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people thought the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion had died unjustly. If the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion knew Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial, he could have killed Duanling Tian with a soul attack. Duanling Tian only smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. He knew the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe him. Therefore, he had waited patiently for the old ancestor to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have killed the old ancestor before the old ancestor could react. Even if the old ancestor knew he was only an eminent celestial, it would be impossible for the old ancestor to use a soul attack on him. How much longer do I have to travel? A month later, Duanling Tian was still on his way. Since he did not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was, Duanling Tian could not use the interstellar transporting formations between galaxies. He could only use the token given to him by the Yellow the Arch Mansion to travel through space. Even after traveling at full speed for a month, he still had not arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. With his current speed, he could travel from the remote Milky Way to the Coast Galaxy in a month's time. After traveling for another 2 months, Duanling Tian finally arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Although the Yellow the Arch Mansion was a reclusive force, as one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm, it still controlled a relatively large galaxy. Under the guidance of the Violet Gold Token, Duanling Tian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's home planet in the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion blocked his path. Who are you? Why have you come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate? The leader of the patrol asked as he stared at Duanling Tian coldly. What's the matter? I'm Duanling Tian. I'm here to look for old brother Xian Yuanji. May I know if old brother Xian Yuanji has returned from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? Duanling Tian asked politely. After all, he was here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion widened their eyes in unison. It was apparent they were shocked as well. The leader of the patrolling disciples was the first to react. He studied Duanling Tian from head to toe. Purple, young, and handsome. These were the characteristics of the legendary Duanling Tian. Is that a violet gold token? Soon after, the leader of the patrolling disciples saw the token in Duanling Tian's hand and confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. He bowed respectfully at Duanling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Chapter 2563. Lord Duanling Tian, our old ancestor said that if you came, we should immediately invite you in to see him. The captain of the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol team stood in front of Duanling Tian. After greeting Duanling Tian respectfully, he quickly made an inviting gesture to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded and followed the patrol leader into the inner mansion of the Shenyuan mansion. Brother Ling Tian. Not long after Duanling Tian entered the inner mansion of the Yellow the Arch Mansion, he heard a familiar voice in front of him. Duanling Tian looked ahead and saw an old figure flying toward him. It was none other than Shen Yuanji, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of Yellow the Arch Mansion whom he had met once in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Shen Yuanji flew over from afar. Beside him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was tall and had a jade-like face. Between his brows, he exuded a dignified aura, and his body seemed to constantly emit waves of dignified aura. The mansion master of Shenyuan Mansion? With just a glance, Duanling Tian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. He should be the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. Duanling Tian had heard about the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion from Zhang Yi. However, he only knew the mansion master was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. In terms of strength, the mansion master was second only to the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yellow the Arch Mansion. Brother. Duanling Tian greeted Shen Yuanji with a smile when he saw Shen Yuanji appearing before him in just a blink of an eye. It was not difficult for him to realize that. At this moment, the way Shen Yuanji looked at him was completely different from the way he looked at him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Furthermore, Shen Yuanji had changed the way he addressed him from little brother Ling Tian to brother Ling Tian. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was no longer the same person he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Most importantly, all the forces in Yanhuang realm were aware of what Duanling Tian had done in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duanling Tian was now famous in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, under such circumstances, Shen Yuanji's attitude towards him had changed. In his opinion, it was a very normal thing. Greetings, old ancestor and mansion master. At this moment, the leader of the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol squad, who led the way for Duanling Tian, finally regained his senses. He hastily bowed respectfully at Shen Yuanji and the dignified middle-aged man who had just arrived. The way the patrol captain addressed Shen Yuanji and Shen Yuantian made Duanling Tian realize he was right. The middle-aged man was indeed the mansion. You may take your leave. Shen Yuanji nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man standing next to Shen Yuanji, the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, immediately said to the leader of the patrol team, "The old ancestor and I will entertain Lord Ling Tian here." Even the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, addressed Duanling Tian as Lord Duanling Tian. Based on this, it was obvious Duanling Tian was as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. In fact, he was even stronger than most 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, based on the strength Duanling Tian had displayed in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duanling Tian would be able to easily defeat Duanling Tian. Unless a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique attacked Duanling Tian by surprise and killed Duanling Tian. Otherwise, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duanling Tian, since Duanling Tian had mastered a peculiar technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Yes. The Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol captain left respectfully. Before he turned around, he glanced at Duanling Tian's back. The respect in his eyes deepened. After all, even the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion addressed Duanling Tian as Lord. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. I'm mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, Shenyuan Zheng. After the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol captain left, he bowed respectfully at Duanling Tian. He did not regard Duanling Tian as an eminent celestial at all. He regarded Duanling Tian as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was not affected by the fact that the person who bowed to him was the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. After all, with his current strength, he was qualified to receive such treatment. Brother Ling Tian, let's talk in the main hall. Xian Yuanji called out to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Then, Mansion Master Xian Yuanzhang personally led Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji to the main hall in the inner mansion of Yellow the Arch Mansion. After entering the main hall, Xian Yuanzhang and Xian Yuanji led Duan Ling Tian to the main seat. If news of Duan Ling Tian killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion had not spread, he would not have received such treatment even if Xian Yuanji thought highly of him. After all, when they were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, although Xian Yuanji thought Duan Ling Tian was strong, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Xian Yuanji knew his own strength. If he really fought with Duan Ling Tian, the one who died in the end would definitely be him. Although he was confident he was stronger than the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, he knew he was not much stronger. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's position in Xian Yuanji's heart was much higher than before. Brother Ling Tian, my elder brother is in closed-door cultivation recently, so he couldn't come with me to welcome you. I hope you won't blame him for this, Brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuanji said apologetically as soon as he sat next to Duan Ling Tian. His elder brother was Xian Yuan Rue, the old ancestor of Xian Yuan Mansion. He was also a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I really didn't expect Brother Ling Tian to have done such a shocking thing in Yanhuang Realm while I was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It has been a long time since a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial has died in Yanhuang Realm. After apologizing, Xian Yuanji couldn't help but sigh. When he had first returned to Yanhuang Realm, he had heard about Duan Ling Tian's feats and was shocked. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. Brother Ling Tian, you're too humble. Xian Yuanji shook his head. The reason no 9-tribulation bodiless celestials have died in Yanhuang Realm for a long time is not because there are few disputes between 9-tribulation bodiless celestials, but because none of them can do anything to each other. Take that 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion for example. If I were to fight him, I would only be able to defeat him after 100 moves. Brother Ling Tian, the fact that you're able to kill him means you're standing at the peak of the mundane realm. A hint of respect could be seen in Xian Yuanji's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength was enough to earn the respect of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. There's always someone better than you. Stand at the peak of the mundane realm? I don't dare to say that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Who knew if there were celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms in the mundane realm? After all, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel back to the mundane realm from the Devata realms. Following that, Duan Ling Tian continued to chat with Xian Yuanji for a while. During this time, not only did Xian Yuanzhang, the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, not interrupt, but he even stood quietly at the side and poured tea for Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji. Brother, is Suli here? After chatting with Xian Yuanji for a while, Duan Ling Tian remembered Suli who had left with Xian Yuanji. At that time, Suli had already become the interim elder of Yellow the Arch Mansion. In other words, he had come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion for Suli. He wanted to see his good friend again before he ascended. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Xian Yuanji's expression changed drastically. Even Xian Yuanzhang, the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, who was standing at the side, dropped the teapot in his hand when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. What's wrong? Did something happen to Suli? Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. When he saw Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzhang's reaction, he realized something was amiss. His expression changed immediately. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet and stared at Xian Yuanji gloomily. Brother, what happened to Suli? Brother Ling Tian, I didn't take good care of Elder Suli. Xian Yuanji smiled wryly with a guilty expression on his face. What happened? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed coldly as he raised his voice. Lord Duan Ling Tian, you can't blame the old ancestor for this. It's all because the two fellows from the Gongsun family coveted your technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as soon as Elder Suli returned to the Yellow the Archmansion, they came to our mansion and injured the old ancestor before taking Elder Suli away. They wanted to use Elder Suli to threaten you and force you to hand over the technique. At this moment, Shenyuan Zhang explained, since the other old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion is at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation, we didn't disturb him. Moreover, this closed-door cultivation is closely related to the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that he's about to face. However, even if he made a move, he might not be able to stop the two old fellows from the Gongsun family. After all, one of the old fellows from the Gongsun family is so strong that he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Xian Yuanzhang sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The Gongsun family? Chapter 2564. This was not the first time that Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Gongsun family. Previously, when he was traveling to the Milky Way with Tang Xiao Xiao from the Cost Galaxy, he had talked to her about the top forces in Yanhuang realm, including the Gongsun family. During that period of time, he had also learned from Tang Xiao Xiao. The Gongsun family was one of the first-tier forces in Yanhuang realm. They were as famous as the Yellow the Archmansion. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than top forces like Mount Huagua and the Celestial Masters sect. Like the Yellow the Archmansion, the Gongsun clan had 2 tribulation bodiless celestials, no less than 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, and even more 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. More importantly, one of the 2 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. I heard that the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by the old ancestor of your Yellow the Archmansion, Gongsun Shenyuan? A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he asked, his lightning-like gaze landed on Shenyuan Ji and Shenyuan Zhang, as if he wanted to get confirmation from them. Yes. Shenyuan Ji nodded and continued. I don't know when it started, but the forces left behind by the ancestor split into 2. They became sworn enemies and fought endlessly. Those who were originally of the same lineage also became sworn enemies. In the end, they were divided into the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan clan. One of them was surnamed Gongsun, while the other was surnamed Shenyuan. Moreover, it's not limited to the mundane realms. Even the Devata realms are divided into the Gongsun clan and the Yellow the Archmansion. It's said that the conflict between the Yellow the Archmansion and the Gongsun clan is even more intense in the Devata realms. There are people who are killed every day. However, those who emerge victorious, regardless of whether they're from the Gongsun clan or the Yellow the Archmansion, will be personally nurtured by the old ancestor. When Shen Yuanji mentioned Gongsun Shenyuan, the old ancestor of Yellow the Archmansion, a hint of respect could be heard in his voice. To a certain extent, Gongsun Shenyuan was the faith of everyone in the Shenyuan mansion and the Gongsun family. In that case, to a certain extent, the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan mansion was also tacitly approved by your common ancestor, Gongsun Shenyuan? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Shen Yuanji's words. It wasn't difficult to guess this. You could say that. Shen Yuanji nodded. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Shenyuan. To think that he would use such a method to train the younger generation. How bold! Previously, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao, the 3-legged golden crow, had told him that the Yellow Emperor of Yanhuang planet, Gongsun Shenyuan, was not only a genius sword cultivator, but he had also become an overlord after ascending to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan mansion were the main culprits. It was highly likely that Gongsun Shenyuan was the one who had orchestrated the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan mansion. His purpose was to train the younger generation so that he could personally train the younger generation. After all, he had limited time and energy. It was impossible for him to personally train all the younger generation. It doesn't matter if the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by Gongsun Shenyuan or not. Since they dare to covet the sovereign heart sword that I possess and even captured my friend to threaten me, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything to me. They'll have to pay the price for this. A terrible price. Duanling Tian muttered inwardly as the coldness in his eyes rose again. It was so intense that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees in just an instant. "Brother, where's the Gongsun clan?" Duanling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at Xian Yuanji. It seemed as though he was about to attack the Gongsun clan. In fact, Duanling Tian was indeed prepared to kill his way to the Gongsun clan and rescue Suli after finding out the location of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to pay a heavy price for their actions. "Brother Ling Tian." Xian Yuanji did not seem surprised by Duanling Tian's reaction. After a moment of silence he said, "I know you're not weak. With your ability to steal celestial supreme treasures and kill a 9 bodiless celestial, I'm sure you're strong. However, the Gongsun clan is not to be underestimated as well. Let's take the Gongsun clan's strongest person for example. Not only is he a 9 bodiless celestial, but he's also a 9 bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In other words, he's a 9 bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks. Perhaps before he took Elder Suli away from the the Arch Mansion, he might not have taken any precautions against you. In fact, you might have killed him with a sneak attack before he could cast a soul attack on you. However, after he took Elder Suli away, he'll definitely be wary of you. You won't have a chance to attack him before he casts a soul attack on you." Xian Yuanji advised Duanling Tian patiently. At the same time, he told Duanling Tian one thing. The Gongsun clan's strongest person in Yanhuang realm had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and was capable of casting soul attacks. "Thank you for your reminder, brother. However, I know what I'm doing." Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of Xian Yuanji's patient advice. He said nonchalantly, "Brother, if you have a star map that covers the galaxies where the Arch Mansion and the Gongsun clan are located, please give me a copy." "Brother Ling Tian, are you serious?" Xian Yuanji's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly. "One of the old men from the Gongsun clan is a 9 bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. So what?" Duanling Tian said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about whether the old man was a 9 bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. When Xian Yuanji saw Duanling Tian's calm expression, it seemed as though he was not afraid of the 9 bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Xian Yuanji began to suspect something. Duanling Tian must have something to rely on. However, Xian Yuanji did not know what Duanling Tian's trump card was. "Since you've made up your mind, brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you." Xian Yuanji said, "No matter what, Elder Suli was abducted by the 2 old men from the Gongsun clan right under my nose." Xian Yuanji's eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was going to devour someone. Since the Gongsun clan had a 9 bodiless celestial who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, they were considered the strongest force in Yanhuang realm. The galaxy ruled by the Gongsun clan was called the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. It was much larger than any of the galaxies Duanling Tian had been to in Yanhuang realm. It was at least twice as large as the galaxy ruled by the Arch Mansion. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy was much denser than the galaxy ruled by the Arch Mansion. "Brother Ling Tian, this is the galaxy where the Gongsun clan is located, the Mystic Ancient Galaxy." At the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy, Xian Yuanji, who had just entered the mystical ancient galaxy with Duanling Tian, explained the situation to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded as he looked at the galaxy before him. He had heard from Xian Yuanji that the Mystic Ancient Galaxy did not exist in the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. The Xian celestial system where the Gongsun family lived had no interstellar teleportation formation. Whether it was an outsider coming to the Xian celestial system or a member of the Gongsun family wanting to leave the Xian celestial system, they had to travel through space with their physical body to enter or leave the Xian celestial system. The reason the Gongsun clan did this was to make the Mystic Ancient Galaxy more independent and easier to manage. "Who's there?" Duanling Tian and Xian Yuanji stopped at the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy. They were about to enter the mystical ancient galaxy and head to the planet where the Gongsun family's base was when a voice rang in the air. It was as though thunder had struck their ears. Swoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duanling Tian and Shen Yuanji like a ghost. Although the figure was like a ghost, it could not hide from Duanling Tian and Shen Yuanji's eyes. Even before the figure appeared, they could tell it was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. Shen Yuanji? His expression changed drastically when he saw Shen Yuanji standing next to Duanling Tian. It was obvious he did not expect to see a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Archmansion, one of the two old ancestors of Yellow the Archmansion, here. He was a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan and held a high position in the clan. However, he was nothing in front of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like Shen Yuanji. Who are you? Do you know me? Shen Yuanji asked in surprise as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I'm an elder from the Gong Sun clan. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, senior. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said nervously. At the same time, he regretted his decision to show up. He had planned to leave the mystic ancient galaxy and head to another galaxy. Just as he was about to leave the mystical ancient galaxy, he noticed two people sneaking around the periphery of the galaxy. For this reason, he instinctively showed himself to show off his superiority as an elder of the Gong Sun family and a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. Alas, he did not expect he would end up kicking a steel plate. If he had known one of the two people was one of the ancestors of the Yellow the Archmansion, he would not have come even if he was given 100 guts. You're from the Gong Sun clan. Chapter 2565. Yes, yes. Faced with Shen Yuanji's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, Senior, my name is Gong Sun Yun. I'm an elder of the Gong Sun family. I heard that your Gong Sun family moved to another planet 300 years ago. Now take us there. Take me there, Shen Yuanji said indifferently as he looked at Gong Sun Yun. Although Shen Yuanji's voice was indifferent, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Gong Sun Yun's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to refuse Shen Yuanji's order. If he refused, who knew if the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion would kill him or not? Although he was a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Gong Sun family, if Shen Yuanji killed him, the Gong Sun family would not be able to avenge him even if they wanted to. After all, even the strongest supreme elder in the Gong Sun family would not be able to kill Shen Yuanji. Under Gong Sun Yun's lead, Duanling Tian and Shen Yuanji soon arrived at the planet where the Gong Sun family's estate was located. It was a blue planet. With just a glance, one could tell the planet had a good environment. It was similar to Earth, but it was at least 10 times bigger than Earth. Senior, the Gong Sun family's estate is on this planet. Gong Sun Yun looked at Shen Yuanji anxiously and asked, Can I leave now? Scram, Shen Yuanji said indifferently. Shen Yuanji said indifferently. Gong Sun Yun also left as though he was running for his life. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duanling Tian and Shen Yuanji's eyes. I'm Duanling Tian. Shen Yuanji was about to ask Duanling Tian what he was going to do next when Duanling Tian's voice rang in his ears. Bring Xueqi out in 15 minutes. If I don't see Xueqi in 15 minutes, I, Duanling Tian, will annihilate the Gong Sun family. As soon as Duanling Tian's voice rang in the air, not only did it enter Shen Yuanji's ears, but it also shocked him. Even the people on the planet ahead could hear Duanling Tian's voice. The commotion broke out instantly. Whoosh! The entire planet was in an uproar. Duanling Tian? Is he the Duanling Tian who broke into the Heavenly Wave Mansion and killed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? Apart from that Duanling Tian, who else would be so arrogant to the point of saying he's going to annihilate the Gong Sun family? The Gong Sun family is one of the strongest forces in Yan Huang realm. One of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gong Sun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. Isn't Duanling Tian seeking death by coming to the Gong Sun clan openly? I don't think so. After all, Duanling Tian is capable of killing a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. He even killed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere on the planet where the Gong Sun family was based. When they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they could vaguely guess who he was. Duan Lingtian was most likely the person who had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Whether it was the planet where the Gongsun family was based or the other planets in the mystic ancient galaxy, there were not only people from the Gongsun family, but there were also people from second-rate and third-rate forces in Yanhuang realm as well as some sectless cultivators. Those people were subordinates of the Gongsun family. While they occupied the cultivation resources of the mysterious ancient star system, they also had to pay a large number of saint stones to the Gongsun family every once in a while. It was similar to protection fees and rent. It's true that he killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, but don't forget that the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion didn't use a soul attack on him. I've heard about this as well. It's said that Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. Although he's strong and has mastered the technique to steal celestial supreme treasures, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. I can't believe he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Indeed. Duan Lingtian had a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he could have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. Many people knew that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial and that the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was killed by Duan Lingtian without knowing that Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. If I'm not mistaken, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, right? You're right. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is indeed a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is much stronger than the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Since he's also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, he should be able to take Duan Lingtian down with him if he's prepared. Moreover, as long as he strikes first, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian with his soul attack without being injured at all. If Duan Lingtian strikes first and kills the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial before the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial can use his soul attack, Duan Lingtian won't be harmed at all. That's true. Similar discussions began to spread on the planet where the Gongsun family's base was. At this moment, most people were unsure of who would win. If Duan Lingtian fought the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, who would emerge victorious? The only thing they were certain of was that whoever made the first move would be undefeatable. Even if they were undefeatable, they would still be able to take their opponent down with them. That's awkward, humph. I still think the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family will win. If Duan Lingtian sneaked into the Gongsun family's base and attacked the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, he might have a chance of winning. However, now that he's here with such fanfare, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family must be prepared. It'll be difficult for him to strike first. I agree. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. How can he be so brainless as to barge in here? Did he forget that he's just an eminent celestial? Gradually, more and more people began to doubt Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was too rash and had alerted the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. In outer space outside the blue planet. Brother Lingtian, you're too rash, aren't you? Shen Yuanji was confused as well. He had thought of many possibilities regarding the beginning of today's matter, but he had never thought that it would be like this. Similarly, he felt Duan Lingtian was too rash. Duan Lingtian had shouted as though he was afraid the Gongsun family would not know he was here. Moreover, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family would definitely be alerted by Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. Rash. Upon hearing Shen Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and shrugged indifferently. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Duan Ling Tian shrugged, an old voice rang from the blue planet. Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji were not the only ones who heard the voice. Everyone on the blue planet heard it as well. It's that old man, Gong Sun Wen Tian. Xian Yuanji's eyes widened in anger. If the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to take Su Li away under his watch. It was because this person had also made a move that he failed to protect Su Li. Even if Xian Yuanji's elder brother, Xian Yuanrui, was present, he would not have been able to stop Gong Sun Wen Tian. After all, Gong Sun Wen Tian was much stronger than him and his elder brother. Gong Sun Wen Tian? Upon hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Gong Sun Wen Tian, the strongest powerhouse in Yan Huang realm. Not only had Xian Yuanji mentioned this name to Duan Ling Tian, but Tang Xiaoxiao had also mentioned this name before. Duan Ling Tian knew Gong Sun Wen Tian was a legend in Yan Huang realm and was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yan Huang realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind blew as 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji. To be more precise, there were 3 figures. One of the figures was an old man in a blue robe, and the other figure was an old man in a green robe. In his hand was a young man whose face was pale, whose body was on the verge of collapse, and whose eyelids were slightly drooping. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's condition. He glared at the old man dressed in a green robe and said, "Old man, what did you do to Su Li?" Duan Ling Tian. The old man dressed in a green robe said in a hoarse voice. The person in the green-robed old man's hand was none other than Duan Ling Tian's good friend, Su Li. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, he struggled to open his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Go. Don't bother about me. Go." Gong Sun Wen Tian. Xian Yuanji's expression darkened as he glared at the old man dressed in a green robe. He said coldly, "You. How dare you torture Elder Su Li to this extent? Do you think the Arch Mansion is a pushover? I didn't intend to torture him anyway." The old man dressed in a green robe, Gong Sun Wen Tian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yan Huang realm, said nonchalantly, "However, if I didn't seal the energy in his body and torture him, I'm afraid he would have committed suicide by now. This boy is very loyal. He'd rather die than be used by me to threaten his friend." Chapter 2566. Hearing Gong Sun Wen Tian's words, Xian Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and his gaze became even colder, as if it could freeze everything. As for Duan Ling Tian, who was standing beside Xian Yuanji, after hearing Gong Sun Wen Tian's words, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. His gaze was still calmly staring at Gong Sun Wen Tian. 3. The fastest, it was as if his emotions weren't affected by Gong Sun Wen Tian's words at all. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He stared at Gong Sun Wen Tian calmly. It was as if Gong Sun Wen Tian was the only person left in his world. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Gong Sun Wen Tian, who seemed to have everything under control, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he met Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze. Today, before he appeared here, he was confident in his victory. He felt that he could definitely use Su Li to threaten Duan Ling Tian and force him to hand over the method that could seize celestial supreme treasures. However, at this moment, seeing that Duan Ling Tian could still remain calm after hearing his words, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was only because Duan Ling Tian was too calm, so calm that it was somewhat illogical. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Duan Ling Tian was as flustered and exasperated as Xian Yuanji, and looked as if he wanted to tear him into pieces, he wouldn't feel anything. However, it just so happened that Duan Ling Tian was staring at him as if nothing had happened. His calm gaze was on Gong Sun Wen Tian. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all. He had never seen such a gaze ever since he had become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Before he became a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had seen similar gazes in the eyes of those who were stronger than him. That was the gaze of the strong looking down on the weak. When facing the weak, the strong would not be any less delighted. When he faced the weak, he would also involuntarily reveal such a gaze. Deliberately mystifying things. He must be deliberately mystifying things. Although Gongsun Wentian had a bad feeling about this, he felt relieved when he saw Su Li in his hand. After all, he still had Su Li in his hand. Even if Duanling Tian attacked him at all costs, he could still use Su Li as a shield. Even if Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms, he was confident that he could kill Su Li would be able to kill Su Duanling Tian before Duanling Tian could kill him. With Duanling Tian's presence, Gongsun Wentian's would have killed Duanling Tian's because Duanling Tian would definitely hesitate to attack unless he wanted Su Li to die. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Duanling Tian stared at Gongsun Wentian with a calm expression on his face, time continued to pass. More and more figures began to appear in the surroundings. Initially, these people were from the Gongsun family who had come to watch the show. Later on, many people from other forces under the Gongsun family and sectless cultivators arrived as well. He's Duanling Tian? I've seen the mirror image talisman from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. This person is indeed Duanling Tian who killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duanling Tian looks so young. Of course he's young. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? He's not kidding. Duanling Tian is indeed not even 100 years old. It's said that he's not from Yanhuang realm, but from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. The reason he's here is because he's using the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone as a transit point. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? If that's the case, then he's indeed not even 100 years old. After all, apart from bodiless celestials, only people younger than 100 years old can enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The people who came to join in the fun, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, were all looking at Duanling Tian. They began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Duanling Tian. Are these two the old ancestors of the Gongsun family who are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? At the same time, many people's gazes landed on Gongsun Wentian, who was holding Su Li, and the old man beside him. They're the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family? Some disciples of the Gongsun family who had never seen the old ancestors of the Gongsun family before turned to look at Gongsun Wentian and the old man. The 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family are called Gongsun Hong and Gongsun Wentian respectively. Which one of them is the strongest person in Yanhuang realm? Gongsun Wentian. It wasn't just those who weren't from the Gongsun family who were curious about this matter. Even the disciples of the Gongsun family, who couldn't tell which of the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family was the most powerful being in Yanhuang realm, were curious as well. That's old ancestor Wentian from the Gongsun family. At this time, many of the Gongsun family's disciples who had seen Gongsun Wentian before and recognized him whispered to those who couldn't recognize Gongsun Wentian. Those who did not recognize Gongsun Wentian immediately knew which of the 2 old men was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wentian. He was the old man who was holding a young man with drooping eyelids and a pale face. The young man's body was swaying unsteadily. Who's that young man in Senior Wentian's hand? Don't tell me it's Su Li whom Duanling Tian demanded the Gongsun clan to hand over. Based on Duanling Tian's words, it seems like he's asking the Gongsun family to hand over someone called Su Li. If he doesn't see Su Li in 15 minutes, he'll annihilate the Gongsun family. That's exactly what he said. Based on Duanling Tian's words, many people could guess that the young man in Gongsun Wentian's hand was Duanling Tian's target. Who knows what's going on? Who's this Su Li? Why is Duanling Tian looking for him? Based on the situation, I don't think Su Li is from the Gongsun family. Otherwise, the Gongsun family wouldn't have tortured him to this extent. More and more people were confused. They did not know why the Gongsun family's ancestor, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was holding a young man in his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he was using the young man to threaten Duanling Tian. These confused people weren't just from the Gongsun family. Even the members of the Gongsun family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? That's right. What's going on? Who's this Su Li? Can someone tell me what's going on? The Gong Sun family's disciples looked around in confusion, hoping to learn the truth from the other Gong Sun family's disciples who knew what was going on. Soon, some of the members of the Gong Sun family who were in the know spoke up, and the bewildered crowd finally understood what was going on. As it turns out, the Gong Sun family is interested in Duan Lingtian's technique that allows him to plunder celestial supreme treasures. That's why they captured Duan Lingtian's friend, Su Li, and used him to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I thought Duan Lingtian thought he was strong and wanted to challenge the Gong Sun family to make a name for himself. I didn't expect he's only here to save his friend. It's inappropriate for the Gong Sun family to do this, isn't it? Many people who were not from the Gong Sun family could not help but whisper among themselves after learning the truth. However, they only dared to whisper to each other in a low voice, afraid that they would incur the displeasure of the Gong Sun family if they spoke too loudly. Some of the more righteous disciples of the Gong Sun family fell silent after learning the truth. Although they did not agree with the actions of the old ancestor of the Gong Sun family, they knew their words carried little weight. Even if they voiced their objections, it would not change anything. Naturally, the disciples of the Gong Sun family were more excited as they stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. After all, if the Gong Sun family obtained Duan Lingtian's technique, they would have a chance to cultivate it in the future. When they thought about how they could easily plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures, they could not help but feel excited. The human heart was greedy to begin with. Otherwise, the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gong Sun family would not have captured Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique that allowed him to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gong Sun Wentian, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian for about 15 minutes, broke the silence between him and Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've learned about my objective from Xian Yuanji today. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll teach the Gong Sun family the technique that allows you to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures and promise not to oppose the Gong Sun family for the rest of your life, I won't kill you. In fact, I can even spare Su Li's life. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you before killing Su Li." Gong Sun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian murderously. "You should know that I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. I can kill you with a soul attack with just a thought. From the moment I appeared until now, I had many chances to kill you. I'm sure you know that as well." Gong Sun Wentian continued to say, "Naturally, you can also attack me, but I can guarantee you that Su Li will die before I'm killed by you." Chapter 2567. Hearing Gong Sun Wentian's words, those who weren't from the Gong Sun clan couldn't help but gasp. Gong Sun Wentian is so ruthless. At this moment, they only felt that Gong Sun Wentian was too ruthless. With just a few words, he had completely blocked Duan Lingtian's path of retreat, leaving him with only 2 options. The first path was to follow his request and swear on the lightning penalty oath. The second option was to kill Duan Lingtian, even at the cost of his own life. The reason Gong Sun Wentian did this was to obtain Duan Lingtian's divine ability or celestial method that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Ancestor. When the members of the Gong Sun clan heard Gong Sun Wentian threatening Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be moved. In their opinion, the reason why the old ancestor of the Gong Sun clan had taken such a huge risk to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the method that could rob immortal supreme treasures was definitely for the sake of the Gong Sun clan. He wanted the Gong Sun clan to obtain that method. At this moment, even those disciples of the Gong Sun family who felt that Gong Sun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian were touched. Gong Sun Wentian, you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. Don't you feel ashamed threatening a young man who's not even 100 years old? When Xian Yuanji heard Gong Sun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian, his face became even more gloomy. He couldn't help but say in exasperation. He had never thought that in order to obtain the technique that Duan Lingtian possessed that could seize immortal supreme treasures, Gong Sun Wentian would risk his life and put his entire fortune on the line. However, no matter how exasperated Xian Yuanji was, Gong Sun Wentian acted as though he did not hear Xian Yuanji's words at all. He continued to stare at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was completely under his control. Ha 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 ha. Just as everyone's gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian unexpectedly laughed out loud. At this moment, even Shen Yuanji was stunned. Is Brother Ling Tian crazy? How could he still laugh at a time like this? What are you laughing at? Gong Sun Wentian's originally calm expression instantly turned gloomy when Duan Ling Tian suddenly let out bursts of laughter. The ominous premonition that he had suppressed with great difficulty rose up once again. I'm laughing at your wishful thinking. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's laughter also stopped. He casually glanced at Gong Sun Wentian and said indifferently, Su Li is my friend. I know his character. If you use him to threaten me like this, the current him will definitely wish he was dead. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Su Li. A faint smile appeared on Su Li's face when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It was as though he was trying to prove that Duan Ling Tian was right. You can kill Su Li today. Duan Ling Tian stared at Gong Sun Wentian with a cold glint in his eyes. However, if Su Li dies, I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire Gong Sun clan. Annihilate the entire Gong Sun clan. A commotion broke out as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Isn't Duan Ling Tian a little too arrogant? He still dares to say such arrogant words at a time like this. Why doesn't he think about it? With his soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial, can he withstand the soul attack of the old ancestor of the Gong Sun clan? That's right. Now that Gong Sun Wentian is prepared, even if he can kill Gong Sun Wentian, he'll still die under Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. A soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial is like a newborn baby in front of an adult. If the adult wants to do something to the baby won't be able to resist at all. Does he really think Gong Sun Wentian won't dare to touch him because he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Those who were not from the Gong Sun clan felt Duan Ling Tian was boasting again. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive if Duan Ling Tian and Gong Sun Wentian fought to the death. Both of them would most likely die together. Even if one of them survived, it would most likely be Gong Sun Wentian. How arrogant! He's too arrogant. Duan Ling Tian dares to say he's going to annihilate the Gong Sun clan in front of the old ancestor? I think he's tired of living. Does he really think he's invincible just because his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Don't forget his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. He won't be able to withstand a single blow from the old ancestor's soul attack. Does he really intend to perish together with the old ancestor? Most of the members of the Gong Sun clan present on the scene thought Duan Ling Tian was too arrogant. Only a few of them who were calmer looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was emitting a cold aura and killing intent. Do you really think I won't dare to touch him? At this moment, Gong Sun Wentian, who was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words, finally regained his senses. He tightened his grip on Su Li's hand, causing Su Li's face to turn even paler. It seemed as though he would suffocate at any moment. You can touch him, but I'll fulfill my promise. Once Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gong Sun clan. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. His tone turned colder when he spoke, making it difficult for people to doubt his words. So, you really don't intend to hand over the technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Gong Sun Wentian's tone turned slightly impatient at this moment. When he brought Su Li along earlier, he felt that he could control everything in his hands, and even Duan Ling Tian would be toyed with in the palm of his hand. However, when he revealed himself, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not only toyed with by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not toyed with by him. Instead, Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative, causing Gong Sun Wentian to feel extremely passive. Don't you understand human language? Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll kill Su Li now. Gong Sun Wentian's eyes flashed coldly as he made a move to kill Su Li. Of course, he didn't really want to kill Su Li, but only wanted to scare Duan Ling Tian and see if Duan Ling Tian was deliberately deceiving him. Whoosh! However, when Gong Sun Wentian's palm landed on Su Li's forehead and was about to kill Su Li, he suddenly stopped. You really don't care about Su Li's life? Gong Sun Wentian's eyes were filled with disbelief when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He did not expect Duan Tian to be serious and not bluffing. Based on his investigation, Su Li was Duan Tian's best friend. It was impossible for Duan Tian to ignore Su Li's life. This Duan Tian is actually not deliberately mystifying things. Earlier, the old ancestor almost killed his friend. How could he not do anything about it? It seems like Duan Tian is really going to abandon his friend. However, does he really think he's capable of wiping out the Gongsun clan to avenge his friend? The people present on the scene, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, initially thought Duan Tian was just putting on a show. In fact, he still cared about his friend's life and death. It was only when Gongsun Tian's probing failed that they realized Duan Tian was not putting on a show. I know you won't kill him for real. Faced with Gongsun Tian's incredulous question, Duan Tian replied nonchalantly, "You're a cautious person. You won't dare to kill Su Li before you're certain you have the ability to kill me. This is because you're worried that after you kill Su Li, you won't be able to kill me. If that happens, the Gongsun clan will be wiped out." Duan Tian's wise eyes landed on Gongsun Tian as though he could see through Gongsun Tian's heart. "You know me quite well." Gongsun Tian's expression darkened when he heard Duan Tian's words. He felt as though everything he had done was going according to Duan Tian's plan. This made him extremely displeased. His eyes gleamed coldly. "Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Gongsun Tian realized that Duan Tian was determined not to compromise. Therefore he no longer held back. With a thought, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. They intertwined and shot toward Duan Tian like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. This was Gongsun Tian's soul attack. Whoosh! Gongsun Tian's soul attack was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Tian. As long as it entered Duan Tian's body, it would immediately attack Duan Tian's soul and destroy Duan Tian's soul. However, in between the flashes of lightning, whoosh! Another voice rang in the air. Duan Tian raised his hand and threw a defective metal piece at Gongsun Tian with a profound hidden weapon technique. It was as though he had predicted Gongsun Tian's soul attack would be coming at him. Gongsun Tian's soul attack was blocked by the defective metal piece. Humph! Seeing this, Gongsun Tian could not help but sneer. "How can my soul attack be blocked by a mere material attack? You actually want to use material attacks to block Martial Uncle's soul attack? What a joke!" Gongsun Hong, the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, could not help but laugh disdainfully. Chapter 2568. A material attack and a soul attack were 2 completely different types of attacks. A material attack would leave a mark on a person's body or an object. Moreover, the object could be used to defend against the attack. However, a soul attack was different. A soul attack would not leave a mark on a person's body. Even if it killed a person, it would only destroy the person's soul. There would not be any fatal wounds on the surface. Apart from that, a soul attack could ignore most objects. The only exception was if the object was protected by a formation or restriction that countered a soul attack. However, such a formation or restriction would not appear in mundane realms. Only Devata realms would have such a formation or restriction. For this reason, Duan Tian merely raised his hand and shot out a defective metal piece to block Gongsun Tian's soul attack. In Gongsun Tian's opinion, Duan Tian's action was completely unnecessary. This was because he felt his soul attack could easily penetrate the defective metal piece that contained a material attack. Not only would it be able to penetrate Duan Tian's body, but it would also be able to destroy Duan Tian's soul. Gongsun Tian and Gongsun Hong, who were standing next to him, felt the same way. In fact, apart from the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family, even Xian Yuanji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from a Yellow the Archmansion who was standing next to Duan Tian, felt the same way. That's a soul attack. Brother Ling Tian's action is destined to be futile. At this moment, even Xian Yuanji thought to himself, Duan Tian is doomed. There's no doubt Duan Tian will die. The old ancestor is using a soul attack? Humph. Duan Ling Tian is seeking death. The old ancestor is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His soul attack is comparable to the soul attack of a peak heavenly celestial in a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian is only an eminent celestial. There's no way he can withstand the old ancestor's soul attack. There's a path to heaven, but he refuses to take it, and there's no door to hell. Duan Ling Tian is seeking death. The few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gong Sun family couldn't see the situation clearly, but they could vaguely guess what was going on. They sneered, not believing that Duan Ling Tian could survive. This Duan Ling Tian actually blocked Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Not only will his efforts be in vain, he will also lose the opportunity to perish together with Gong Sun Wentian. I really don't know what he's thinking. Could it be that he really thinks his material attack can withstand Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack? There were 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the sectless cultivators present on the scene. They couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that Duan Ling Tian had gone mad. Instead of taking the opportunity to perish together with Gong Sun Wentian, he had used a material attack to defend against Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. In their opinion, it was destined that material attacks and soul attacks would never come into contact with each other since they were on 2 completely different levels. However, just when the group of 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials thought Duan Ling Tian's efforts were in vain, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh, swoosh. In the eyes of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, the defective metal piece that Duan Ling Tian had thrown out finally collided with Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl. They thought the defective metal piece that Duan Ling Tian had thrown out would not even come into contact with Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. This was because the latter, to a certain extent, only existed in an illusory form and did not truly exist. However, when the defective metal piece that Duan Ling Tian had thrown out collided with Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack, they could not help but widen their eyes in shock and disbelief. This was because they saw Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl vanish without a trace when it collided with the defective metal piece. It seemed as though it had been devoured by the defective metal piece. Swoosh! Before the group of people could regain their senses, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand casually. The defective metal piece that was flying toward Gong Sun Wentian made a turn in the air and returned to Duan Ling Tian's hand. The soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is this all there is to it? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he played with the defective metal piece in his hand. He glanced at Gong Sun Wentian coldly. Gasp, 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 gasp. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. All of them gasped as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of fear and dread in their eyes. This was especially true for Gong Sun Wentian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. He had not held back when he had cast his soul attack earlier. It had even damaged his soul to a certain extent. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for his soul to recover to its peak. However, Duan Ling Tian was still able to block the soul attack that he had cast in such a manner. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had easily blocked his soul attack. What's that metal piece in his hand? Gong Sun Wentian asked as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Naturally, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was only able to block his soul attack due to the uniqueness of the defective metal piece. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could not help but look at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand. At first glance, the defective metal piece seemed ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that there were faint traces of light surrounding it. There were strands of faint profound light lingering around the damaged piece of metal. When they subconsciously extended their consciousness and touched the profound light, they felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss and were unable to extricate themselves. There was simply no way to pry into the details of this defective metal piece. No wonder it was able to block Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Brother Ling Tian's defective metal piece is extraordinary. Xian Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, sighed inwardly as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand. No wonder Brother Ling Tian was so calm from the beginning until the end. It seems like Brother Ling Tian already knew what was going on. Xian Yuanji could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. If this Brother Ling Tian of his could remind him of all this earlier, he wouldn't have to stand at the side in fear. What's that metal piece in your hand? Gong Sun Wentian's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. At the same time, he realized the ominous feeling he had earlier was right. Duan Ling Tian was not deliberately mystifying himself. Duan Ling Tian was truly not afraid of Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Gong Sun Wentian could see this as well. As long as Duan Ling Tian still had that thing in his hand, no matter how many soul attacks he launched, he would not be able to hurt Duan Ling Tian at all. Gong Sun Wentian could not help but feel regretful. He should not have coveted Duan Ling Tian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such a passive situation. What's going on? The old ancestor used a soul attack? But how could this Duan Ling Tian be fine? Can someone tell me what's going on? Those from the Gong Sun clan and those who weren't from the Gong Sun clan weren't able to see what had just happened due to their weaker cultivation, so they had no idea what was going on. However, they could vaguely see something. Duan Ling Tian had gained the upper hand. When Gong Sun Wentian looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was a ferocious beast. It's not just Gong Sun Wentian. Even the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan seems to be afraid of Duan Ling Tian as well. Soon after, someone else noticed this as well. An uproar broke out among the crowd. What's going on? Just as the group of people were feeling extremely puzzled by the situation before them, Duan Ling Tian, Gong Sun Wentian, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, looked at Xueqi in his hand as though he was grasping at straws. He threatened Duan Ling Tian. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll never make an enemy of the Gong Sun clan. Otherwise, I'll kill Xueqi right now. Gong Sun Wentian glared at Duan Ling Tian with bloodshot eyes. He looked like a trapped beast who was desperately trying to break free. However, Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Gong Sun Wentian's threat. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Those who did not know better would think he did not care about Xueqi's life at all. You can kill Xueqi, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. However, if Xueqi dies, I'll annihilate the Gong Sun clan and kill everyone in the Gong Sun clan to accompany him in death. Xueqi, you won't blame me, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Xueqi, who was still in Gong Sun Wentian's hand. Cough cough. Xueqi coughed. Xueqi coughed twice. After he caught his breath, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. I don't even have the time to thank you. Why would I blame you? With a top-tier force like the Gong Sun clan in Yanhuang realm dying with me, I, Xueqi, have no regrets. I'm relieved to hear that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Swoosh. However, as soon as Xueqi finished speaking, Gong Sun Wentian's expression changed drastically. End of this chapter. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.